yours. Blue Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evening over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at the same time for another comedy episode of Brooks. If you enjoyed this program, you'll also enjoy Teacher's Pet, a feature story on Eve Arden and our Miss Brooks in the February issue of Liberty Magazine, now on the newsstand. Bob Lamont speaking. CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19.
0.14 kilometers,
stay
7
safe, and stay
calories burned.
tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
Now, as gunshots echo across the wind-swept, snow-covered reaches of the wild Northwest, Quaker Puff and Quaker Puff Rice, the breakfast cereal shot from guns, present the challenge of the Yukon. It's you.
Then whatever real data we will feed it and how we will train it will magically make any sort of bias or any sort of favoritism go away. And then, surprise, surprise, that's not what happens. Because what is actually going to happen is you're going to feed a system a bunch of real world data. It's going to internalize that implicit bias because that's all the AI knows how to do. All of the math inside the AI basically says, how do I quickly and efficiently guess my way towards a solution that matches what we see in the real world? So if the real world solutions are skewed, you give it enough parameters and it will essentially replicate the bias. So, for example, there's a system called Compass in the United States. It's used in several jurisdictions, and the idea behind it is that it's going to look at the information about an offender who's been arrested and give a certain percentage of how likely that will reoffend. And that is very important because that's used to set bail, that's used to set conditions of parole. Yeah, it's a pretty significant effect.
This right here. It's
and what
over
they
there,
found is that it's 77% more likely to say a minority offender will go on to reoffend, even though the data in no way matches up. It's wrong a lot of the time. It's wrong more than half the time, which is pretty drastic. Another example is Amazon tried to have an AI flag its candidates, and they said, well, we'll build an AI. The AI will make sure that we're getting the best people because it's not going to look at names. It's not going to do anything that a human would do, so technically it should be impartial. But what ended up happening is that the system essentially settled on it will only promote and recommend male applicants. So these systems have failed pretty spectacularly, catastrophically. So when someone comes out and says, well, we should have more AI running more things because it's going to be less biased, there's a lot of computer scientists out there screaming, no, don't do that, because what's going to happen is you're going to codify the problems that we have today, and then a bunch of people who like it that way are going to come out and say, well, it's math and it's logic. You're arguing against numbers, therefore this is all correct and this is all good and this is all fantastic. And that's the biggest fear that people who build AI models and work on AI models have, that their work is going to be used and abused to codify things they desperately don't want to codify. In fact, what we want to do is exactly what you said, Shane, have a neural network and have AI models that run and say, okay, this doesn't look right. This doesn't look fair. What we should be doing is we should be reevaluating how these models are supposed to be built. And better yet, you have an exchange between different AIs where the AI that's meant to catch problems and favoritism and biases and systemic issues will try to train the other AI to figure out how to overcome them. This is ideally what we would want to get to, but that's not where we're going right now.
So here's an interesting question that comes in.
from Ali, and then another one from Rob. And Rob says garbage in, garbage out. So that's curious to me, because when it comes to AI, when we do a survey for politics or where we do an interview like this, the answer is only ever really as good as the question. Ali says, is most AI created by men? And does that mean it's also biased? So there's a lot there. So I'm curious your thoughts on it. But at the same time, it does sort of create how deeply the bias is programmed into it could be needle in a haystack of figuring it out.
That's all absolutely correct. I wouldn't say that all AI is created by men, but the majority of people who work on AI are definitely men. This has to do with the fact that the majority of software engineers are men because of how the pipeline from high schools and colleges into the profession works. So having more women, having more people who belong to a minority group, having more people have diverse experience, having more immigrants, this is a case where we would actually benefit greatly from diversity, because you would have people who can come in and say, well, I've seen these kinds of problems, I've seen those kinds of problems, and we can fine-tune our search for those needles on the haystack. Now, important thing to note is that I don't think that we will ever be able to have a perfect system that has no biases, no errors, nothing, because if it's done by humans, if it's created by humans in any way, it's going to have flaws. That's just the way that it is. Even if it's created by other machines, it's going to have statistical flaws. That's just bound to happen. But our whole point again is let's try to weed out the most egregious things. Let's try and just strive for continuous improvement.
Okay, and I'm not challenging you on this, but it has piqued some curiosity here. Programming bias and those kinds of things. So when we hear of bank crimes, right? Like you'd hear about bank tellers or
Black,
bank managers with rounding
Southeast,
errors. So
Asian
accounting
and
systems
Chinese,
have a rounding error.
That's 51%. White people are the minority.
You can make a mistake.
Men, 48%. Women, 52%. Men are the minority. So you again, we're the most and we're the biggest. No, you're
that's a lot
not.
of money. And so
You're just the
when we
most
get into
rapey out of
the assumption that AI will clean this up for us, right? That AI can weed out the bad actors and all of this. All it would take would be a keystroke way back for that penny of bias. And it's possible that if we assume AI is going to get it, that somebody could build into the AI to hide it. Or is that, maybe that's just naive of me? I don't know.
You can absolutely do that. That's kind of it would be a little bit more difficult to do it. You probably just use something that's like a more conventional script to hide that from the AI. You can, it's just like garbage in, garbage out. Well, you can make sure that some of the stuff that's falling into the AI is garbage, so it just doesn't see it in the first place and never is able to flag the problem. It's kind of like Office Space if they actually got the decimal points right and then wrote a script to make sure that never gets flagged or discovered. But yeah, this is entirely possible. And that's another danger of having, of basically relying on computers to do everything for you, because if you have an error somewhere, if you have a major oversight somewhere, it's still going to be really hard to catch it, but you might also be very complacent and just not forgo the review and say, oh, the computer should have caught it. It should have, but you still need to have auditing teams. You still need to have, computers are fantastic assistants and it will greatly reduce your workload, but that doesn't mean that you don't have a workload to do and you don't have things to check and things to potentially retrain your computers
in the book.
Right.
For how the programmer does it. No.
So where does this sit with you in your ethical compass as a programmer?
I mean, like I said, it would be absolutely horrible if I were to create a system and it would help someone discriminate against somebody, or it's misused to.
So remember, the AI can't tell black people apart. The AI can't tell black people apart because you're looking for a way to reinforce your bullshit. All black people look the same.
People do their jobs.
Because that was your excuse for just randomly picking a nigger to beat up.
Something that is going to impact someone negatively. If I am pushed to do something that is going to impact people's lives negatively, I would rather quit.
Good, quick, because you don't understand what you're working with at all. You don't understand computer programming at all.
In letting the computers, you know, take over from here, because you have this one piece, this one headline that really stuck with me. It says, "Why artificial intelligence can't save us from ourselves." And I would almost turn that around as why artificial intelligence can't save itself from itself.
That's not a thing.
He turned away from the frozen surface of the little stream and made his way through thick underbrush until he came to a crevice in the bluff. He came to a weather-beaten door made of massive timber, and he was putting all his strength into swinging it open, but he saw
all the bad things spontaneously came into being. All the good things began.
I don't need any help. What's the idea of sneaking in here?
I'll reach for a gun. It wouldn't be healthy.
I'm not armed. Now what do you want?
What do you got there?
None of your business.
Well, looks like a mine opening, if you ask me.
Maybe it is. You needn't figure on jumping my claim.
What's to stop it?
I filed papers on it already. It's on record in Dawson.
Yeah, you're wrong about that.
Oh, no, I'm not. I filed them last week for mail. Now, you better clear out of here. I don't want any trouble with you.
Are these the papers you're talking about?
What's that?
Look and see.
Hey, those are my claim papers.
And here's the letter you wrote to the Mountie in Dawson asking him to file your claim for you.
Where'd you get them?
That's our business.
You see, old-timer? We can't get your claim, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Why, you ornery thieving critters, I'll not...
Don't pull any more tricks like that, or I'll put a bullet through
Let
you.
him up, Jess. We may need him.
Come on, get up.
Might as well shoot me now and get it over with.
We'll decide what to do with
These old dudes are up here. There's no fucking joke.
Lead the way, old-timer.
I'm not going in there until we brace the timbers at the entrance.
Haven't you been
Oh,
inside?
shoot you.
Never.
Go ahead and shoot
Spent
me.
last week
We
clearing
might
away
need 'em.
boulders.
Yeah, you just stole
He
him.
knows
Sure he
that.
is. He doesn't want us to see what he found.
And each country is taking its decision to ensure that the local population is protected. Now, Saudi Arabia are allowing expats from all nationalities, those Saudis that are living in Saudi Arabia, to currently perform Umrah. As I mentioned earlier, I managed to go and perform Umrah as early as November. As the science is being developed, as we know that the infection rates can come down and minimize the risk through the vaccination, each country will be responsible to implement that. And Saudi Arabia are doing the right thing in minimizing that risk by putting in these measures. Now, there are going to be people who will be excluded once international travel resumes, because their country may not have been vaccinated, age groups may not have been vaccinated, etc., etc. But in time, I believe that over the next, it could have actually even helped deal with the pandemic. So if we ignore providing opportunities for talented people because of whatever reason we want to use to justify it, we are shooting ourselves in the foot. It's plain and simple.
$120,000 a year career with a car
dollars
and
and cents bottom
401k,
line.
whatever. We take sums of cash and fix the problem.
Standard and perspective.
All is when you need.
Well, it's a very simple perspective to look at it, right?
And that's why it's always broken. You make every excuse in the book why the programmer doesn't know why the programmer
ironic, in a good way, ironic. So the computer programmer is saying, "Holy crap, humans need to clean up their human stuff and let computers do the computer stuff."
You gave it all historical data
for it to base its decisions on. Responsible, self-aware humans that actually contribute to society. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Computer Programmer?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I mean, when the computers get a lot smarter, we can revisit this conversation. But for now, and you know, and this is from a personal perspective as a programmer.
Since almost above 10 years, I haven't seen laptops get any faster or cheaper or have any extra storage in them. They've been basically the same for about 10 years. Which is not to say that the high end of computers hasn't advanced any or anything, but what they keep marketing to us is 20, 30-year-old shit. We've had cell phones since the 60s. We've had video cell phones since the 90s. Well, the Japanese had them in the 90s. And your smartphone is actually referred to as a dumb terminal in network terminology. There's nothing wrong with that, but that's what it is. It's just funny how they always switch
from their homes, because what happens is that people then lose access to their land and they are no longer able to produce the food that they were eating and feeding their families. Is that people then lose access to their land and they are no longer able to produce the food that they were eating and feeding their families with before that. So people return to their villages once the conflict calms down a little bit. Mostly find that their crops are no longer there, their house has been burnt down, and that they're having to start again from zero. So many people in this situation literally don't know what they're going to give their children to get help. Some have to resort to eating food that grows wild. Some find themselves in the very difficult position of having to say to their older children, you don't get to eat today. It's the little ones who are eating today. Your turn will be tomorrow.
And you presumably are requesting, along with others, more funding. What's the shortfall right now?
Shortfall for the next 6 months is roughly 130 million US dollars.
Dry goods.
Our funding requirements, both funded and where there's still a gap, the full year are 660 million.
So we're talking about huge amounts of money. That's obviously particularly difficult in the current pandemic as well. Helen Vesperini, Communications Officer of the World Food Programme in Kinshasa, on that extraordinary as well. That around 27 million people in the Democratic Republic of Congo are suffering from acute hunger. Let's get the sports news now with James Craig.
50 million kids under the age of 18.
Night of mixed fortunes for English clubs in the Champions League last night. Manchester City have...
It hit my diamond.
Spence will replace it.
Oh no, I cracked my diamond.
Spence will replace it.
Oh no, I lost my diamond.
Spence time.
They've got a huge number of displaced persons, internal and external.
And that's something for you fellas and girls to remember too. Always look for the big red and blue boxes with the smiling Quaker man on the front. Then you'll be sure to get the original, crisp, fresh, delicious Quaker Pup wheat and Quaker Pup rice.
The Chinese-owned Panamanian flagged ship takes the latex from Congo to Malaysia or Thailand. It's turned into condoms and shipped here somewhere, but 6 more different ways. And we get it hand to you for free. It's free. It doesn't matter because it's free.
Now to continue. When Sergeant Preston and Yukon King arrived in Elk Station, they went directly to see Steve Oliver, the postmaster who ran the trading post. The Mountie told about the robbery of the mail sled to Dawson, and then asked,
was there any gold or other valuables in the mail sack, Steve?
Well, not that I know of, Sergeant. Mostly letters from miners to their folks back home.
Could any of the letters have been important to Chris?
Oh, I don't think so. I recollect there was a letter to you.
To me? From whom?
Why, from Bossy Buckman, who lives with his niece on Wolf Creek.
Huh? He came by his place this morning. He wasn't there, but his niece didn't mention the letter to him.
Well, he wrote one. He came in just before the mail sled left for Dawson. Seemed kind of excited. I let him have some paper, and he sat right down there and looked at it.
Didn't tell you what it was about?
No, but I think I did ask me for a claim paper.
An official form for filing claims?
Yep, I keep a bunch of them here. Anyone can fill them out and mail them to Dawson for filing.
Then Bossy might have filled out a form and sent it to me.
Yeah, he could have, but I don't know if he did or not.
Well, I'm to spend the night with him and his niece. I'll ask Bossy about it.
You do that, Sergeant. I believe you.
Sergeant Preston attached no special significance to the fact that Bossy had sent him a letter, or that it might be all important to the solution of the robbery and murder.
Really, because the most
Short
valuable
time
thing on
after he
that
left
mail
Elk Station,
sled
Trig Maxwell and Jess Nixon, the 2 claim jumpers, entered Steve Oliver's trading post and asked for an official form for filing a claim. When they had filled it out, Trigg said,
"Now, mister, if you sell me an envelope and a stamp, I'll mail this claim paper to Dawson for filing."
No sense in mailing it. I can save you a lot of time and get the receipt for you.
Oh, how do you mean?
Well, I noticed your claim's located on Wolf Creek.
Yes. What about it?
Well, Sergeant Preston, the mounted police, was in here. He left about an hour ago for Bossy Buckman's cabin on Wolf Creek. You can take your claim paper and write a receipt for you. Save you a couple of weeks.
Oh. What's Preston doing up there?
The mail sled out of here was robbed a week ago. The driver was killed, the mail ransacked. Preston was investigating the case.
Oh, I see. You say he's gone to Bossy Buckman's cabin on Wolf Creek?
Yeah, he aims to stay there tonight. Won't be another mail out of here for weeks, so if you stop at Bossy's place, Sergeant Preston will take care of the papers for you.
Guess it would save time, all right. Well, Jess, suppose we go see the money. Sure, come on. Let's get going. Thanks for the information, mister.
Oh, glad to help you out. Communicate and get your mind off it.
All right. Well, Craig, what do you make of that? Just one thing. The Mountie knows something. How much, I don't know. But he's going to start looking for Bossy when he gets there. If he finds the mine, we're sunk. No doubt.
Million patients from the US and found that out of 14 main illnesses affecting the brain, they were more common in people who'd had a COVID infection in the previous 6 months. Paul Harrison is Professor of Psychiatry at Oxford University, the lead author. Delighted to say he joins us now. So, Professor, very big survey, which is always one of our first questions. How many people did you look at? But what sort of range of conditions did you find? Just give us the top line on the find, if this is causation or just correlation.
Okay, just to start to trace, actually 250,000, not 500,000. It's still a pretty big study. It's 230,000 people who'd all had COVID, and this is an association. So we looked at how common were diagnoses for affecting the brain and the mind in the 6 months after COVID-19, and we compared how common they were after COVID with people who were recovering from other infections in the same time period.
Other infections that we would expect to have this effect or not? I mean, are you looking at something that really does look like specifically COVID related?
Yes, that's a good question. So we actually compared the rates after COVID with 4 different health conditions to really try and get a sense of what might be really about COVID versus just about being ill or indeed living through the pandemic period. And essentially against all the other conditions we looked at, the risks after COVID were greater. Not always massively greater, but the first guy didn't get it. If you like, bad for your brain that COVID was producing, rather than the other conditions we looked at.
And bad from our brain, the other thing I want to untangle is that obviously there is biological damage, sort of pathological conditions that might come from, the infection being in your brain or the overwork of your immune system.
Dementia or
and then there are psychological conditions.
We're already there somehow.
Try to think of
these white guys try to justify things where they don't want to think about dementia,
the biological,
stroke, old age, male pattern baldness,
also the psychological brain conditions were equally affected.
Erectile dysfunction, or all those things.
I think that's a key question, and you've outlined what are the kind of alternative possibilities. Again, this study can't directly look at the mechanisms, but I think our data do give some clues. So, for example, the mental health diagnosis after COVID, the risks of anxiety and depression, they seem to be pretty similar, even if your COVID hadn't been very bad or if it had been very severe. So you're at risk of getting those conditions regardless of how bad your COVID is. Whereas the things like the strokes and the dementia, the risks of those got much greater if your COVID had been severe, which suggests that maybe those sorts of diagnoses are more to do with the biology, as you called it, whereas the anxiety and the depression are more to do with the psychological effects.
That's very interesting. And let me just sort of explore that psychology a little bit more. Even if somebody has a fairly mild exposure and fairly mild reaction, you seem to be suggesting that the possible mental health effects, and I'm thinking about the trouble stored up for the future, are big. That seems a very worrying finding.
Well, one could look at it either way. Certainly, even if we limited our analysis to people who hadn't needed to go to hospital with COVID, so we're really looking at the kind of the mild end of the spectrum compared to people who had other infections who hadn't needed to go to hospital. Yes, the excess risks of COVID were still there, and there was still a non-significant, non-trivial proportion of patients who were getting anxiety and depression even after mild COVID. So, yes, if these data are generalised and apply, for example, in other populations, we would expect to see more mental health conditions because, of course, these are people with COVID, but we think there's evidence that the general population
also is, which could be caused by a whole bunch of things, including TBI, is somehow a mental thing.
There's a kind of two reasons to be worried. I think the mental health services may have really quite a burden of extra work to be looking to dealing with over the next year.
Trouble stored up, it really is a warning, isn't it? We often talk about the dangers of long COVID. Paul, many thanks indeed, Professor of Psychiatry at Oxford University. Paul Harrison.
The novelist Jamal Mahjoub has been one of the most astute chroniclers of Sudan's modern history. The British Sudanese writer has won awards and praise for his literary fiction over the last few decades, and in recent years took on a new lease of life, writing crime fiction under the pen name Parker Bilal II. now he's back with a new novel, as Jamal Matthew, called The Fugitives. It tells the story of a legendary fictional jazz band, the Kamanga Kings, who get the opportunity of a lifetime in America. When we spoke, I started by asking him why he wanted to write about Sudanese musicians.
The presence of music was something that really goes back to my childhood in Sudan and in Khartoum. And I mean, it was always present. And
sure, these other white guys justify why the computers are racist.
Well, like it is. Their fault. The people who are participating in this are the ones that are balancing it out for those who are not.
What?
So your thoughts on this and more coming up next. It's The Shift. I'm Shane Hewitt.
I wish I knew what the first half of that sentence was. I hope you die.
And the Islamists coming in.
Exactly, when there was a real conservative, very prohibitive period when musicians were persecuted and hounded out of the country and even attacked. Music also became a symbol of the old Sudan and the spirit of what was really.
Past you and a gun! Hold on! Good work, Ted. Down, King. Down, boy. In a matter of seconds, Trig Maxwell and Jess Nixon were prisoners. While Sergeant Preston searched them, Ted and Bossy told how King had killed the wolf and then led them through a crevice out of the mine.
Is the most useless command.
If it hadn't been for King, he'd trailed the wolf in there. Until he showed up, Bossy and I thought we were in there for life.
Bossy, look here.
That's it. That's the letter I wrote you.
I never got it. I found it in Maxwell's pocket. Maxwell, I arrest you and Jess Nixon in the name of the Queen for the murder of the mail sled driver.
Murder? You mean these two are killers?
This letter was on the sled that was robbed and the driver killed. They learned you'd discovered the lost Russian mine. They came here. You know what happened this morning?
Oh, we sure do. They thought they'd buried us for keeps.
Then they went to our station and made out a claim paper naming themselves as the discoverers of the mine. Here's the form they filled in.
Why, the dirty...
Oh, but thanks to King and a wounded wolf, they didn't get away with it.
Ted, you promised me a wolf hide for a souvenir.
And I've got it, Sergeant. It's right back there in the mine.
Then, King, old boy, this case is closed.
Wounded wolf. I'm going to fuck it up on you. I'm going to save all this and all this.
In just a moment, Sergeant Preston will give you a preview of Wednesday's
how many geniuses? I'll just grow my beard
Quaker
now, and that'll disguise me.
And Quaker Puff Rice are never sold in bags or bulk. As Mother knows, quality comes first in a food. That's why the famous breakfast
homes behind and go to the West, whether it's America or Europe. I wanted to kind of at least add some kind of nuance to that. I don't think anybody leaves home easily. I think it's
some guy writing a story under a fake name, but other people that make music.
Two of the characters have quite.
Are any of them drug dealers or something? Is there a cool story?
What it is that they want
be drug dealers
for themselves.
You want to watch.
And that relationship between Rushdie's teacher, who's very much in the centre of the novel, and his mother, and also his, particularly perhaps his uncle, his old.
My voice really that deep? Holy shit.
Tomorrow will be pain today. Tomorrow will be a brighter day.
I can't do it no more.
What the counseling helpline is achieving is the point of helpline that's made to provide crisis counseling to people with gender-based violence or family violence and child abuse and other-related issues in the families. We have a number of calls during the COVID-19 and they have different experiences. People are locked down at home because of COVID-19. Most of the markets were stopped. A lot of violence happening in different homes. Some of the callers that you received during the COVID-19, they are people who are out of jobs, they are subsistence farmers, and their children. We have a lot of calls from parents and children in regards to.
Your best bet for hot breakfast is Quaker Oats. The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats. Delicious, nutritious, makes you feel ambitious. The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats. Yes, if you want to be a star in sports and school activities, make your hot cereal Quaker Oats. Because Quaker Oats helps grow the stars of the future. You get more growth, more endurance from oatmeal than from any other whole grain cereal. Remember, Quaker and Mother's Oats are the same. This is J. Michael wishing you goodbye, good luck, and good health from Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice. So long. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
No, here comes the doorbell. They cut it off. Bastards. What are we about to hear? That was the end of it. They cut it off.
Radio station.
The what radio station?
Coming up after the news, it's this month's World Book Club, and today we're talking with the award-winning Austrian author Robert Seethaler about his haunting novel, A Whole Life. Spanning much of the 20th century and told with a graceful simplicity that belies the harshness of much of the story, Robert Seethaler's A Whole Life tells of one man's relationship with an ancient landscape. Andreas Egger knows every.
I think we have to go through at least one boot up and reboot cycle without being the smash
the arrival of the modern world, its technologies, its commerce, its wars.
You notice there's sound right now, right?
Love,
you can hear the alarm going on. I can hear that it's working.
And beauty and solitude. A whole life has
so the last 5 hours in a row on the hour,
honesty and solace.
Where that takes 30, 45 seconds to even pop up, makes no sound, and the whole thing crashes and all that. What's that? That's not the alarm doing that, is it? Or it would do that 24 hours of 24. Right. Okay, I just had to
BBC News. Hello, this is Jerry.
I've had that set for 2 years.
Brazil has recorded more than 4,000 coronavirus deaths in 24 hours. By far its worst day since the start of the pandemic. The country has now exceeded a third of a million deaths.
All your friends are dead, stupid.
The public health system has been overwhelmed. President Jair Bolsonaro, who's consistently played down the severity of the virus, has been widely blamed for the crisis.
And I know a lot of you white people get into this thinking somehow like
epidemiologist from the Federal University of Pelotas in the south of Brazil.
You're teaming up with black people. Some of those crackhead idiots may or may not be black, but not many of those. Most of these people are not actually black.
A rigorous lockdown for 3 to 4 weeks. We will get better, and the numbers will go down.
Look at it. When I say it, I know what I look like.
But
you look at these people, and they tan in the sun, and they don't look like. Right, anyway,
every single day for weeks
I don't give a fuck about none of them. I'm still going to kill you and not that.
Shops and services are reopening in Hungary despite a third wave of coronavirus infections. Prime Minister Viktor Orban has also shortened an overnight curfew. He said he felt it a moral...
in the past week. The third wave of COVID-19 is driving up hospitalization numbers across the country. Current figures indicate around 1 in every 3... 60 years old. Doctors across Canada are taking to social media to drive home that COVID-19 isn't a virus.
Isn't a what?
Performances from...
where the virus is spreading. Calgary Mayor Naheed Nenshi says he won't be running in the next municipal election in the fall. The 49-year-old made the announcement this afternoon on social media.
Boy, that's hard to say. And that is difficult. But it was a tough decision to make. But ultimately, I think the right decision for me. And I really hope the right decision for
internet. You thought internet was too long.
Became the first Muslim mayor of a Canadian big city when he was elected in 2010. He has served as mayor for 3 terms. And jurors at the murder trial of ex-Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin have been told that he received extensive training in how to defuse tense situations and how to properly restrain suspects. a use of force trainer, testified Tuesday that officers aren't trained to use their legs or knees on somebody's neck. They're told to avoid neck pressure when possible. A sergeant in charge of crisis intervention training also testified officers are taught to make critical decisions in dealing with people in crisis. In sports,
it was impossible for me to move my knee off his neck. Really?
But some finals from the U.S.'s 3 divisions. Blackhawks beat the Stars 4-2. The Rangers doubled up on the Penguins 8-4.
Shut up, nigga. We're talking about sports now. Good. I don't give a fuck about these pussy homos. I hope more fucking Humboldts happen.
My family.
A bunch of fucking privileged white kids with all sorts of money.
Hand washing and social
distancing. A bus driver who was unqualified.
I hope you too are able
Please didn't do a proper maneuver. Why you don't speak English? How did you question him? You didn't. Right. How do you plead guilty to 16 counts of fucking murder? Right. Nobody does that. Right. How'd the bus hit the truck? The truck pulled out from the stop sign. The bus would have been able to go around. If the truck never stopped for the stop sign, the bus would have been able to go around. So, aside from giving a bunch of pussy old white privileged kids a bunch of money, what did you do? You proved your bias again. We pay cash for healthcare. You don't get it. You tell us to fuck ourselves because you've done so much for us, which has never happened. But these kids are deprived of, they were going to be the Wayne Gretzky. No, they weren't. Not one of them was going to be there. Now, every single professional athlete was one of them white privileged kids. I'm pointing at Saskatchewan because I don't give a fuck. I hope every single one of you guys in another bus accident. I hope there's how many survivors were there? 12? I hope all 12 of you, whatever the fuck, get hit by buses later. But like, get hit once and bust a leg, then get hit again and lose an arm, and then get the third time and end up brain dead and vegetable, and then maybe the fourth time when your dirty is being run down the street for some reason, crackhead stealing, dumps you out and the bus run you over flat. That's what I hope. Oh, you don't like it? I don't like all you privileged white kids on my fucking land.
Well, that's working for us. And we're just going to stick with that. You know, things seem kind of weird and scary here in this city, to be honest with you.
Also, for those who don't know what's going on, how does it feel weird?
I don't know. It just... yeah, I don't know.
A lot of cases.
Yeah, like it's just shooting right back up, and
is there shooting right back up?
One would be
everybody has to equate it with
euphemism. The majority of us are following the rules, but you always see, a lot of very embarrassing kind of parties and very embarrassing kind of protests.
Not everybody that watches it,
it's just
a good chunk of them.
I don't know. It's discouraging. Let's put it that way.
It is discouraging. I mean,
when I say things that people will try to justify to themselves why they pick on disabled people.
People having parties on Easter weekend. Ryan, what have you noticed downtown Calgary for you? What have you noticed that's different here through restrictions and changes? Mind you, Alberta just has new ones today.
Well, these are black people overrepresented in the jail. Could you come in?
Every day that I go out and downtown to get everything I need to live down here, I see more and more people walking outside, going into the bars around here. So that's the concerning part. I mean, I'm glad that patios can still be open in Alberta under these new restrictions, but seriously, it's a little confusing, right? Because the numbers go up,
patios is only
and yet I see more and more people in a restaurant together.
Now that I'm mentally, you don't think you get fresh air sitting next to a bunch of idling cars and shit.
Yeah, if that's the case, there's an awful lot of swinger families, right?
Yeah, exactly, right? It's been weird, but
that's more weird.
One thing that I have seen.
It's like Justin Trudeau and his wife and his mother.
I have seen very few people not wearing them. Outside, it is one.
Your mask is not doing anything. We were told a week ago this is airborne and it travels 100 feet, 30 meters.
No, I can get married.
You mean that a man your age has never been married?
It's not 90 feet.
Her husband, she died a long time ago.
You have any kids?
Some, but they all run off soon as they got big enough.
This is kind of sad.
Yeah.
So you come to Dodge looking for a wife, huh?
Yeah, I'm going to find me one, too.
What makes you think you're going to find one here?
Well, there's women here. I figured I'd look them over.
And take your pick.
He was a good worker, didn't ask for much, barely spoke, and tolerated the heat of the sun in the fields as well as the biting
So I
cold
lived for
in the
like a
forest.
year with a gas leak. I do
He
not
took on
have
any
chronic
kind of
bronchitis.
work and
At a
did it
later time,
reliably and without grumbling.
about 10 years later,
He was as
7,
good
8
with a
years
scythe as he was with a
later.
pitchfork.
You're diagnosed with
He
chronic
turned the
bronchitis.
freshly mown
Still don't
grass,
have it. Still
loaded
now
dung
again.
onto carts,
Now.
and lugged
Traumatic
rocks
brain
and sheaves of
injuries.
straw from the fields. He crawled over the soil like a beetle
cars, dump
and
truck,
climbed between rocks
taxi,
to retrieve lost
Honda
cattle.
Civic.
He knew in which direction to chop different kinds of wood, how to set the wedge, hone the saw, and sharpen the axe.
Why are you
He
cutting down
seldom
trees?
went to the inn, and he never allowed himself more than a meal and a glass of beer or krauterer. He scarcely spent a single night in a bed. Usually, he slept on hay, in attics, in small side rooms, and in barns alongside the cattle. Sometimes, on mild summer nights, he would spread a blanket somewhere on a freshly mown meadow, lie on his back, and look up at the starry sky. Then he would think about his future, which extended infinitely before him, precisely because he expected nothing of it. And sometimes, if he lay there long enough, he had the impression that beneath his back, the earth was softly rising and falling. And in moments like these, he knew that the mountains breathed.
This is ridiculously stupid. That's BBC World Service. It's 8 in the morning now. What the fuck are you doing?
Doesn't mean it's not normal either. It's just how you're taught to think.
By some of the information that's come out, because as we said last night on the shift, it seems like this is going to be important for us to understand this week. And sure enough, here we are. Jasper says, thank you, Shane, for making the distinction between restrictions and an actual lockdown. People that complain about that takeout only or no public gatherings is a lockdown ain't seen nothing yet.
Hey, pussies on there.
You make a good wife.
Now, look,
Shut
Nick,
up, you pussy.
don't you go getting any ideas.
It's okay,
social
Kitty. I'll take care of
activity.
everything.
Have a need to
I'll be
get
back
on.
in a few days.
But wait,
We'll get married
The so-called experts get the idea actual gang members do this shit because we need to put it off. Because 9 out of 10 of these idiots, some white boy in jail answering the questions.
Well, get in.
Free extra deserters.
Looks like you got yourself into something, doesn't it?
try to be nice to somebody. Try to do a good deed. See what happens.
Oh, well, I wouldn't worry about it. Maybe you'll forget about it.
You think so?
No.
Oh, what am I gonna do?
Why don't you marry him, Kitty?
You ever see me fight?
No, Kitty.
One act, she tries to shoot him with a shotgun. No, she tries to, he does get shot. Oh, Jesus, everybody's off program. Hey, what? That's United Nations TV. KCRW's BBC. BBC's playing some other weirdo shit. The book.
Well, we have another question about Andreas. Now, this one comes from Cape Town in South Africa, where Nat Stone lives, and he emailed the program to ask this. Well, first of all, what he says is, what an illuminating, flesh-off-the-bones, enraptured read. But he has a question as well. He says, in giving Andreas a physical handicap, you endear him to us. You make us care for him more. Why was that important?
Yeah, as I told you before, it's my own experience. For me, I see very poorly, so I've got problems with my eyes, and when I was a child, I was in the school for blind. So, but this is a handicap that has brought me a long way. When I close my eyes, I see better. And handicap is always a chance as well. And Andreas is just limping.
And a lot of stupid people out there say, that's stupid.
So, limp, camels, squint. The others were shot off with both arms, but all are alive. And the question is, what would we be without our scars?
Robert,
all my fucking scars heal up too. That's another.
I'm
This is the
still
only
in
one that
Africa.
didn't.
This question comes from Lilongwe in Malawi, and it was sent in by Orama, who emailed this. He said, thinking about Andreas's uncle, how important is the theme of abuse in this novel?
Okay, it is important, but it's not a story about abuse. Abuse is part of Andreas' life. It's part of many lives, I think, but it was not really in the focus. It was part of his life, a small part, and it became bigger with the years, but it's not a book about abuse.
Well, thank you very much for that. We have another question about Andreas. Now, this comes from Vilnius in Lithuania, Kotryna Statkuta. And Kotryna, you're on the telephone. Hello.
Hello.
Would you like to ask your question of Robert?
Yeah, sure. So hello, Robert. My name is Kotryna Statkuta, and I'm from Vilnius in Lithuania. And A Whole Life was my first book of yours, and it was a great pleasure to read it. That slow and simple way of living really got me thinking about my own life. So I really want to say a huge thank you for this experience while reading your book.
Thank you for reading my book.
Yeah, thank you for writing it. And my question here is, so why did you choose to write about an ordinary person such as Egger and his simple and slow way of living? Because nowadays literature is usually full of different characters, emotions, and events. And you chose to write about an ordinary person and his simple life. Why?
Ordinary life is also life, and everything is interesting if you look at it long enough or from the right angle. Every moment on this earth is something special, a very special little sensation. I like to keep it simple, and a simple life is a full life. This was my interest in this story.
Yeah, so do you think that that simple way of living maybe is the key to real happiness?
I wish I had the key to happiness. I don't have it.
I do.
It was not just
stupid people like you.
Spreading variants is changing the game in Canada. Over 15,000 cases of variants of concern have now been reported. The B.1.1.7 strain, first identified in the UK, accounts for over 90% of them. Cases of the P1 variant, first detected in Brazil, jumped from about 460 a week ago to over 857 this week. And younger people are getting sick and ending up in critical care. Ontario reported over 3,000 new cases today. 63% are variants of concern, and a record number of people there are now in intensive care, 510, up from 387 last week. Toronto isn't waiting for the province to act. It is sending students back to remote learning. So are Peel Region and Guelph. A number of public health officers and ICU doctors are asking for a strict stay-at-home order in Ontario. Premier Doug Ford isn't ready to do that yet.
This is moving day by day, by hour by hour. We're going to have further restrictions moving forward very quickly.
If Toronto is the country's COVID hotspot, then a scene like this makes no sense. People clustering in malls, shopping for non-essentials.
It was absolutely jam-packed, and I truly was hoping that, people wouldn't be going in there.
Ontario's premier, feeling besieged amid demands that he do more with vaccines and lockdowns, suggested further restrictions are coming for areas like Toronto.
When you have an inferno going on somewhere, you have to turn the hoses there.
In fact, school boards in Toronto, the largest in the country,
he does have a way of explaining things, but it's so stupid if you cut it in half.
To online learning. At least 2 other school boards are also moving online. It didn't happen fast enough for one COVID biostatistician who already took his child out of school.
The 12-year-old son is learning from home. He was learning from home last week. Right now, we have a lockdown that is noticeably weaker than the January one, and yet we're dealing with a variant which is a lot more transmissible.
COVID variants now make up the majority of cases in Ontario. In Toronto alone, there are more than 160 active COVID outbreaks. The largest number in schools, where there are more than 50 outbreaks, another 35 in childcare centers, and there are 47 outbreaks in community and workplace settings, including offices, factories, and grocery stores. Many are young essential workers who are getting sick but won't qualify for vaccines for several more weeks.
I'm definitely seeing people coming from
these workplaces that are essentially high density, they're essential, and many of the people that I'm seeing are infecting, unfortunately, household members.
In Ontario, the curves are troubling. Hospitalizations have turned sharply higher again, and the number of deaths has also been bending upward once more. The Ontario Medical Association says what's needed right now is a more stringent government stay-at-home order.
And what that means, I know no one wants to hear it, is that people should only leave their homes for essential businesses, medical appointments, groceries, those kinds of things.
Medical officers of health in Toronto, Peel, and Ottawa have specifically chimed in for stay-at-home orders, and provincial public health officials are signaling that new restrictions could come as early as tomorrow in the hot zones that are asking for them. Eric Sorensen, Global News, Toronto.
And those hot zones are most certainly hot. In Alberta, which is the other new news from Tuesday, COVID-19 cases are surging, and the P1 variant is now leading the way, as the speculated will soon replace the old version. It's like we updated our computer here. As a result, Premier Jason Kenney is returning to step 1 of restrictions. Backwards we go. Heather Urix-West looks at what's allowed and what is not.
The mayor of Edson, Alberta, is angry.
It was in my community, and I had no idea.
Kevin Zahara says he learned from media reports Monday that the P1 variant was spreading in his community. Earlier in the day, the province revealed via Twitter that a returning traveler had spread the virus to 3 work sites in the province. Global News later confirmed those sites belonged to PTW Energy Services and involved sites in Drayton Valley, Hinton, and Edson.
It's unfortunate that that information isn't being shared with Albertans, that it's not forthcoming, because I think Albertans are smart enough to make really important decisions if they have the information available to them.
The P1 outbreaks, including an unrelated outbreak at a workplace in Calgary, means the more highly transmissible variant cases will only continue to rise.
Between 800 and 1,000 new cases a day. And if it's going to double in a week, as our modeling shows, we'll be at 1,600 to 2,000 cases.
To be blunt, this wave is here. These trends would threaten the maximum capacity of our healthcare system by next month, right when we're reaching critical mass of vaccination.
It's why the Alberta government is putting new restrictions in place, but stopping short of a full lockdown.
Critical mass, what you people think is 100%.
Is no longer
no,
permitted,
there's no such thing as herd immunity. That's a theory.
Group fitness classes are canceled.
Ask them what the percentage is. That herd immunity is standardized. What is it?
A real enemy of public health
since it's a virus
and
that
lives.
will keep mutating.
And tired though we may be, we cannot
immunity
stop
to an
now.
old
We must
version.
defeat
Nothing to
these
do with me
variants.
getting it.
Daily case counts currently compare with the situation Alberta faced in mid-November. But in Wave 2, the province didn't implement full restrictions until numbers doubled in early December. This time around, with variant cases, our hospitals are already feeling the strain.
So we can't put wild-type COVID patients with variant patients together. So that effectively reduces our hospital capacity in the COVID wards upstairs, and that trickles down to the emergency department.
The new restrictions won't have an immediate impact. For the next several weeks, hospitals will see COVID patient numbers rise. But if these measures are successful, the curve will begin to bend in 10 days to 2 weeks' time.
Now, an important point to remember is that these variants are very easily spread. And what other countries have seen, measures that have worked in the past, in previous waves, may not be as effective this time around. So with these measures still allowing for some gatherings, even though it's outside, it remains to be seen if they will go far enough.
877-399-9898, your text messages here to wrap up this update. Shut down travel from province to province 1 month at a time today. That text comes from Manitoba. Yeah, I don't know if that does it though, right? I mean, it's moved the variant around, but I don't think that's where like most of the cases are coming from, right? Now, I think that the notion of recreation travel, vacations and stuff like that, I think that's a fair ball. If you're a family member and you have a place in just across the border, say you're in Winnipeg, and you just go across the border into the beautiful Northern Ontario, You don't go anywhere, you take your groceries. You have your weekend, you leave. Is that offside?
It's not
I don't think that's offside. Right? Same thing in all the provinces. Go across.
You go to few
I don't even know how you deal with that in some of the provinces like Lloydminster, Flin Flon, all those places that are literally on the border. So I don't know.
It's not a border.
But thank you for your contribution. I appreciate that. Another text says, why isn't you say America when you're referring to the United States? Not saying you're wrong, but Canada is in America as well. Sounds like
Ontario can't stop
a Russian saying someday we will go live in America. Don from the truck.
It's not a border.
Thanks, Don. Well, we're not in America. The continent is called North America. So if we're going to be particular about the words and phrases, it's the United States of America, which I shortened to America. So to your point, I will do a little bit of learning, though, about making sure that that terminology is accurate.
I don't know if you noticed.
So I think that's pretty awesome that you suggest that.
The last one I was sharing.
That being said, though,
according to
if you're going to ask me to be more specific and accurate,
Canada
then in that case,
is one of the U.S.
It's United States of America, North America, and Canada. So you can't choose your shortcut and be critical of a different shortcut. So let's just call it like it is. Hi, Shane and Maddie and Ryan. It's good to hear my favorite trio together. I heard a phrase recently that has stuck with me.
All the other names are shorter.
Individuality. Kind of sums up what's happening.
But then we get into the argument of what is not North, South, Central.
It is so. It does sound.
Those boundaries out.
What has been happening?
Mexico is not.
877-399-9898 calls and texts are welcome. Are you okay with
America?
All this?
Because Amerigo.
And are you okay with? Are you okay?
Next. And Columbus never hit mainland United States.
We're here for the Night Owls.
You know, there's a whole lot of people like me. The A stands for Army. For example, United States of... Get mad, Chomo. Get mad. United States of Mexico. Right. Get mad, Chomo. You get more and more pissed off. I'm not even talking about your part of the world. You get more and more pissed off because it proves that what you say where you're from is not where you're from.
Therefore, Andreas would also sort of have absorbed that idea of his fate.
About the control, I think you don't really have control over your life. Only up to a point.
How do you explain you writing a book under two different names and all the other shit? You're on the BBC right now.
That's nature.
Which itself can't broadcast, but KCRW can. Your voice is
minds, nature only exists as a place of longing.
Somebody tried to kill you if you didn't stop telling the truth.
Some tobaccos are and light and mild. And L&M's Superior Filter is the purest tip that ever touched your lips. It's white, all white. Truly the miracle tip, because when it's added to L&M's Superior
Tobacco,
about
the length of the cigarette from here to here. That's not how you measure it. It's from here to
actually here, improves your enjoyment of this great cigarette.
This is now called Class A. This is called king size.
Superior taste, superior tobacco, superior
and they don't
filter.
Make them white because you set them on fire if you make them white.
Filter tip cigarette. Try L&M today.
Garbage. They're still a brand.
Hello.
Where is he?
Are you looking for Doc?
They told me he was here. Man at the stable did. They said the doctor brought him here.
You mean Nip Colors?
Where is he?
Well, Doc's working on him in the back room there. He got shot.
I know he got shot.
Here, now, wait a minute.
Oh. You're the marshal, ain't you? Who is she, man?
We'd all like to know that. Who are you, ma'am?
I'm Nettie Beecher. Now, let me go, Marshal. I got to see him.
He's not gonna die.
You sure?
I thought maybe you'd come to finish him off.
No, I've come to see him and tell him I'm sorry. I got mad when I said he was going to get married.
No? Oh, were you engaged to him or something?
Well, I thought I was. I've been with him 20 years, cleaning his house, cooking his food, raising his kids, nursing his old crippled ma. All them years, he kept saying he'd get married again when his ma died.
You thought he meant you?
Who else would have him? Him and his crazy ways. I didn't believe it when he said some girl here was going to marry him. I didn't believe a word of it.
Nettie, I'm the girl he was talking about.
No, well, I'm right, ain't I? A girl like you marrying him?
I told him no.
If you didn't believe it, why did you shoot him?
Oh, I didn't aim to kill him. I only wanted to hurt him some.
But why? This is 75 years old.
He never looked at
This
me.
is all realistic.
20 years and
Two
I never
different. The one woman says, "I'll shoot you in the back with a shotgun."
Sorry,
the other
now.
woman, no knowledge at all,
Well,
shows up
here.
and shoots the guy in the back with a
What's going
shotgun.
on in here?
I wasn't trying to kill him.
Right now, this lady'd like to see colors. Can she come in?
How realistic some of this
Does
is.
she have to?
Yeah, she has to.
All right, but you come with her. I don't want any trouble in there. There he is, lady.
Mr. Colors. Nip?
Well, what in tarnation are you doing here?
Well, I'm sorry I done it.
Well, you done it?
It is me.
You shot me?
Making him mad, you're going off trying to marry some other woman.
So far, looks like I got full of knives on.
Why?
After 20 years waiting, you asked me that?
What? You been waiting for me?
Ever since I come to work for you, after your wife died.
Well, you never told me that, Nettie.
Ain't for a woman to speak up.
Well, you sure never did. Till tonight. Boy, you sure spoke up tonight.
There comes a time when a woman has to.
This shows you the brain damage men have inherently, because the Y chromosome is a defect. It's missing a big chunk.
Well, you're quite a woman, Nettie.
See the defect?
Funny.
You never spoke up till tonight when you shot me in the back with a shotgun. Let's get married.
20 years.
I'm looking at you now.
Doc.
Yes?
There isn't going to be any trouble.
No.
Come on.
Well, what happened?
Oh, they're talking, Kitty.
Well, of course they're talking. What about?
Well, let's say that you just lost yourself a bridegroom.
Well, I can't say I'm sorry. But you know something, Matt?
What?
I lost him to a pretty good woman.
And now our star, William Conrad. Thank you, George. What I like about L&M's is they're mild and mighty easy on the draw. When you get right down to it, no filter stacks up with
Instead of a bunch of little tumors I got to get removed throughout the year, we just save them all up into one big one, and I hawk it up.
See for yourself. L&M stands out from all the rest.
I'm glad you died of throat cancer. Even if you didn't, I hope you get resuscitated and die of lung cancer.
That's absurd. Okay. Sorry, apparently that set me off too, right? This happened.
Okay.
The winner of Mrs. Sri Lanka pageant, Mrs., is allegedly recovering from a head injury after a last-minute struggle over her new crown on Sunday when another beauty queen ran up on stage and tried to strip her of her victory.
That makes for television
It sounds
history.
very similar to another moment that we've heard.
You wouldn't give it a fuck about Sri Lanka. Miss Sri Lanka. You wouldn't give it a fuck
I'm really
about
happy
Miss
for
Sri
you.
Lanka.
I'll let you finish. But Beyonce got one of the best videos of all time.
I can't believe you just did that, bro.
making of your Chesterfield.
Speaking of what Taylor
Giving a
Swift is the
uniform
most.
Never possible to
keep it up, Chomo. We know you're here, Chomo. We don't care.
You
You've
get a
been doing this for 8
column
months
from
straight. We
end to
don't
end.
care. We know you're watching.
From the first puck to the last puck.
It's YouTube. We know you are.
Chesterfield smokes
You got
smoother.
the worst way of stalking people
Chesterfield
in the world.
smokes cooler.
This is supposed to bother
Chesterfield
me.
is best for you.
Taylor
Next time
Swift
you
is
buy
the
cigarettes,
most horrible looking
stop.
person on the planet.
Remember, Chesterfield is made the modern way.
I didn't go looking for pictures. It's
Accuray.
popping up on my headline.
Put a smile in your smoking, just give them a try. Light up a Chesterfield.
That broke out the end of the ceremony on national TV in Colombo. Just moments after Pushpika De Silva was crowned as Mrs. Sri Lanka. This is how it sounded.
I have a small request. As per the Mrs. World, there's a rule that you all have to be married and not divorced. So, I'm taking my first step saying that the crown goes to the first runner-up.
They tried to drown her out there.
They did. It was like the Oscars, right? They're trying to just shut her up. You could have turned off the microphone.
They snatched her wig. Every country has a Kanye. Even Sri Lanka has a Kanye. Oh my, wow.
So she grabs the microphone and she walks over and tries to take the crown off. Then someone comes up from behind and tries to help, and she stops her. And she's trying to pull out the pins or whatever is in the hair, and then takes the crown off. And the winner, the divorced winner, clearly walks away. And just like that, that's it. She leaves the stage in tears, and that's where the video cuts off. Whoa. So here's the kicker to me. This is the kicker to me. If you see the video,
it better be X-1, damn it.
No. That's like when Steve Harvey did that. Did the same thing when he announced the wrong winner. I've made a mistake. So I feel like this whole
runner-up was excited. She's getting the crown now. She's the winner. She stuck it out with her hubby, therefore she's more beautiful.
No.
Pageant organizers later confirmed De Silva's win and recrowned her as Mrs. Sri Lanka. Okay, I want to talk to the first runner-up lady.
So
that's who I want to
talk to. Go to anti-abortion.
You're not good enough. Wait, she's terrible. You are good enough. Oopsies. Nope, still not good enough.
With a snap in the air. The horses felt it too, and they wanted to move fast. Not in the lope that we were holding them to. Chester took a couple of deep breaths and liked what he smelled.
He felt his loneliness more profoundly than ever before.
From Robert Zaytala's A Whole Life. Robert, as well as reflecting the history of the 20th.
I had a very supportive and loving mother who saw my diverse difference in my sexuality, and she very much embraced it.
We're a couple, just like any other couple. A little bit different, but that's okay. Yeah, we've been together like 13 years. 13 years.
In the last 10 years, 5 Pacific Island states have decriminalized same-sex relations. In Fiji, we have adopted a constitutional ban on discrimination based on sexual orientation or gender identity. These are important steps forward, but laws alone are not enough.
Said they hope the economic success of the country will translate into more growth opportunities for global players. With more on this, Guyan spoke with Suen Tek Kin, Executive Director for Global Economics and Market Research of the United Overseas Bank in Singapore.
With vaccination rates accelerating, major economies are dedicating to putting recovery on a faster track. A recent report predicts that China's GDP in the first quarter will see a surge of 20%. What's your take on the momentum, and how is this going to help power the recovery of the Asia-Pacific region as a whole?
Right. I think these are the Chinese data recently for January and February show very strong momentum. So that means first quarter GDP for China, I think likely to be in the double-digit range. Our forecast is more moderate and modest at about 13.5% for the first quarter compared to 6.5% in fourth quarter of 2020. And this means that for the rest of the region, and what happens is that even for external trade, we have very strong exports. That also means that you need to increase imports as well. So we saw imports rising about 20% year on year. For our Asia Pacific countries, other trade partners for China, that is also good news because there will be stronger import demand. So that benefits Asia Pacific countries and also other regions in the world as well, not just for China and also for the rest of the world.
A slew of policies on opening up have come into effect as China beeps up efforts to spur foreign investment. What do you make of these efforts over the past few years?
I think for the opening up of China, that has, I think, brought a lot of benefits. I think there are two ways to think about this. One is, of course, it's a symbolic gesture. What I mean is that China is showing the rest of the world that it is open for business, and we welcome the world to do business with China. The doors are opening up wider and wider, and there is also conditions are improving for doing business in China. So that's more of just the symbolic angle. But for a more practical angle, it shows that these are opening up measures mutually beneficial to China and also to its trade partners because China is it's a huge market, it's a large market, and the income is also rising in the country. So that means that the demand will be getting stronger and more opportunities for other countries and other participants to capitalize on these rising income, rising demand in China. So all these efforts is opening up is beneficial for both China and also for its trade partners.
Countries in the Asia-Pacific regions have been teaming up to deal with challenges in the wake of the pandemic. How will these concerted efforts like joining the RCEP help countries in the regions to deal with economic difficulties?
Right. I think these initiatives like RCEP and also the Belt and Road Initiative, I think provide hope and opportunities for many of these participants, participating economies, especially with the pandemic. It shows that this mutual cooperation is one way to overcome challenges with whether it's a disease or trade or investment or business. So when there is a cooperation, I think that with cooperation that will bring more opportunities for everyone, for all the participants, and also of course it will bring in greater competition as well, which ultimately it will benefit businesses and also consumers.
And that was Swan Tek Kin with the United Overseas Bank in Singapore talking about China's economic growth. China's working with other countries in the global fight against poverty, with around 7.6 million people expected to be lifted out of poverty through the Belt and Road Initiative. In Indonesia, hundreds of villagers are receiving support from China to ensure food security and sustainability through farming. Silkina Aliwalia reports.
This is Sukajaya, Indonesia's first village inspired by China's poverty reduction program. Deden is the village leader. He visited China back in 2019 to see firsthand how the country has rebuilt poor villages into urban and resilient communities.
Kalau di sana itu kita belajarnya, we learned about the government structure in China and how today's world has changed so much. In China, they have a one civilian, one product scheme where each house produces its own product. I learned how the agriculture industry over there is very developed.
Deden brought that development into Sukajaya. Food sustainability and security is important for the residents here. He learned how Chinese villages uses modern technology for their irrigation systems, reducing workforce yet maintaining a reliable production process.
Saya pelajari di sana bagaimana tata kelola pertanian. Di sana sudah. Our irrigation system is not as advanced as China's yet, but we took inspiration from them. We are using the manual irrigation system, so the irrigation, fertilization, and nutrition are centralized in one spot. The machine knows what is needed and focuses on those areas. Even results is much more beneficial than usual.
Residents in Sukajaya are working to build a self-sufficient village, and China's influence goes beyond a simple makeover. It's about changing mindsets and transforming lives.
We hope to keep educating residents from a young age about how to plant, maintain, and produce food. We want to switch the mindset of people here to appreciate local produce and teach them how to do hydroponic and organic planting.
Sukajaya's progress is just the beginning under this project. China hopes to create even more sister villages in Indonesia, including those in East and Central Java. We have a target of transforming 10,000 underdeveloped villages and creating 5,000 independent villages. That'll be our main priority in the next 5 years. The Sister Village program will continue to increase China's cooperation
we got sister cities and it's only shit.
It's like an image or a character which
right. You've been done with that book forever.
The UEFA Champions League.
Try nothing, because we'll be right outside. Don't try nothing.
Chester, there's Bill Houghton over there. Come on.
Hi, Matt.
Marshall, please, you got to figure something incredibly clear.
Mr. Houghton, your face. What did they do to you? I was the first one they worked on.
Will you tell us what's happened, Bill?
Well, they rode in early this morning. Whole outfit. I figured them for trouble when I saw them. Straight off, I knew. A couple of them held me, knocked me around. The others grabbed 3 women, kind of for hostage, I guess. Brill, he's the leader. He cleaned out the safe.
What about the killing?
3 or 4 of our boys came up, saw what was happening, started in shooting, and these snakes hauled the women folk over to the post office door.
Yeah, every time you do that, I start counting again and just wait till you're done. You've now done that 5 times in a fucking row.
Brill's kid brother was already dead.
This way. Oh, that's what he's clicking a mouse. I'm doing nothing, bro.
Crazy.
I'm waiting for you to finish your fucking retardation.
And up.
What? Don't worry, I got something I'm gonna like.
Posted a TikTok on Friday, posted a Tim Tom showing her vein way. I can't translate this. I give up.
TikTok.
Showing her Baneway.
Being way more excited about her mom.
Oh, being!
Yes.
Oh. Posted a TikTok showing her being way more excited about her mom's cooking rather than her dad's. She captioned the post simply writing, "Guess whose cooking I prefer," along with both a flushed face emoji and shushing face emoji. Tilly's TikTok is full of plenty of content featuring her famous father. The two have participated in a slew of TikTok trends, including some of the app's popular dances, as well as a prank or two. I can tell you one thing that has not happened, and that has been Ryan participating in spell check.
Tim Tom.
Are you
okay?
I do,
that's the worst part.
It's the shift. We'll be right back.
It's dark out.
Okay, what's it gonna be? Dylan, step over here. Well, what do you say?
I don't know. Seems to me you came here and broke the law. It's the chance your brother took when he got killed.
That was murder. You were shot in the back.
Maybe he got turned around looking for somebody to kill himself.
It was murder. Oh, I ain't gonna stand here arguing with you, mister. Who did it? You think I'm bluffing? I tell you, I ain't bluffing. If I have to wipe out this whole stinking town, I'm gonna do it.
That doesn't get your brother back.
That was the wrong answer.
You in the habit of killing women and kids?
You shut up. Okay. Santa, Chicago, start with 2 of them. Take them outside. That fella. You. And him.
No. Oh, no, not Dave. Not Dave.
Well, you're crazy. You do this and they won't even hang you. You'll be torn to pieces. Around and say it. Well, anybody got anything to say? Anybody gonna say who killed my brother? Something yellow. Anybody else? Okay.
This is what
He don't count.
Oh, wow.
We
There
still
go.
need two.
Dude, you're a fucking homo. You're not
You.
just a child molester.
Get away with him.
You must like whatever.
Go on.
Keep it up. Get angrier and angrier. Yes, I'm leaning on the shelf.
They both of them outside. They took the two men out.
That's 6 times in a row. Again.
Some of us
7.
looking at the.
Let me reach for you. You're trying to outguess what I'm going to do next for some fucking
Others staring at the closed door.
No, I don't know what you just saw. I just saw my eyes go flutter, 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 flutter,
figure anything.
The problem is I'm looking directly at the screen. I know, you got the face app, version 2.0 or whatever. I don't care. What I care about is for 3 minutes I'm going to do this.
I gotta do something. No, Bill, don't.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, a skid can be tragic if the road is wet or icy.
What the fuck are you? It was not for left. Emotion akin to love.
I found out that there'd been 12 of them.
All emotions.
Now with the one who was gone and 11.
To his cold.
I talked to the boys who'd done the shooting with the gangs. 2 of them were willing to give up.
He was, as I take
2 others weren't.
the most
I didn't wait.
perfect reasoning and observing machine.
We waited.
The world.
Chester, Bill Hogan, and me.
But
in
as
the
a
corner
lover,
trying to
he would have
make up
placed
mine.
himself in a false position.
An hour
He
went
never
by.
spoke of the softer passions, save with a
Early
jar.
evening chill found its way into the
They were
warehouse.
admirable things to the observer, excellent for drawing the veil from men's motives
I
and
think you'll
actions.
do it again.
But for the trained
2 more.
reasoner to admit
After a
such
while, maybe.
intrusions into his
That
own
kind will get liquored up first and makes them brave.
So I guess this gives you some insight into the mind of Chomo.
Yeah, it might be.
And by the way, 0 when it's loaded up here.
or a crack in one of his own
And 1 when there's 8 people trying.
There's always a chance somebody will ride in, maybe see what's happening and send for help. Like us, huh? Besides, it'll take too long.
This Chomo is so fucking pathetic.
of dubious and questionable memory. I had seen little
I've
of
never
her
seen
lately.
somebody
My
as
marriage had
pathetic as
drifted
this
us away from
Chomo
each
for
other.
obsession
My own
and
complete
pathology. I've
happiness
never seen
and
this
the
bad
home-centered
before in anybody.
interests which rise up around the man who
He's not
first
the only
finds himself
Chomo I know
master
from the
of his own
80s and 90s
establishment
that's
was
still
sufficient
pissed
to absorb
off.
all my
Like I
attention.
owe them sex
While
or something.
Holmes,
It's my
who
fault
loathed
they
every
got
form
shot
of
at their
society
houses
with his
burned
whole
down.
bohemian
Keep
soul,
tuning in and out, bro. You're
remained in
getting
our
angrier and
lodgings
angrier.
in Baker Street,
Keep tuning in
buried
and out,
among his
bro.
old books, and alternating from week.
File 1. No adverts from audiobooks
It's
for
10
free.
fucking minutes, bro. That's what you're good at.
The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes
Don't reflect
by
on
Sir
me.
Arthur Conan Doyle.
What reflects on me is how I deal
A
with your
scandal
dumbass
in Bohemia.
interfering in my life, dog.
To Sherlock Holmes, she is always the woman. I have seldom heard him mention her under any other name. In his eyes, she eclipses and predominates the whole of her sex. It was not that he felt any emotion akin to love for Irene Adler. All emotions, and that one particularly, were abhorrent to his cold, precise, but
Charles Adler, right? I know more fake names. I know.
he was, as I take it, the most perfect reasoning and observing machine that the world has seen. But as a lover, he would have placed himself in a false position. He never spoke of the softer passions, save with a jibe and a sneer. They were admirable things for the observer.
I'm sorry, I don't want to
Excellent
a whole
for
bunch
drawing
of
the
times.
veil from men's motives and
We went through
actions.
this before. I need to hear
But
that again. Yeah, we don't stick them up to the schedule. So.
No adverts from audiobooksforfree.com.
Like the only reason you see me lining things up
The
at the hour,
Adventures
half
of
hour,
Sherlock Holmes by Sir
because the
Arthur Conan
content
Doyle.
I'm recapturing here.
A Scandal in Bohemia.
Simple. Isn't it?
To Sherlock Holmes, she is always the woman. I have seldom heard him mention her under any other name. In his eyes, she eclipses and predominates the whole of her sex. It was not that he felt any emotion akin to love for Irene Adler. All emotions, and that one particularly, were abhorrent to his cold, precise, but admirably balanced mind. He was, as I take it, the most perfect reasoning and observing machine that the world has seen. But as a lover, he would have placed himself in a false position. He never spoke of the softer passions, save with a jibe and a sneer. They were admirable things for the observer, excellent for drawing the veil from men's motives and actions, but for the trained reasoner to admit such intrusions into his own delicate and finely adjusted temperament.
Okay, I'm going to avoid doing this, but I just got to say it. Fan fiction, soundbite, sampling, whatever. Because Sherlock Holmes is Jack the Ripper, and he don't love them hoes, and that's why they never caught him.
Was to introduce a distracting factor which might throw a doubt upon all his mental results. Grit in a sensitive instrument or a crack in one of his own high-power lenses would not be more disturbing than a strong emotion in a nature such as his. And yet, there was but one woman to him, and that woman was the late Irene Adler, of dubious and questionable memory. I had seen little of Holmes lately. My marriage had drifted us away from each other. My own complete happiness and the home-centered interests which rise up around the man who first finds himself master of his own establishment were sufficient to absorb all my attention, while Holmes, who loathed every form of society with his whole bohemian soul, remained in our lodgings in Baker Street, buried among his old books, and alternating from week to week between cocaine and ambition, the drowsiness of the drug, and the fierce energy of his own keen nature. He was still, as ever, deeply attracted by the study of crime, and occupied his immense faculties and extraordinary powers of observation in following out those clues and clearing up those mysteries which had been abandoned as hopeless by the official police. From time to time, I heard some vague account of his doings, of his summons to Odessa in the case of the Trippz murder, of his clearing up of the singular tragedy of the Atkinson brothers at Trincomalee, and finally, of the mission which he had accomplished so delicately and successfully for the reigning family of Holland.
And have my eyelids closed.
Beyond these signs of his activity, however,
what you're
which I
trying to
merely shared
accomplish.
with all the readers of the daily press, I knew little of my former friend and companion. One night, it was on the 20th of March, 1888, I was returning from a journey to a patient, for I had now returned to civil practice, when my way led me through Baker Street. As I passed the well-remembered door, which must always be associated in my mind with my wooing and with the dark incidents of the study in scarlet, I was seized with a keen desire to see Holmes again, and to know how he was employing his extraordinary powers. His rooms were brilliantly lit, and even as I looked up, I saw his tall, spare figure pass twice in a dark silhouette against the blind. He was pacing the room swiftly, eagerly, with his head sunk upon his chest and his hands clasped behind him. To me, who knew his every mood and habit, his attitude and manner told their own story. He was at work again. He had risen out of his drug-created dreams and was hot upon the scent of some new problem. I rang the bell and was shown up to the chamber which had formerly been in part my own. His manner was not effusive. It seldom was, but he was glad, I think, to see me. With hardly a word spoken, but with a kindly eye, He waved me to an armchair, threw across his case of cigars, and indicated a spirit case and a gasogene in the corner. Then he stood before the fire and looked me over in his singular introspective fashion. "Wedlock suits you," he remarked. "I think, Watson, that you have put on 7.5 pounds since I saw you." "7," I answered. "Indeed, I should have thought a little more. Just a trifle more, I fancy, Watson. And in practice, again, I observe, you did not tell me that you intended to go." "Honest? Then how do you know?" "I see it. I deduce it. How do I know that you have been getting yourself very wet lately, and that you have a most clumsy and careless servant girl?" "My dear Holmes," said I, "this is too much. You would certainly have been burned had you lived a few centuries ago. It is true that I had a country walk on Thursday and came home in a dreadful mess, but as I have changed my clothes, I can't imagine how you deduce it. As to Mary Jane, she is incorrigible, and my wife has given her notice, but there again, I fail to see how you work it out." He chuckled to himself and rubbed his long, nervous hands together. "It is simplicity itself," said he. "My eyes tell me that on the inside of your left shoe, just where the firelight strikes it, the leather is scored by 6 almost parallel cuts. Obviously, they have been caused by someone who has very carelessly scraped round the edges of the sole in order to remove crusted mud from it. Hence, you see, my double deduction that you had been out in vile weather, and that you had a particularly malignant boot-slitting specimen of the London slavey. As to your practice, if a gentleman walks into my room smelling of iodoform, with a black mark of nitrate of silver upon his right forefinger and a bulge on the right side of his top hat to show where he has secreted his stethoscope, I must be dull indeed if I do not pronounce him to be an active member of the medical profession." I could not help laughing at the ease with which he explained his process of deduction. "When I hear you give your reasons," I remarked, "the thing always appears to me to be so ridiculously simple that I could easily do it myself, though at each successive instance of your reasoning, I'm baffled until you explain your process. And yet I believe that my eyes are as good as yours." "Quite so," he answered, lighting a cigarette and throwing himself down into an armchair. "You see, but you do not observe. The distinction is clear. For example, you have frequently seen the steps which lead up from the hall to this room?" "Frequently." "How often?" "Well, some hundreds of times." "Then how many are there?" "How many?" "I don't know." "Quite so. You have not observed. And yet you have seen. That is just my point. Now, I know that there are 17
The other
steps
thing with
because I have
remembering
both
whether you
seen
know the
and
numbers, whether it's
observed.
even or odd.
By the way, since you are interested in these little problems, and since you are good enough to chronicle 1 or 2 of my trifling experiences, you may be interested in this. He threw over a sheet of thick, pink-tinted notepaper which had been lying open upon the table. "It came by the last post," said he. "Read it aloud." The note was undated, and without either signature or address. "There will call upon you tonight at 7:45, it said, "a gentleman who desires to consult you upon a matter of the very deepest moment. Your recent services to one of the royal houses of Europe have shown that you are one who may safely be trusted with matters which are of an importance which can hardly be exaggerated. This account of you we have from all quarters received. Be in your chamber then at that hour, and do not take it amiss if your visitor wear a mask." "This is indeed a mystery," I remarked. "But do you imagine that it means? I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to theorize before one has data. Insensibly, one begins to twist facts to suit theories, instead of theories to suit facts. But the note itself, what do you deduce from it?" I carefully examined the writing and the paper upon which it was written. "The man who wrote it was presumably well-to-do," I remarked, endeavoring to imitate my companion's processes. "Such paper could not be bought under half a crown a packet. It is peculiarly strong and stiff." "Peculiar, that is the very word," said Holmes. "It is not an English paper at all. Hold it up to the light." I did so, and saw a large E with a small G, a P and a large G with a small F woven into the texture of the paper. What do you make of that? Asked Holmes. The name of the maker, no doubt.
And now I'm trying to remember when the Cyrillic alphabet was
Not at
invented.
all. The G with a small T stands for Gesellschaft, which is the German for company. It is a customary contraction like our co. P, of course, stands for papier. Now for the EG. Let us glance at our Continental Gazetteer. He took down a heavy brown volume from his shelves. Iglo-Iglonitz. Ah, here we are, Igrea. It is in a German-speaking country, in Bohemia, not far from Carlsbad. Remarkable as being the scene of the death of Wallenstein and for its numerous glass factories and paper mills. Aha, my boy, what do you make of that? His eyes sparkled, and he sent up a great blue triumphant cloud from his cigarette. The paper was made in Bohemia, I said. Precisely. And the man who wrote the note is a German. You note the peculiar construction of the sentence, "This account of you we have from all quarters received." A Frenchman or Russian could not have written that. It is the German who is so uncourteous to his verbs. It only remains, therefore, to discover what is wanted by this German who writes upon Bohemian paper and prefers wearing a mask to showing his face. And here he comes, if I'm not mistaken, to resolve all our doubts. As he spoke, there was the sharp sound of horses' hooves and grating wheels against the curb, followed by a sharp pull at the bell. Holmes whistled. "A pair, by the sound," said he. "Yes," he continued, glancing out of the window. "A nice little broom and a pair of beauties. 150 guineas apiece. There's money in this case, Watson, if there's nothing else." "I think that I'd better go, Holmes." "Not a bit, Doctor. Stay where you are. I'm lost without my Boswell, and this promises to be interesting. It would be a pity to miss it." "But your client—" "Never mind him. I may want your help, and so may he. Here he comes. Sit down in that armchair, Doctor, and give us your best attention." A slow and heavy step, which had been heard upon the stairs and in the passage, paused immediately outside the door. Then there was a loud and authoritative tap. "Come in," said Holmes. A man entered who could hardly have been less than 6 feet 6 inches in height, with the chest and limbs of a Hercules. His dress was rich with
to give you more than a 1/5 longer smoke. So remember, Chesterfield is the...
Heavy bands of astrakhan were slashed across the sleeves and fronts of his double-breasted coat, while the deep blue cloak which was thrown over his shoulders was lined with flame-colored silk and secured at the neck with a brooch which consisted of a single flaming beryl. Boots, which extended halfway up his calves and which were trimmed at the tops with rich brown fur, completed the impression of barbaric opulence which was suggested by his whole appearance. He carried a broad-brimmed hat in his hand, while he wore across the upper part of his face, extending down past the cheekbones, a black vizard mask, which he had apparently adjusted at that very moment, for his hand was still raised to it as he entered. From the lower part of the face, he appeared to be a man of strong character, with a thick, hanging lip and a long, straight chin suggestive of resolution pushed to the length of obstinacy. "You had my note?" he asked, with a deep, harsh voice and a strongly marked German accent. "I told you that I would call." He looked from one to the other of us, as if uncertain which to address. "Pray take a seat," said Holmes. "This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson, who is occasionally good enough to help me in my cases. Whom have I the honor to address?" "You may address me as the Count von Krem, a Bohemian nobleman. I understand that this gentleman, your friend, is a man of honor and discretion, whom I may trust with a matter of the most extreme importance. If not, I should much prefer to communicate with you alone." I rose to go, but Holmes caught me by the wrist and pushed me back into my chair. "It is both or none," said he. "You may say before this gentleman anything which you may say to me." The Count shrugged his broad shoulders. "Then I must begin," said he, "by binding you both to absolute secrecy for 2 years. At the end of that time, the matter will be of no importance. At present, it is not too much to say that it is of such weight. It may have an influence upon European history. I promise, said Holmes. And I. You will excuse his mask, continued our strange visitor. The august person who employs me wishes his agent to be unknown to you, and I may confess at once that the title by which I have called myself is not exactly my own. I was aware of it, said Holmes dryly. The circumstances are of great delicacy, and every precaution has to be taken to quench what might grow to be an immense scandal and seriously compromise one of the reigning families of Europe. To speak plainly, the matter implicates the great house of Ormstein, hereditary kings of Bohemia. I was also aware of that, murmured Holmes, settling himself down in his armchair and closing his eyes. Our visitor glanced with some apparent surprise at the languid, lounging figure of the man who had been no doubt depicted to him as the most incisive reasoner and
So he's doing coke. It'll be another 20 years before the Germans invent
Holmes
ecstasy.
slowly reopened his eyes and looked impatiently at his gigantic client. If your Majesty would condescend to state your case, he remarked, I should be better able to advise you. The man sprang from his chair and paced up and down the room in uncontrollable agitation. Then, with a gesture of desperation, he tore the mask from his face and hurled it upon the ground. You are right, he cried. I am the king. Why should I attempt to conceal it? Why indeed, murmured Holmes. Your Majesty had not spoken before I was aware that I was addressing Wilhelm Gottreich Sigismund von Ormstein, Grand Duke of Kassel-Felstein, and hereditary King of Bohemia. But you can understand, said our strange visitor, sitting down once more and passing his hand over his high white forehead. You can understand that I am not accustomed to doing such business in my own person. Yet the matter was so delicate that I could not confide it to an agent without putting myself in his power. I have come incognito from Prague for the purpose of consulting you. Then pray consult, said Holmes, shutting his eyes once more. The facts are briefly these. Some 5 years ago, during a lengthy visit to Warsaw, I made the acquaintance of the well-known adventuress Irene Adler. The name is no doubt familiar to you. Kindly look her up in my index, Doctor, murmured Holmes without opening his eyes. For many years, he had adopted a system of docketing all paragraphs concerning men and things, so that it was difficult to name a subject or a person on which he could not at once furnish information. In this case, I found her biography sandwiched in between that of a Hebrew rabbi and that of a staff commander who had written a monograph upon the deep-sea fishes. Let me see, said Holmes. Born in New Jersey in the year 1858. Contralto. La Scala. Prima donna, Imperial Opera of Warsaw. Yes, retired from operatic stage. Ha! Living in London. Quite so. Your Majesty, as I understand, became entangled with this young person, wrote her some compromising letters, and is now desirous of getting those letters back. Precisely so, but how? Was there a secret marriage? None. No legal papers or certificates? None. Then I fail to follow, Your Majesty. If this young person should produce her letters for blackmailing or other purposes, how is she to prove their authenticity? There is the writing. Forgery. My private notepaper. Stolen. My own seal. Imitated. My photograph. Bought. We were both in the photograph. Oh dear, that is very bad. Your Majesty has indeed committed an indiscretion. I was mad. Insane. You have compromised yourself seriously. I was only Crown Prince then. I was young. I am but 30 now. It must be recovered. We have tried and failed. Your Majesty must pay. It must be bought. She will not sell. Stolen then. 5 attempts have been made. Twice, burglars in my pay ransacked her house. Once, we diverted her luggage when she traveled. Thrice, she has been waylaid. There has been no result. No sign of it. Absolutely none. Holmes laughed. It is quite a pretty little problem, said he. But a very serious one to me, returned the king reproachfully. Very, indeed. And what does she propose to do with the photograph? To ruin me. But how? I am about to be married. So I have heard. To Clotilde Lotham von Saxe-Meiningen, second daughter to the King of Scandinavia. You may know the strict principles of her family. She is herself the very soul of delicacy. A shadow of a doubt as to my conduct would bring the matter to an end. And Irene Adler threatens to send them the photograph. And she will do it. I know that she will do it. You do not know her, but she has a soul of steel. She has the face of the most beautiful of women and the mind of the most resolute of men. Rather than I should marry another woman, there are no lengths to which she would not go. None. You're sure that she has not sent it yet? I am sure. And why? Because she has said that she would send it on the day when the betrothal was publicly proclaimed. That will be next Monday. Well, then we have 3 days yet, said Holmes with a yawn. That is very fortunate, as I have one or two matters of importance to look into just at present. Your Majesty will, of course, stay in London for the present? Certainly. You will find me at the Langham under the name of the Count von Kram. Then I shall drop you a line to let you know how we progress. Pray do so. I shall be all anxiety. Then, as to money, you have carte blanche. Absolutely. I tell you that I would give one of the provinces of my kingdom to have that photograph. And for present expenses? The king took a heavy chamois leather bag from under his cloak and laid it on the table. There are 300 pounds in gold and 700 in notes, he said. Holmes scribbled a receipt upon a sheet of his notepaper and handed it to him. And Mademoiselle's address? He asked. Is Briony Lodge, Serpentine Avenue, St. John's Wood. Holmes took a note of it. One other question, said he. Was the photograph a cabinet? It was. Then good night, Your Majesty, and I trust that we shall soon have some good news for you. And good night, Watson, he added, as the wheels of the royal brougham rolled down the street. If you will be good enough to call tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock, I should like to chat this little matter over with you.
Just invite him in, now you're kicking him out.
At 3 o'clock precisely, I was at Baker Street, but Holmes had not yet returned. The landlady informed me that he had left the house shortly after 8 o'clock in the morning. I sat down beside the fire, however, with the intention of awaiting him, however long he might be. I was already deeply interested in his inquiry, for though it was surrounded by none of the grim and strange features which were associated with the 2 crimes which I have already recorded, still, the nature of the case and the exalted station of his client gave it a character of its own. Indeed, apart from the nature of the investigation which my friend had on hand, there was something in his masterly grasp of the situation and his keen, incisive reasoning which made it a pleasure to me to study his system of work and to follow the quick, subtle methods by which he disentangled the most inextricable mysteries. So accustomed was I to his invariable success that the very possibility of his failing had ceased to enter into my head. It was close upon 4 before the door opened, and a drunken-looking groom, ill-kempt and side-whiskered, with an inflamed face and disreputable clothes, walked into the room. Accustomed as I was to my friend's amazing powers in the use of disguises, I had to look 3 times before I was certain that it was indeed he. With a nod, he vanished into the bedroom, whence he emerged in 5 minutes, tweed-suited and respectable as of old. Putting his hands into his pockets, he stretched out his legs in front of the fire and laughed heartily for some minutes. Well, really, he cried, and then he choked and laughed again until he was obliged to lie back, limp and helpless, in the chair. What is it? It's quite too funny. I'm sure you could never guess how I employed my morning or what I ended by doing. I can't imagine. I suppose that you have been watching the habits and perhaps the house of Miss Irene Adler. Quite so. But the sequel's rather unusual. I will tell you, however. I left the house a little after 8 o'clock this morning in the character of a groom out of work. There is a wonderful sympathy in Freemasonry among horsey men. Be one of them, and you will know all that there is to know. I soon found Bryony Lodge. It is a bijou villa with a garden at the back, but built out in front right up to the road, 2 stories. Shublock to the door, large sitting room on the right side, well furnished with long windows almost to the floor, and those preposterous English window fasteners which a child could open. Behind there was nothing remarkable, save that the passage window could be reached from the top of the coach house. I walked round it and examined it closely from every point of view, but without noting anything else of interest. I then lounged down the street and found, as I expected, that there was a mews in a lane which runs down by one wall of the garden. I lent the ostlers a hand in rubbing down their horses, and received in exchange 2pence, a glass of half and half, 2 fills of shag tobacco, and as much information as I could desire about Miss Adler, to say nothing of half a dozen other people in the neighbourhood in whom I was not in the least interested, but whose biographies I was compelled to listen
got a
to.
handful of those 2 penny
And
coins.
what on
Tuppence.
Irene Adler? I asked. Oh, she has turned all men's heads down in that part. She is the daintiest thing under a bonnet on this planet. So say the Serpentine Mules to a man. She lives quietly, sings at concerts, drives out at 5 every day, and returns at 7 sharp for dinner. Seldom goes out at other times except when she sings. Has only 1 male visitor, but a good deal of him. He is dark, handsome, and dashing, never calls less than once a day, and often twice. He is a Mr. Godfrey Norton of the Inner Temple. You see the advantages of a cabman as a confidant? They had driven him home a dozen times from Serpentine Mews and knew all about him. When I had listened to all they had to tell, I began to walk up and down near Bryony Lodge once more, and to think over my plan of campaign. This Godfrey Norton was evidently an important factor in the matter. He was a lawyer. That sounded ominous. What was the relation between them, and what was the object of his repeated visits? Was she his client, his friend, or his mistress? If the former, she had probably transferred the photograph to his keeping. If the latter, it was less likely. On the issue of this question depended whether I should continue my work at Bryony Lodge or turn my attention to the gentlemen's chambers in the temple. It was a delicate point, and it widened the field of my inquiry. I fear that I bore you with these details, but I have to let you see my little difficulties if you are to understand the situation. I am following you closely, I answered.
File 2. No adverts from audiobooksforfree.com.
I was still balancing the matter in my mind when a hansom cab drove up to Bryony Lodge, and a gentleman sprang out. He was a remarkably handsome man, dark, aquiline, and moustached, evidently the man of whom I had heard. He appeared to be in a great hurry, shouted to the cabman to wait, and brushed past the maid who opened the door with the air of a man who was thoroughly at home. He was in the house about half an hour, and I could catch glimpses of him in the windows of the sitting room, pacing up and down, talking excitedly, and waving his arms. Of her, I could see nothing. Presently, he emerged, looking even more flurried than before. As he stepped up to the cab, he pulled a gold watch from his pocket and looked at it earnestly. "Drive like the devil," he shouted. "First to Gross and Hankey's in Regent Street, and then to the Church of St. Monica in the Edgware Road. Half a guinea if you do it in 20 minutes. Away they went, and I was just wondering whether I should not do well to follow them, when up the lane came a neat little landau, the coachman with his coat only half buttoned and his tie under his ear, while all the tags of his harness were sticking out of the buckles. It hadn't pulled up before she shot out of the hall door and into it. I only caught a glimpse of her at the moment, but she was a lovely woman, with a face that a man might die for. "The Church of St. Monica, John," she cried, "and half a sovereign if you reach it in 20 minutes. Well, this was quite too good to lose, Watson. I was just balancing whether I should run for it or whether I should perch behind her landau when a cab came through the street. The driver looked twice at such a shabby fare, but I jumped in before he could object. "The Church of St. Monica," said I, "and half a sovereign if you reach it in 20 minutes. It was 25 minutes to 12, and of course it was clear enough what was in the wind. My cabby drove fast. I don't think I ever drove faster, but the others were there before us. The cab and the landau with their steaming horses were in front of the door when I arrived. I paid the man and hurried into the church. There was not a soul there save the 2 whom I had followed, and a surpliced clergyman who seemed to be expostulating with them. They were all three standing in a knot in front of the altar. I lounged up the side aisle like any other idler who has dropped into a church. Suddenly, to my surprise, the three at the altar faced round to me, and Godfrey Norton came running as hard as he could towards me. "Thank God!" he cried. "You do! Come, come!" "What then?" I asked. "Come, man, come! Only 3 minutes, or it won't be legal." I was half dragged up to the altar. Before I knew where I was, I found myself mumbling responses which were whispered in my ear, and vouching for things of which I knew nothing, and generally assisting in the secure tying up of Irene Adler, spinster, to Godfrey Norton, bachelor. It was all done in an instant, and there was the gentleman thanking me on the one side and the lady on the other, while the clergyman beamed on me in front. It was the most preposterous position in which I have ever found myself in my life, and it was the thought of it that started me laughing just now. It seems that there had been some informality about their license, that the clergyman absolutely refused to marry them without a witness of some sort, and that my lucky appearance saved the bridegroom from having to sally out into the streets in search of a best man. The bride gave me a sovereign, and I mean to wear it on my watch chain in memory of the occasion. "This is a very unexpected turn of affairs," said I. "And what then?" "Well, I found my plans very seriously menaced. It looked as if the pair might take an immediate departure, and so necessitate very prompt and energetic measures on my part. At the church door, however, they separated, he driving back to the temple, and she to her own house. "I shall drive out in the park at 5 as usual," she said as she left him. I heard no more. They drove away in different directions, and I went off to make my own arrangements. "Which are?" "Some cold beef and a glass of beer," he answered, ringing a bell. "I have been too busy to think of food, and I am likely to be busier still this evening. By the way, Doctor, I shall want your cooperation." "I shall be delighted." "You don't mind breaking the law?" "Not in the least." "Nor running a chance of arrest?" "Not in a good cause." "Oh, the cause is excellent." "Then I am your man." I was sure that I might rely on you. "But what is it you wish?" "When Mrs. Turner has brought in the tray, I will make it clear to you." "Now," he said, as he turned hungrily on the simple fare that our landlady had provided, "I must discuss it while I eat, for I have not much time. It is nearly 5 now. In 2 hours, we must be on the scene of action. Miss Irene, or Madam, returns from her drive at 7. We must be at Bryony Lodge to meet her." "And what then?" "We must leave that to me. I've already arranged what is to occur. There is only one point on which I must insist. You must not interfere, come what may. You understand?" "I am to be neutral." "Oh, to do nothing whatever. There will probably be some small unpleasantness. Do not join in it. It will end in my being conveyed into the house. 4 or 5 minutes afterwards, the sitting-room window will open. You are to station yourself close to that open window." "Yes." "You are to watch me, for I will be visible to you." "Yes." "And when I raise my hand, so, you will throw into the room what I give you to throw, and will, at the same time, raise the cry of fire. You quite follow me?" "Entirely." "It is nothing very formidable," he said, taking a long cigar-shaped roll from his pocket. "It is an ordinary plumber's smoke rocket, fitted with a cap at either end to make it self-lighting. Your task is confined to that. When you raise your cry of fire, it will be taken up by quite a number of people. You may then walk to the end of the street, and I will rejoin you in 10 minutes. I hope that I have made myself clear?" "I am to remain neutral, to get near the window, to watch you, and at the signal to throw in this object, and to raise the cry of fire, and to wait you at the corner of the street." "Precisely." "Then you may entirely rely on me." "That is excellent. I think perhaps it is almost time that I prepare for the new role I have to play." He disappeared into his bedroom, and returned in a few minutes in the character of an amiable and simple-minded nonconformist clergyman. His broad black hat, his baggy trousers, his white tie, his sympathetic smile, and general look of peering and benevolent curiosity were such as Mr. John Hare alone could have equalled. It was not merely that Holmes changed his costume. His expression, his manner, his very soul seemed to vary with every fresh part that he assumed. The stage lost a fine actor, even as science lost an acute reasoner when he became a specialist in crime. It was 6:15 when we left Baker Street, and it still wanted 10 minutes to the hour when we found ourselves in Serpentine Avenue. It was already dusk, and the lamps were just being lighted as we paced up and down in front of Bryony Lodge, waiting for the coming of its occupant. The house was just such as I had pictured it from Sherlock Holmes's succinct description, but the locality appeared to be less private than I expected. On the contrary, for a small street in a quiet neighborhood, it was remarkably animated. There was a group of shabbily dressed men smoking and laughing in a corner, a scissors grinder with his wheel, 2 guardsmen who were flirting with a nurse girl, and several well-dressed young men who were lounging up and down with cigars in their mouths. "You see," remarked Holmes as we paced to and fro in front of the house, "this marriage rather simplifies matters. The photograph becomes a double-edged weapon now. The chances are that she would be as averse to its being seen by Mr. Godfrey Norton as our client is to its coming to the eyes of his princess. Now the question is, where are we to find the photograph? Where indeed? It is most unlikely that she carries it about with her. It is cabinet-sized, too large for easy concealment about a woman's dress. She knows that the king is capable of having her waylaid and searched. 2 attempts of the sort have already been made. We may take it then that she does not carry it about with her. Where then? Her banker or her lawyer? There is that double possibility, but I am inclined to think neither. Women are naturally secretive, and they like to do their own secreting. Why should she hand it over to anyone else? She could trust her own guardianship, but she could not tell what indirect or political influence might be brought to bear upon a business use. Besides, remember that she had resolved to use it within a few days. It must be where she can lay her hands upon it. It must be in her own house. But it has twice been burgled. They did not know how to look. But how will you look? I will not look. What then? I will get her to show me. She will refuse. She will not be able to. But I hear the rumble of wheels. It is her carriage. Now, carry out my orders to the letter. As he spoke, the gleam of the side lights of a carriage came round the curve of the avenue. It was a smart little landau which rattled up to the door of Bryony Lodge. As it pulled up, one of the loafing men at the corner dashed forward to open the door in the hope of earning a copper, but was elbowed away by another loafer who had rushed up with the same intention. A fierce quarrel broke out, which was increased by the 2 guardsmen who took sides with one of the loungers and by the scissors grinder who was equally hot upon the other side. A blow was struck, and in an instant the lady who had stepped from her carriage was the center of a little knot of flushed and struggling men who struck savagely at each other with their fists and sticks. Holmes dashed into the crowd to protect the lady, but just as he reached her, he gave a cry and dropped to the ground with the blood running freely down his face. At his fall, the guardsmen took to their heels in one direction and the loungers in the other, while a number of better-dressed people who had watched the scuffle without taking part in it crowded in to help the lady and to attend to the injured man. Irene Adler, as I will still call her, had hurried up the steps, but she stood at the top with her superb figure outlined against the lights of the hall, looking back into the street. "Is the poor gentleman much hurt?" she asked. "He is dead," cried several voices. "No, no, there's life in him," shouted another. "But he'll be gone before you can get him to hospital." "He's a brave fellow," said a woman. "They would have had the lady's purse and watch if it hadn't been for him. They were a gang, and a rough one too. Oh, he's breathing now." "He can't lie in the street. May we bring him in, ma'am?" "Surely. Bring him into the sitting room. There is a comfortable sofa. This way, please." Slowly and solemnly he was borne into Bryony Lodge and laid out in the principal room, while I still observed the proceedings from my post by the window. The lamps had been lit, but the blinds had not been drawn, so that I could see Holmes as he lay upon the couch. I do not know whether he was seized with compunction at that moment for the part he was playing, but I know that I never felt more heartily ashamed of myself in my life than when I saw the beautiful creature against whom I was conspiring, or the grace and kindliness with which she waited upon the injured man. And yet it would be the blackest treachery to Holmes to draw back now from the part which he had entrusted to me. I hardened my heart and took the smoke rocket from under my ulster. After all, I thought, we are not injuring her. We are but preventing her from injuring another. Holmes had sat up upon the couch, and I saw him motion like a man who is in need of air. A maid rushed across and threw open the window. At the same instant, I saw him raise his hand, and at the signal, I tossed my rocket into the room with a cry of, "Fire!" The word was no sooner out of my mouth than the whole crowd of spectators, well-dressed and ill, gentlemen, ostlers, and servant maids, joined in a general shriek of, "Fire!" Thick clouds of smoke curled through the room and out at the open window. I caught a glimpse of rushing figures, and a moment later the voice of Holmes from within, assuring them that it was a false alarm. Slipping through the shouting crowd, I made my way to the corner of the street, and in 10 minutes was rejoiced to find my friend's arm in mine, and to get away from the scene of uproar. He walked swiftly and in silence for some minutes, until we had turned down one of the quiet streets which led towards the Edgware Road.
You got a call from a friend who's been offered $5,000 to kill a man.
It is all right. You have the photograph. I know where it is. And how did you find out? She showed it me, as I told her she would.
Years ahead of them all. Chesterfield is years ahead.
The matter was perfectly simple. You, of course, saw that everyone in the street was an accomplice. They were all engaged for the evening. I guessed as much. Then, when the row broke out, I had a little moist red paint in the palm of my hand. I rushed forward, fell down, clapped my hand to my face, and became a piteous spectacle. It is an old trick. That also I could fathom. Then they carried me in. She was bound to have me in. What else could she do? And into her sitting room, which was the very room which I suspected. It lay between that and her bedroom, and I was determined to see which. They laid me on a couch. I motioned for air, they were compelled to open the window, and you had your chance. How did that help you? It was all important. When a woman thinks that her house is on fire, her instinct is at once to rush to the thing which she values most. It is a perfectly overpowering impulse, and I have more than once taken advantage of it. In the case of the Darlington substitution scandal, it was of use to me, and also in the Arnsworth Castle business. A married woman grabs at her baby. An unmarried one reaches for her jewel box. Now, it was clear to me that Our Lady of today had nothing in the house more precious to her than what we are in quest of. She would rush to secure it. The alarm of fire was admirably done. The smoke and shouting were enough to shake nerves of steel. She responded beautifully. The photograph is in a recess behind a sliding panel just above the right bell pull. She was there in an instant, and I caught a glimpse of it as she half drew it out. When I cried out that it was a false alarm,
I had a little trouble last night, too.
She glanced at the rocket.
What's your trouble? I don't know. I got up late yesterday morning. I guess that was it. I'll get it. All right.
You got me with this $5,000. I got to hear it now.
Yeah, I remember. Johnny, yeah. When'd you get the letter? Yeah, we'll be right over. Right. Bye. You remember that bartender over in that place on 6th Street, fellow named Johnny? Yeah, is that him on the phone? Yeah, says he's got an offer to make himself a fast $5,000. What for? Somebody wants him to kill a man. 8:10 a.m. Frank and I drove over to John Bronson's apartment. He lived in a new development on Wilshire Boulevard. We checked the nameplates in the lobby of the building, and then we went up to apartment 6B. We rang the bell and waited.
Hiya, Joe, Frank. Come on in.
Oh, hey, John. Let's say, John.
Kind of early to get you guys over here, but I got worried about it and figured I better talk to you.
Uh-huh. You want to tell us what it's all about?
Yeah, come on out in the kitchen. I got some coffee made.
Okay.
Yeah, sit down there. I'll pour you a cup of coffee.
Fine, good.
Well, it started last night. I guess it was about 10:15. Payphone in the bar rang, kept ringing. I went over to answer it. Phone on the other end asked for Johnny.
Yeah.
Told him it was me, and he hit me with a deal. At first, I thought he was kidding.
What'd he say?
Well, he asked me if I want to make a fast 5,000. Of course, I told him, yeah. Then he sprung the snapper, said he wanted me to kill this guy, a fellow named Wilhelm Ulrich.
You know this Ulrich?
No, never laid eyes on him. First time I even heard the name.
Okay, go ahead, John.
Well, this guy on the phone started to lay it out. Told me how he wanted it done. Coffee.
Thank you.
I asked the joker who he was. He said it didn't matter. All that counted, he said, was that I knock off this Ulrich guy.
Yeah.
I told him I didn't know who the man was, that I didn't know where to get in touch with him to kill him. You know, kind of going along with a gag all this time, thought it was a joke.
Uh-huh.
Well, this fellow on the phone said he'd give me all the dope I had to have, said I'd get it in the mail this morning.
Yeah.
Came special delivery just before I called you, special.
You got the letter, have you?
Yeah, I got it in the other room. I'll get it for you.
I'll go with you. John, how much have you handled the letter?
Well, I opened it up. I didn't know what was in it.
Mm-hmm.
If I'd have known what it was, I wouldn't have touched it at all, but I didn't know. I looked at it when I found out what was in it. Figured I better call you. Couldn't see any way to tell who sent it. Maybe you can when you see it.
Mm-hmm.
When I saw what it was, I didn't touch it anymore.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see here. Money.
Yeah, 5 $100 bills.
And what's the letter say?
Just by the edge here. It says, Johnny, here's the down payment. You'll get the rest when you finish the job. The name is Wilhelm Ulrich. The address is 2192 Vine Street, Hollywood. It's written on the typewriter. No signature. That's it.
Let me see it.
Oh, you can see it here.
First off, I thought the whole thing was a joke. I didn't believe it. You know, I just thought it was some drunk trying to be funny. We get calls like that all the time, guys trying to be funny.
Yeah.
And when I got this letter, I got scared. I ain't gonna kill nobody, especially somebody I don't even know, not for no 5,000.
Did you recognize the voice on the phone, John?
No, I don't think I ever heard it before.
You got any idea why he called you?
No, I've been clean. I haven't got a record. Nothing like that. I run a clean place. Never done anything that could tie me up with the rackets.
Yeah, we know.
Well, maybe I ran a little booze during Prohibition. Not much, just a little. Everybody was doing it then, but I'm clean now.
Joe, there's a postmark here on the letter. It's mailed in Hollywood.
Yeah, I saw that. We can check the postal authorities on the mailbox number, find out when it was picked up, huh?
Time on it here is 11. Looks like 11:45 last night. That's the time.
You sure that you don't know Ulrich, John? Possible that he's been in your bar sometime, maybe, huh?
Well, that'd be hard to say. We do a good business. Lots of people come in I don't know. You know, just come in once in a while. I wouldn't know who they were. They keep quiet, and I ain't getting nosy.
Yeah. Well, we're going on back to the office. You'll probably hear from the caller again, Johnny, and as soon as you do, you let us know, will you?
You gonna see this Ulrich phone?
Yeah, we'll talk to him. Might be better if you don't say anything about this to anybody, John.
Oh, don't worry, I won't.
Okay, we'll be talking to you later. You be at the bar?
Yeah, I'll be there at 4.
Okay, thanks a million.
No strain, glad to do it. Can't get over it, that guy calling and making an offer like that. I just can't get over it. He should know better than that.
Yeah?
Sure, you ought to know. Somebody ain't gonna kill somebody they don't even know.
We drove back to the city hall and turned the letter over to the crime lab to see if they could find any physical evidence to help us identify the writer. We ran the name Wilhelm Ulrich through R&I and we found no record. A further check on the name and we came up with one possibility. The address listed on the report was the same as the one given in the letter. We pulled the package and checked it.
Let's take a look at it.
All right. Now, let's see, there's a crime report and a statement here. Report from Georgia Street Receiving Hospital.
Well, what's the date on that?
January 2nd last year. Well, it seems this Ulrich got a hold of some poison wine.
Wine?
Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah?
You remember, Joe? He was an old guy. He was a German. He got a bottle of wine for Christmas and opened it New Year's Day. We worked that case with LaMonica and Galindo.
Oh, sure, I remember now. Yeah, we ran down some of the leads for him. They didn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
That was the one where he didn't know where the wine came from, isn't it?
Yeah. Nothing came from it. The leads didn't go anyplace.
As I remember, he's a nice old guy. I wonder why somebody's after him.
I don't know. Last time we couldn't find anybody with a motive.
Well, there's one someplace. We'd helped investigate an attempted poisoning of Wilhelm Ulrich over a year ago. Somebody'd sent him a bottle of imported wine. Ulrich had opened the wine for dinner on New Year's and had drunk some of it. A short time later, he was seized with violent stomach cramps. He was rushed to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital for treatment. He was then transferred to the county hospital for further treatment. Examination of the remaining wine showed that it had been dosed with a quantity of poison. Fortunately, Ulrich didn't drink much of the poisoned wine, and he recovered. Detectives Joe LaMonica and Danny Galindo had handled most of the investigation. We'd helped them briefly in checking out some of the leads that they'd gotten. We checked with them again on the case. From the crime report, we got a list of the people that the two officers had interviewed. We checked with them, and they gave us as much personal information as they could. 1:15 p.m. We drove out to see Wilhelm Ulrich. We found him in the yard digging in a rose bed.
No, I can't understand it. I never quite believed that about the wine, sir.
Why do you say that, Ulrich?
Well, I found it hard to believe in my heart that anyone would want to do me harm. I have no enemies. No one that hates me enough to want to kill me, I'm sure of that.
Well, I'm afraid you could be wrong about that, Ulrich.
The officer said that before. Somehow, though, I just can't believe it. I've nothing anyone would want to kill me for. All of the people I know are my friends. We all get along. Yes, sir. Look at that. Isn't that a beautiful rose? Such loveliness.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm sorry, officers. You're mistaken about this.
I wonder if we could talk to you in the house, sir.
Yes, that might be better. I could make you a cup of hot tea if you'd like.
No, sir, thanks. Just the same.
Have you officers had lunch yet?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Oh, I thought maybe you'd like a sandwich. Just got some liverwurst from a little place downtown. German, excellent food.
Mm-hmm.
Here, I'll get the door.
Someone's trying to kill you.
Just sit down any place. I have to get the dirt off my shoes. Martha would be very angry if I tracked dirt around.
Martha, that's your daughter, isn't it?
Yes. She comes over every couple of days and straightens up the house for me. Wonderful girl, Martha. I don't know what I'd do without her.
Yes, sir. Now, there's a couple of things we'd like to ask you.
Certainly, anything I can do to help.
Well, we'd like to go over the information on the report here.
Is that from the last time, the time of the wine?
Yes, sir, that's right.
All right. You just ask anything you want. I've got nothing to hide.
All right, sir. We checked the crime report you filled out last year. Now, has anything changed in your family since then?
No. You gentlemen still working on that?
Well, yes, sir. We have another matter to discuss here.
Oh, there's one thing that has changed.
What's that, sir?
The part here about me running the business.
Mm-hmm.
That's changed. I still run it in a way. I still supervise it, but Robert, he actually runs it.
Robert, you mean this name here, Robert Davis?
Yes, he's my son-in-law, Martha's husband. He takes care of the business now. He's a good boy. Martha's lucky to have him.
And how long has your son-in-law been running the business, Mr. Ulrich?
Well, you see, it's been about 8, 9 months. He took over right after I got out of the hospital. He's done wonders with it, wonders.
How's that, sir?
Modernized it, changed it all around. Had one of those efficiency experts come in and study the people. Time and motion men, I think they call them.
Mm-hmm.
They come in with a stopwatch and look at the people doing the work and figure out how long it should take them to do a certain job. And then they plan how the job can be done faster and cheaper. Wonderful thing, big changes.
Yes, sir.
Ergonomics. I think it's about making you feel comfortable as well.
I don't think I understand.
Well, you get along. Do you have any quarrels, disagreements?
Oh, no, Robert and I never disagree. I found out that it didn't pay to argue with him.
Sir?
I found out that it didn't pay. He was always right.
Uh-huh.
Yes, you see, we had a few arguments when he took over the business about this time and motion study thing.
I see. You want to tell us about these arguments?
They weren't anything serious. I didn't think that it was a good idea to change. I couldn't see any reason for it. Everything was going good. The business was making money. Everybody seemed to be happy. I didn't want to take a chance disturbing a good thing. You know, the golden goose.
Mm-hmm. You want to go ahead, please?
Well, Robert said that we were behind the times, that if we didn't do something about it, we wouldn't be able to compete with other people. We manufacture women's dresses, you know.
Sure, I saw that on the report.
I finally told him to go ahead. I thought that he'd fail. He didn't. Now we compete. More dresses, more money. The employees are happy. They have music, coffee times. They like it. But it's all changed. I don't go down there anymore. I don't care much for it. It's changed. So I just stay home and work in the garden. It's Robert's factory now.
You and Robert haven't had any other disagreements, have you?
Oh, no. He's a fine young man, running the business very well. He's a good boy. I'm lucky to have him.
Well, how about your competitors, Mr. Ulrich? How do they feel about this change in the way you operate your business? They resent it?
Oh, no, I haven't really got any competitors. The big manufacturers don't care. I don't make enough dresses to bother them, and the other little men are in the same boat with me. They're too busy running the factories to worry about me.
Mm-hmm. Now, can you think of anybody who might want to do a thing like this? How about that phone call?
I told you before, I can't. I find it very hard to believe.
Well, we'll have to talk to the people that you know, the people around you. We'd appreciate it if you didn't tell anybody what we were after.
If you want it that way, it's so hard to believe. I still think you're wrong. It looks like it's going to rain. Be good for the flowers. It's been dry up in the valley. Farmers need the rain.
Yes, sir. Now, you'll go along with us on this thing, will you? Not tell anybody about it?
Sure, I'll help. It's all right if I tell my daughter and son-in-law about it, isn't it?
Well, it'd be better if you didn't say anything to him or your daughter, not to anybody.
They're going to see you here. They're going to ask questions. They're not stupid.
Yes, sir. You could tell them that we were asking about somebody that you employ. How'll that be?
What do I say if Robert asks what's about? I have no secrets from him.
Well, tell him we ask you not to tell anybody about it. Tell him it's police business. Happens all the time.
I suppose I could do that, but I don't like it. I don't like it at all. It's lying.
Tell him what's what the whole
Yes, sir, that may be true, but it's the best way.
Oh, I guess it's a small lie. I can tell myself that. It's a small lie.
Well, we'll have some policemen come out and watch Mr. Ulrich until we find the person who's doing this.
Do you have to do that?
Yes, sir. I'm afraid so.
Well, no, I don't like that at all. Even worse than the lying. No, I don't like it at all.
Mr. Ulrich, I wonder if you really understand that when we ask you not to tell anybody about this, when we want to keep you under surveillance, it's just for your protection.
But if what you say is true, if somebody really does want to kill me, if somebody hates me that much,
yes, sir.
Can you stop them?
called the office and had a team of men sent out to keep Wilhelm Ulrich under surveillance. His house and his person were to be watched 24 hours a day until we apprehended the person or persons who wanted him killed. We spent the rest of the afternoon talking to the people in the neighborhood. From all of them, we got the same story. Ulrich was liked and respected through the area. All of the local shopkeepers and their business associates told us that he paid cash for everything he bought and that his credit was good. He was active in the local flower club and had twice in the past served as president of the organization. The neighbors confirmed what Ulrich had told us about his family. His son-in-law and his daughter seemed to be devoted to the elderly man and were constantly trying to get him to sell the house he lived in and come to live with them. 6:42 p.m. We returned to the office.
Man, it's really coming down, huh?
Yeah, it sure is.
You got a raincoat in your locker?
Yeah, I got one of those plastic kind in the bag.
Oh, yeah, I'll get me one of them. I'll get mine. We'll go over and check the sound law. You got his address?
Yeah, it's a place out of Ivar.
Sure was a nice old man, huh?
Yeah, he seems to be. If you want to grab my coat, I'll get the phone.
Yeah, I'll get it.
Thank you. Homicide Friday. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, John. When? Yeah. No, we'll be right over. Right away. You bet. Frank.
Yeah?
Call from the bartender, Johnny.
Yeah?
Says he just got another phone call. Person told him that he'd gotten the down payment for the job and he wanted to know why Ulrich hadn't been killed.
Yeah.
Guy said if Johnny didn't get on it, the money wouldn't do him any good. Told him to make up his own mind.
Uh-huh.
Either he makes good on the job or they'll kill him.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action. Chesterfield is best for you.
I rose.
Listen to Chesterfield's record.
Escaped from the house. I hesitated whether to attempt to secure the photograph at once, but the coachman had come in, and as he was watching me narrowly, it seemed safer to wait. A little over-precipitance may ruin all. And now? I asked. Our quest is practically finished. I shall call with the king tomorrow, and with you, if you care to come with us. We will be shown into the sitting room to wait for the lady, but it is probable that when she comes, she may find neither us nor the photograph. It might be a satisfaction to His Majesty to regain it with his own hand. And when will you call? At 8 in the morning. She will not be up, so that we shall have a clear field. Besides, we must be prompt, for this marriage may mean a complete change in her life and habits. I must wire to the king without delay. We had reached Baker Street and had stopped at the door. He was searching his pockets for the key when someone passing said
to him that if he didn't hurry up and kill Ulrich, Johnny himself would be taken care of. We called Lee Jones at the crime lab to ask him if he'd been able to come up with anything on the letter. He told us that there was no way of tracing it. Fingerprints found on the letter were those of the bartender. Photographs were taken of the letter, and along with the money, it was booked for further evidence. We'd gotten in touch with the postal authorities, and they said that they'd give us assistance. They gave us the location of the box where the letter had been mailed, and they said they'd try to find out who sent it. We arranged for a stakeout on the bar, and then we called the men at Ulrich's home. They told us that the son-in-law, Davis, and Ulrich's daughter had been there, but that no one else had seen or spoken to the elderly man. 9:32 p.m., Frank and I drove out to check on Robert Davis. We got to the apartment house and rang the bell to the manager's room.
Yes?
Miss Franklin?
Yes, what is it?
Police officers, ma'am. We'd like to talk if we could.
Oh, well, I suppose it's all right. Come on in.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, man.
It's my partner, Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
What is it you want to see me about?
Well, we'd like to talk to you about one of your tenants, please.
Oh? Which one? I bet I can guess.
Ma'am?
It's about that couple on the 5th floor, isn't it? The Radcliffes. It's them, isn't it?
No, ma'am, it isn't. We'd like to talk to you about a Robert Davis and his wife.
The Davises?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow. Never thought it. Should be the Radcliffes the way they carry on. The Davises. I'd never thought it. What do you want to know about them?
Well, it's just a routine investigation, ma'am. Can you tell us how long they lived here?
Well, see now. In almost 6 years they've been in the building, yeah. Yeah, 6 years, anyway. I haven't always lived in the same apartment, though.
Ma'am?
When they moved in, it was in a little apartment on the 2nd floor, living room, pull-down bed, little bitty place. And then they moved up to the 6th floor, 2-bedroom, nice place. Nice people. The Davises, her wife, never thought it.
Do they have any close friends in the building, would you know?
Well, not Mr. Davies. He's kind of the quiet type. Never has much to do with anybody. He keeps to himself.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Mrs. Davis, that's a different thing. She's a living doll. She's nice to everybody and so sweet. Never had a harsh word for anybody. Always a smile. I think Mr. Davis thinks he's too good for anybody. He always seems kind of snooty.
Yes, ma'am. Do you ever have any arguments with anybody in the building that you might know of?
Well, he's had a few arguments like everybody else does, like I said before. He thinks he's too good for anybody. He thinks he's better than anybody. He's got no right to either.
Ma'am?
Why, he owes half the people in the neighborhood money. Way behind his bills. Owes me a couple of months' rent. He never seems to be able to pay anybody he owes. I talked to the milkman, owes him for a month back. Every time he asks for his money, Davis tells him to come back and stop hounding him. Can't understand it. Seemed like such nice people when they moved in. 2 years ago, that's when the trouble started.
It was our understanding that he had a pretty good job.
And he has. Works for his father-in-law, manages some kind of a factory. Dresses, I think. Oh, but that isn't it. He makes enough money. He just spends it faster than he makes it, that's all. I think he gambles.
Why do you say that, ma'am?
Oh, he's always going off on some kind of business trip. At least that's what he says it is, but I know different.
Yes, how's that, ma'am?
Well, he'd come back from one of those business trips once. Cab pulled up, and it just happened that I was standing out in front. A driver got out and gave him the bill for the cab, all the way from the airport. Almost $6. Well, anyway, when Mr. Davis got the money out of his pocket to pay the cab bill, a chip fell on the sidewalk. He didn't think that I saw it, but I did. The cab driver did, too.
Well, what kind of a tip was it, ma'am?
Well, you understand, I'm not a gambling woman, so I wouldn't know. But the cab driver, he knew. Oh, you just betcha he knew right away. He picked up the chip and handed it back to Mr. Davis. Said something about being in Las Vegas, kind of kidding, you know. Well, I've seen Mr. Davis get upset, but never like that. He grabbed the chip away from the cab driver and told him to mind his own business. Said that he'd had the chip a long time, that it didn't concern the cab driver, who was real mean. And then at night, well, the argument that he and the missus had, I never in all my days heard anything like that.
Well, what happened, ma'am?
Well, you understand that I just happened to be in the hall. I was making sure that the lights on the floor were all on. Those bulbs are always burning out, and I was checking them, you know.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, anyways, I hear this argument coming from the Davises' apartment. Mrs. Davis is telling how she isn't going to stand for it anymore. Mr. Davis better settle down and get to work and stop this foolishness. But she didn't come right out and say what foolishness, but I could tell. I could tell. It was his gambling, that's what it was.
Yes, ma'am. Is there anything else that you could think of that you could tell us about the Davises?
No, I don't think so. I'm kind of surprised, though. I don't like him, but I never thought that he'd have the police after him.
Well, we're just conducting a routine investigation, Miss Franklin.
Oh, now, you don't have to play cagey with me. I know about you, policeman. You and your routine investigations. You ain't fooling me. You want him for something. Now, what is it? Can you tell me?
Ma'am, it's just police business, just routine. We'd appreciate it if you didn't say anything to anybody about us being here.
Oh, sure, I'll go along with you. I won't tell a soul. I'm not a living soul.
Thank you very much, Miss Franklin. I'm going to leave you our card. We'd appreciate it if you give us a call if anything comes up.
Michigan 5211, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. You just ask for the homicide division.
All right, you just said I will. Now, I'd be glad to help. I'm just glad to.
All right.
One thing, though.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you sure there ain't nothing that you want those people on the 5th floor for, the Radcliffes?
From the manager's office, we called the Ulrich home. We talked to Mr. Ulrich. He told us about the visit that afternoon from the Davises. He said that he hadn't told Robert Davis anything about the threats on his life. We went upstairs and talked to Davis. We told him that we had a serious matter to discuss with him, and we asked him to accompany us down to City Hall.
I don't know what you're talking about. I told the police everything I know about this a year ago. I don't know anything about it. Wish I could help, but I can't. You know, this got me worried.
Well, if you haven't done anything wrong, you got nothing to worry about.
I haven't done anything wrong.
In here.
Go ahead. All right. Now tell me what this is all about.
Right? Yeah. Want to check the office, see if we got any answers to the calls this afternoon.
Right. You got a cigarette?
Yeah. Help yourself.
Well, let's get to it, huh? I'm gonna get home, get some sleep. Got a rough day tomorrow.
This won't take very long. How do you get along with your father-in-law?
All right, why?
Like to know?
Well, let's see how that concerns you, but you asked, so I'll tell you. We get along fine, me and the old man. We get along just great. To make you happy?
That's not the point. Anything?
No, nothing.
You go over to Las Vegas much, Davis?
Not much. Why?
How often would you say you went over there?
Maybe a couple times a year, not any more than that.
When was the last time?
What's so important about when I was in Vegas last? You guys spent a little more time finding out who was trying to kill my father-in-law, less time asking questions that don't make any sense. You'd be doing a better job.
What can you tell us about somebody trying to kill your father-in-law?
All I know is what he told me this afternoon.
What did he tell you?
Not much. Said something about a bartender, something about a phone call.
Did he tell you who the bartender was?
No, just that it was someplace over on 6th.
All right, Davis, come off it, huh?
What do you mean, come off it?
You want to tell us why you did it, or do you want us to tell you?
Did what? I got nothing to tell you. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
We talked to your father-in-law this morning. We told him that we'd gotten a report that his life had been threatened. We didn't tell him how it happened. We didn't tell him where our information came from, so he didn't know.
All right, so maybe I got it someplace else.
Oh, wait a minute. You couldn't have. We didn't talk to anybody else.
Well, I heard it someplace. I don't remember, but I heard it.
We checked around, found out you gamble quite a lot. You're a steady loser. You owe a lot of money in town, don't you?
You're right.
Yeah, that's right. I think we can make you for the threat on Ulrich's life. I don't think you'll have any trouble at all. You had the motive. You had the opportunity. First thing in the morning, we'll check with the factory. We'll see if you made a withdrawal of $500. If we make that, you get big trouble.
You figure you're going to be able to do that?
You're listening to Chin Radio.
We'll get your father-in-law down here and ask him what he told you this afternoon. Find out if he did tell you about that bartender, about the bar on 6th, about the phone call. You know, it doesn't look like there's going to be too much trouble making you for this.
Save your time.
What do you mean?
You don't have to go through that trash. I did it. I tried to have the old man knocked off.
Were you the one who sent him the wine last year?
Yeah. That's when it started. I started to gamble. Lost a lot of money. Couldn't pay it back. No way to pay it back. Guys I owed the money to were leaning on me. I had to pay them off. Had to.
Yeah.
I could only think of one way, get rid of the old man.
Didn't you get a pretty good salary out of working for him?
Yeah, pretty good, but it didn't go far, not far enough. Tried to win it back, make good on the losses I had. I couldn't do it. The more I gambled, the worse it got. I just couldn't do it. Wasn't any other way. No other way. I decided to kill the old man. It's the only way. Can't you see that? It's the only way I could get clear.
Yeah.
I figured if I could get rid of the old man, I'd have everything fixed. Everything would be okay. Guess it worked out all right anyway.
What do you mean?
Well, there's nothing in the book they can throw at me. He's still alive. I didn't kill him. Who got hurt?
You did.
How do you figure? I didn't kill him.
You're going to jail for trying.
The story you have just heard is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent. On June 18th, trial was held in Department 89, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial. And now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. I want to thank all of you for your interest in Dragnet. Thanks for...
Good night, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. There were several people on the pavement at the time, but the greeting appeared to come from a slim youth in an ulster who had hurried by. I've heard that voice before, said Holmes, staring down the dimly lit street. I wonder who the deuce that could have been. I slept at Baker Street that night, and we were engaged upon our toast and coffee in the morning when the King of Bohemia rushed into the room. You have really got it, he cried, grasping Sherlock Holmes by either shoulder and looking eagerly into his face. Not yet, but you had hopes. I had hopes. Then come, I am all impatience to be gone. We must have a cab. No, my broom is waiting. Then that will simplify matters. We descended and started off once more for Bryony Lodge. Irene Adler is married, remarked Holmes. Married? When? Yesterday. But to whom? To an English lawyer named Norton. But she could not love him. I am in hopes that she does. And why in hopes? Because it would spare your majesty all fear of future annoyance. If the lady loves her husband, she does not love your majesty. If she does not love your majesty, there is no reason why she should interfere with your majesty's plan. It's true. Well, I wish she had been of my own station. What a queen she would have made! He relapsed into a moody silence, which was not broken until we drew up in Serpentine Avenue. The door of Bryony Lodge was open, and an elderly woman stood upon the steps. She watched us with a sardonic eye as we stepped from the brougham. Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I believe, said she. I am Mr. Holmes, answered my companion, looking at her with a questioning and rather startled gaze. Indeed. My mistress told me that you were likely to call. She left this morning with her husband by the 5:15 train from Charing Cross for the continent. What? Sherlock Holmes staggered back, white with chagrin and surprise. Do you mean that she has left England? Never to return. And the papers? Asked the king hoarsely. All is lost. We shall see. He pushed past the servant and rushed into the drawing room, followed by the king and myself. The furniture was scattered about in every direction, with dismantled shelves and open drawers, as if the lady had hurriedly ransacked them before her flight. Holmes rushed to the bell pull, tore back a small sliding shutter, and plunging in his hand, pulled out a photograph and a letter. The photograph was of Irene Adler herself in evening dress. The letter was superscribed to Sherlock Holmes, Esquire, to be left till called for. My friend tore it open, and we all three read it together. It was dated at midnight of the preceding night, and ran in this way. My dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, you really did it very well. You took me in completely. Until after the alarm of fire, I had not a suspicion. But then, when I found how I had betrayed myself, I began to think. I had been warned against you months ago. I had been told that if the king employed an agent, it would certainly be you, and your address had been given to me. Yet, with all this, you made me reveal what you wanted to know. Even after I became suspicious, I found it hard to think evil of such a dear, kind old clergyman. But you know, I have been trained as an actress myself. Male costume is nothing new to me. I often take advantage of the freedom which it gives. I sent John, the coachman, to watch you, ran upstairs, got into my walking clothes, as I call them, and came down just as you departed. Well, I followed you to your door, and so made sure that I was really an object of interest to the celebrated Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Then I, rather imprudently, wished you good night, and started for the temple to see my husband. We both thought the best resource was flight, when pursued by so formidable an antagonist, so you will find the nest empty when you call tomorrow. As to the photograph, your client may rest in peace. I love and am loved by a better man than he. The king may do what he will without hindrance from one whom he has cruelly wronged. I keep it only to safeguard myself and to preserve a weapon which will always secure me from any steps which he might take in the future. I leave a photograph which he might care to possess, and I remain, dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, very truly yours, Irene Norton, née Adler. What a woman! Oh, what a woman! Cried the King of Bohemia, when we had all three read this epistle. Did I not tell you how quick and resolute she was? Would she not have made an admirable queen? Oh, is it not a pity that she was not on my level? From what I have seen of the lady, she seems indeed to be on a very different level to your Majesty, said Holmes coldly. I'm sorry that I have not been able to bring your Majesty's business to a more successful conclusion. On the contrary, my dear sir, cried the king, nothing could be more successful. I know that her word is inviolate. The photograph is now as safe as if it were in the fire. I'm glad to hear your Majesty say so. I am immensely indebted to you. Pray, tell me in what way I can reward you. This ring. He slipped an emerald snake ring from his finger and held it out upon the palm of his hand. Your Majesty has something which I should value even more highly, said Holmes. You have but to name it. This photograph. Irene's photograph? He cried. Certainly, if you wish it. I thank your Majesty. Then there is no more to be done in the matter. I have the honor to wish you a very good morning. He bowed, and turning away without observing the hand which the king had stretched out to him, he set off in my company for his chambers. And that was how a great scandal threatened to affect the kingdom of Bohemia and how the best plans of Mr. Sherlock Holmes were beaten by a woman's wit. He used to make merry over the cleverness of women, but I have not heard him do it of late. And when he speaks of Irene Adler, or when he refers to her photograph, it is always under the honorable title of the woman.
File 3. No adverts from audio.
We didn't take much. We didn't think it was so wrong.
It was stealing, Freeman. You know that's wrong. Where do you live out there?
Piper Avenue. 821 Piper. You won't give him my picture.
You live there?
Crickets. I love Towley. So yes, Towley is literally a talking towel.
Senator Joe Manchin, he wants to see a smaller increase in the corporate tax rate than what President Biden is proposing, and he has been increasing.
And they won't be the last.
Hunger is on the rise all over the world. It now affects around 820 million people. And yet some 1.3 billion tons of food are wasted every year. In developing countries, this is often down to a lack of infrastructure. As a result, on average, 6 to 11 kilos of food are wasted this way per person per year. In industrial nations, that figure is 10 times greater. Retailers and consumers often toss out food just because it no longer appears fresh. Extending the shelf life of produce could improve.
To consumers. According to the UN Food and Agricultural Organization, or FAO, some 14% of food is lost after harvesting and before it reaches the market or retailer.
If you go to a particular country or particular village, you are likely to see varying levels of food losses.
Okay, so what
And
they're
these,
talking
depending
about
on the
is
situation-
white people refusing to understand it's not yours or food if it's still on the fucking plant. We've always lost, quote unquote, lost 1/3 of food crops to so-called pests, which are birds and animals and things, which is the whole reason those plants even grow is the birds and animals and things. That's that 1/3. We produce enough food for 12 billion people. There are 8 billion people we produce enough every year, year in, year out, for 12 billion people. The government of Canada dumps, so last time was 30,000, they very rarely talk about this, 30,000 liters of milk down the drain. Then they sent a plane full of toys to Lebanon, right? Because toys will help them dig out of all that rubble. The other thing they do is they dump trainloads. These trains that go by the grain hoppers, they line them up next to the St. Lawrence River and they tip. They all tip. They just keep tipping them one at a time. Tip, tip until the price goes up on the grain. Canada's the worst when it comes to food. Yeah, it's not lost or wasted. It's thrown out on purpose to raise the price. That's supply management for the milk and the wheat board or whatever format it takes. There's a bunch of these things in Canada.
George Floyd were outside of police protocol, and that his excessive use of force ultimately led to Floyd's death.
And the other thing we do, we force countries to sell to us. We, for example, selling rice to Ethiopia or whatever for $2 a pound and buying it for $1 a pound. And yet we buy Saudi oil and we at $60 a barrel and sell it like 40 Canadian to the Americans for some reason. Right. And no, it's not enough to make any dent on the Americans' use or their energy security. Yeah, getting it from us, from the Saudis, is more secure than them getting it from the Saudis. That makes sense. And they really believe if they could sell twice as much at the same loss, they would have, yeah, you got it, twice as much loss. They think somehow they'll break even this way.
It's a force issue, especially.
Our electricity, they're always on us about not wasting electricity. But look at all the lights outside, street lights, the highways are all lit up even when they're empty, all the halls and fire escapes and all that shit. They tell us we're wasting electricity. We have to use fluorescent bulbs. Those CFLs, garbage. They buzz and hum. They all have mercury in them, and they dim horribly. Here's the other thing. Every time you turn a fluorescent light on and off is what affects its life, not how many hours it runs. So yeah, where do you put them? All the places where you flick it on and on. Turn it off, save electricity. Anytime you hear the word saving something, save water, save electricity, save food, it's not a real thing. I'm gonna save these cigarettes for later. I don't have any extras because I do that. I'm just not using them right now. That's saving. That's all it means. Our electricity, so it's a lot of nuclear up here. It's like compared to some you get the community newsletter from the fuel pellet plant next door. Yes, that's real. I don't make that up. I live next door to a fuel pellet plant. Oh yeah, a whole lot of people would like to get me out of the way. Yeah, non-good people. So we'll deal with that later. All the electricity we don't use, we sell at a loss to New York State. All of it, 2.2 cents a kilowatt when we're paying like 8.5 or something. And so they made a big deal of getting rid of coal-fired plants and completely demolishing them, and then setting aside land in residential neighborhoods that they were just going to build a gas plant. They fucking built this thing. I don't know what's running now or not running in the city. They don't tell us where all the infrastructure is. Yeah, they wouldn't turn the coal plant into a gas-fired plant, and the smokestacks on this thing were a navigational aid for boats on the lake. You can't find your way around this end of the lake anymore because it's gone. And then they put diesel generators that are in containers, not a little generator. It's 40 feet fucking long on downtown intersections, just dropping them, taking up a whole lane. Where there's no parking normally allowed, they're dropping these things. They're just hot wired into the grid because diesel fuel is cheap. And the electricity, we're paying through the roof for electricity, but the Americans must have their subsidized electricity from, I say Americans, New York State must have our subsidized electricity. You want to hear them talk more shit about agriculture?
NPR science correspondent Jeff Brumfield is joining us this morning to talk about this. Hi, Jeff.
Good morning.
How many people are we talking about when we say vaccine hesitant?
Well, according to an NPR Marist poll, we're talking about nearly 1 in 3 Americans who say they will either not get the coronavirus vaccine or they're unsure about it. And the unsures only make up 5%. So we are talking about many tens of millions of people. And if these people are serious about not getting vaccinated, it could create problems for this magical unicorn we're all chasing called herd immunity.
Yes, the unicorn of herd immunity. Remind us what that means.
He just outright told you.
Right.
This
Essentially,
magical
it's the
unicorn
point
thing
at which
that we
a
call
new
herd
outbreak of coronavirus will die out rather than spreading, because so many people have immunity either through vaccination or previous infection.
I got infected with COVID-19
like the virus has nowhere to go.
COVID-20.
But here's the thing.
Guess what?
Most
I don't have any
experts
immunity
think
either
the levels of immunity have to be very, very high in the population for this to happen. Sam Scarpino is one of them, and he's at Northeastern
65%
University.
is incredibly high.
What most of us want
is it 95%, or is it 70, or
return
90,
to
or 85?
Something that looks
those are all numbers.
more normal.
Herd immunity
And
is when
that,
it
to me,
hits this
means
number.
85% probably vaccinated.
So
we
the term
can't
you're
get there
looking for
right
is
now.
immunity.
There's just too many no's
If you had
out
it,
there in
it'd
the
be 0
population.
cases. There's no percentage.
85% of the
This makes
population
no
has to get
sense.
vaccinated. I'll admit that is higher
This goes
than
back
I
to the days when
understood
they
it
started
to
with
be.
vaccines.
What are the consequences of
This
that?
goes all the way back to the days when they started with vaccines. These are the people that insist you have to put mercury in it, even though it's cumulative toxin, aluminum, formaldehyde. Some of you are flipping out about chicken eggs. Chicken eggs won't hurt you. Mercury will kill you. Will. If something else doesn't kill you first, the mercury in your body will. It goes through your organs over and over and over and never comes out. There's no different type. This type of mercury is the one that's good for you, that kind of comes out easier. Remember on the radio, this
Let's
retard partner who's not talking at the moment. So they'd like to tell, polio vaccine. Look up how many people actually got vaccinated with polio. I'm not vaccinated against polio, as far as I know. Or cholera, or diphtheria, or distemper, or dengue, or Ebola. Or remember the HIV vaccine? No? Well, it didn't suit these people back then to give a fuck about faggots, because it was a faggot disease. Right. Someone threw blood in my face. If I got HIV, just go, I'm a faggot. And then in these countries, as you keep hearing, it's actually illegal. So it's not funny. Oh, you're gay. Yeah, because that person can get arrested, killed, executed. Forcible sex change. The doctor that does those in South Africa, Dr. Shock, lives in Alberta. You want to keep going?
It's shooting this month.
So do the math of how many people got the polio vaccine. Not even close to the whole world. Then look at the timeline of when, so now most water sources are contaminated, but there was a certain period of time where a whole lot of the world got clean drinking water and sewerage sort of improvements, and that's what eliminated polio, not drinking shit water. And you didn't eliminate it, it's still out there, just like Black Death, the plague. Yeah, everything you don't like, black. Everything you love has to be black. That's funny. What color is the frame of your TV set? Even this stainless steel has a black plastic in there. Top half metal, bottom half plastic. It's all, this is my life. I'm always gravitated. Somebody gave me that. I didn't choose that. I know what he did. That one. This is a clean water, relatively. The improvements to water and sewage services dealt with that. And all this shit you see on the wall here, you think it's nicotine? It's not. It's PCB contaminated dirt from across the street. They flooded this whole building with it. Those of us kept our windows shut or live above a certain floor seemed to be okay and always had the exhaust fan on. And then there's all sorts of other people that are just livestock that come through this neighborhood, just like the East End, just like Park Hill. There's all sorts of these people that are just livestock. It's their choice to live that way. I don't give a fuck about them because they don't give a fuck. I don't eat at this GE Hitachi barbecue because the security guard told me over the course of 6 years, every single person he knew that went to that barbecue died. It's hot dogs, right? But they microwave them, but I don't see no microwave.
Ram dealer for detail.
The stacked uranium vents or whatever. It's about at this level in real life. It's like basically the same level as my apartment. But it's almost never lined up for the air to come directly at me. No, that's the logic of these idiots downstairs. They're downstairs from it. They're where all this dust from across the street was coming all the time. They're in charge of turning the ventilation on and off for some reason. And they're sitting in this all day long, sucking back carbon monoxide and everything else. They get madder and madder and madder that I'm not getting sick or dead. They've infested my house with bed bugs, scabies, mice. They're spraying bug spray in here. They broke in here one time. I'm literally standing naked but stepping into the shower. So he comes in my house and throws poison under the baseboards. Walks over to my fish and goes, "Oh, you got fish? Buddy, you gotta get the fuck out of my house." They've done everything to try to drive people out of this place. Nobody believed why I was moving. They all think I got something on the side that they're gonna figure it out, and this is it, and this is that. Nope. I need that plant to be secure. If I need this entire building commandeered, it will be.
Hiring results. See why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day.
It screams base housing.
Way to hire. And now you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.ca/Canada. That's ZipRecruiter.ca/Canada. ZipRecruiter.ca/Canada.
Divorce can bring out the worst in human behavior. If you're worried about losing your children, selecting the right lawyer will have a major effect on your case and your life. Brian Ludmer understands your situation. With extensive experience in both family law and business law, Brian Ludmer, author of The High Conflict Custody Battle, offers a better perspective on solutions so that your children don't suffer in the process. And that makes him the ideal choice. Brian Ludmer. Visit ludmerlaw.com. That's ludmerlaw.com.
But there have also been setbacks. Because of COVID-19, a SINA branch in South Africa had to be put on hold. Nevertheless, Etienne Zyborn remains convinced that SINA will play a part in more success stories like those of John Mary Kavuma and Joan Nalabega.
I have a vision
They're all
to make
terrified
my
that COVID
country
could hurt
a better
them. That's why
place.
they're
I
all
have
about
a
these
vision to
vaccines.
make
Not one of them
Africa
has
instead of
studied
running away
vaccines. They all keep talking
from
about
it,
how they're
to make it a
tested for
better place.
efficacy. Well, they keep saying efficiency or effectiveness. It's not effectiveness. It's
I know that you'll be
efficacy.
proud of me.
And no, they're not. None of them's ever been tested for efficacy until now. Why? Because they eliminated all the sets of trials they normally
The words
do.
are simple.
This is the first time they had to actually check and see if the
Enemy
drug was going to do
were
what they
not
wanted it to do.
insurgents, were only farmers. Families among the half a dozen we spoke to who alleged their loved ones were unjustly killed by Australian forces. They've come forward now, years after these incidents occurred, to give new witness statements to local human rights organisations, even though the Australian military had previously looked at and dismissed these cases.
That's because the Afghanistan inquiry identified that there were serious problems with the military's investigation.
Rowana Araf is the director of the Australian Centre for International Justice. She's referring to the military inquiry that investigated the alleged war crimes. That inquiry investigated dozens of cases, and it identified 23 incidents as potential war crimes. It has referred them on for further investigation and possible prosecution. The case of the Dost family might be one of those. But the military inquiry was heavily redacted, so it's not clear which incidents are being investigated.
We would hope that the Afghan victims whose complaints were heard previously and they were dismissed, that this would be a chance for them now where criminal investigators are actually looking at these incidents and hopefully undertaking more serious jobs.
Experts say it could take up to a decade to look at just the cases the inquiry identified. Many of them involve the killing of unarmed civilians and captive detainees, which means they could include the case of Haji Khan's brother. One day in 2012, helicopters swooped around Haji Khan's village of Sarkhamayolya. Australian forces came for his brother, Haji Sardar. He was about 65 then. That day, he was building a mud brick wall.
His hands and feet were in mud. The choppers came and these people come out and they shoot him. They pick him up on their shoulder.
Haji Khan says they carried his brother through the village and dumped him near the mosque. And there, he alleges, they killed him. It wasn't the only killing. He and other villagers allege Australian forces raided the village multiple times and killed other young men.
The things they did here, a human being can never think of doing stuff like that.
Haji Khan wants to testify in court about his brother's case, but experts say Australian investigators will likely rely on military whistleblowers, partly because many of the Afghan witnesses live in Taliban-held territory and are difficult to reach. Human rights advocates say that's a missed opportunity. Afghans are the chief victims, and they should be part of the investigation.
Several hundred years, but you're blaming people that emigrated now for your history of crime in your country. Yes, you do. It's all over the fucking
That's Hadim Arafat. He's the executive director of the Afghan.
There seems to be plenty of supply.
Hey, did you know they're paying $550 for meth in Australia?
But then after, a week of trying, couple days to a week of trying, they
you know what it costs here? $15 or some shit. It's ridiculously cheap. You're so close to Asia, it's ridiculous to pay those prices. Oh, and you take the guns away from all the people that need them. That worked out well. Perfect Mac 10 knockoffs are with 2 clips, $15,000, and they don't know how many got made. I'm going to come back around once more. They keep saying there's a survivor to the Montreal massacre. I don't remember how that happened. I've heard the story a bunch of times. I don't remember there being a survivor. He talks about this gun. What was it? 15 guys, whatever, got up and walked out of the room and left. You think the gun was the problem? You say, and when you talk about misogyny being the problem, you mean of the guy with the gun, not the other dozen and a half. They go, oh, he's only going to kill the women. Let's just go. Right.
Edge of a primeval forest. Not one tree has been felled here in the last 100 years.
Good. Give it another 50.
You won't be able to conceal the wind turbines. They're 300 meters high and set up only a few hundred meters from this spot.
It's our common goal to protect nature and E. We need the wind power, but we also need to protect the surroundings.
False narrative again.
Like
wind power does some type
In
of
the
damage.
end, we have to put all of the pieces together to find
What
the best
damage is
compromise.
And please don't tell me how it kills
Protecting
birds.
the climate is
Someone
indeed
points
a
them
massive
out.
puzzle. What impact can a little town have on such a global problem?
It's like you say,
Big
go
one,
with the
according
flow,
to the
dead
people
fish,
of
go with the
EE.
flow.
For one thing, they
The
can set a
wind is
good
pushing
example.
the
What
blades,
works for a
not the other
remote
way
corner
around.
of
It can't
Finland
suck
just
anything
might
in.
work for the rest of the world too.
I know, all you environmental activists rallying against wind power in Ontario. You won't believe how many of these environmental activists dead set against wind power in Ontario. By the way, they're all white. I can only assume that might be their motivation, their unifying factor there. Wind power is bad, evil, and ugly. I'll put you like this: they canceled a 10 megawatt transmission line after I already put in the money in to build it. And there's supposed to be about a dozen windmills around Toronto on the lake. They fought this tooth and nail, but dumping 60,000 and 70,000 liters of deuterium into the lake, that's upstream and downstream, so it doesn't matter which way the water is going from our tap water source. That's okay. Burying nuclear waste below water, that's okay. How much else they do up there? Vaporizing uranium in the city. Oh, they pretended they wanted that change. They wanted to get a whole bunch of niggers and Indians to stand up and say, we want it changed. And then it's a complete goose chase, because what would happen if you got that? There's only a couple things that would happen. All the residences would get moved from here, and this would become an exclusion zone. Or you move the plant, and now you've got 2 contaminated sites. Right. Or you get public opinions, not the word, feelings, whatever, towards it to such a level that when terrorist motherfuckers do come to do something to it, they go, oh, that's good, I'm glad they're doing it. You got white supremacist methods all through this whole neighborhood, and you'll blame us for it. Like, we didn't start selling this shit. They came here with money, throwing it at us. Why people so crack now, man? But anyway. You never heard of Yellow Rocks? No? You
Where 26 people lost their lives.
Crack is white.
I'm Paul Flav in San Antonio.
Prosecutors in Minnesota are expected to call more members of law enforcement today in the trial of former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin. He's charged with killing George Floyd last year during an arrest. This is NPR News from Washington. In Missouri, the city treasurer in St. Louis has been elected mayor. Tashara Jones defeated city alderwoman Kara Spencer. Jones will be sworn in later this month as the
minority offender will go on to reoffend, even though the data in no way matches up. It's wrong a lot of the time. It's wrong more than half the time, which is pretty drastic. Another example is Amazon tried to have an AI flag its candidates, and they said, well, we'll build an AI. The AI will make sure that we're getting the best people, because it's not going to look at names, it's not going to do anything that a human would do, so technically it should be impartial.
All names
but
are essentially chosen because you can just change it anytime you want.
Essentially settled on it will
so
only
you decide we'll eliminate looking at the names and we won't be prejudiced then.
These systems have
your dumbass refuses to accept I can change my name to whatever I want.
Well, we should have more AI running.
Instead, you're going to pretend I don't have a name, and that's how you're going to solve prejudice.
There's a lot of computer scientists out there screaming, no, don't do that, because what's going to happen is you're going to codify the problems that we have today, and then a bunch of people who like it that way are going to come out and say, well, it's math and it's logic. You're arguing against numbers, therefore this
no
is
data is data, and that's science.
And that's the biggest fear that people who build AI models and work on AI models have. That
we are Toronto.
Oh, they
got a lot of vaccines. In New York State, they're allowing anybody over 30 to make an appointment. See?
Wow. There's a pharmacy down here. Anybody can just walk in. So
his life,
not impressing nobody.
So that yours might
anybody can get a vaccine without an appointment. Or anybody can make an appointment. Wow, bro. That's incredible. That's insane.
I know.
Does the vaccine work? No? Well,
starting this Saturday, September 3rd,
Dragnet will be heard at a new time over your NBC station. Consult your local newspaper for the new listening time.
And now, speaking on behalf of the producers and the entire cast of Dragnet,
we would like to take this opportunity to thank you for your many kind letters of encouragement and approval. Remember, next Saturday for Dragnet,
over the last
this is
year about
NBC, the
mandatory
national
vaccines.
broadcasting
Your employer can force you to get it, and blah blah blah. The teachers were trying to
You're
force you to
listening
get
to
your
Chin
kids
Radio
the
AM
vaccine. No
1540,
vaccine
the
available.
voice of multicultural Toronto,
They're mad
bringing you
that
the
they finally
latest
even
updates
shut
on
up again.
COVID-19.
Want to know what shuts the
Stay
teacher up?
informed, stay safe,
Logic.
and stay tuned to
The
Chin
correct
Radio
answer.
AM 1540.
Around here, they hate the correct answer because they never have it. Teachers used to look at the back of the book,
of the Yukon.
fucking get mad, their face turned red.
It's Yukon King, swiftest and
Because the
strongest
answer I
lead dog
gave
of
was
the
the one they
Northwest,
thought it should be.
blazing
And
the
they're
trail for
mad that the
Sergeant
right answer
Preston
isn't the one
of the
they wanted.
Northwest Mounted Police in his relentless pursuit of lawbreakers. On King, on you husky!
It's so dangerous for us teachers here. Hey, if you only went home and to school and back,
Stampede to the Klondike in the wild
no, you're
race for
fine
riches.
to go on
Back to the
vacation.
days of the gold rush. With
on the
Sergeant
toll
Preston
roads.
and his wonder
Must
dog,
have kids in
Yukon
school
King,
because why?
as
You
they
don't
beat
get paid if you're
the
not there.
challenge of the Yukon.
It takes more teachers to teach a virtual class than a real one. What am I doing here? If there were 10,000 of you, it would cost no more than if there's one.
But now it's doing pretty well. The state has administered 20 million vaccines so far. That's more than France.
That's more than France. Which state is it? Because you might have more people than France.
If you don't have a father, or at least brothers, people say, what does she expect to achieve in life? It's over for her. But I'm not settling for that.
Why not? I'm
going to make something of my life.
Face in front of you on it.
Fatimzara's journey to work takes an hour and a half, but she doesn't mind.
Remember,
this job
guys
is a big opportunity
disloyal to the
because
chauvinist massive, or whatever you call yourself. What's it called again?
At the women's restaurant Amman, the day begins with prayers for the trainees
like
and their cooking
acronym
instructors.
they use. I'm being disloyal to them, so they'll come
It's
back
a
to me and
moment
say,
of
I'm
quiet
gay.
before the work begins. Today, it's Fatimzara's turn to bake bread. The others get to work peeling vegetables and cutting up meat.
These will suck each other's
The
dick and let
trainees
people
include
fuck them in
single
the ass
mothers,
to get a gang
widows,
badge.
and former house
And yet-
servants, women who have very little standing in Moroccan society. This instructor is divorced, something which carries a strong social stigma, but that no longer bothers her. Now I have my own money. Everything's changed. As a divorced woman, I didn't even dare take the bus on my own before. In addition to the practical training, the women are taught food science, as well as French and English. The teachers say many of the trainees are shy at first. They hunch their shoulders and avoid eye contact. But then they gradually start to realize they have no reason to be ashamed.
You know, the fucking method today over the fence. Oh, I think you know what I'm talking about. But I don't know what the fuck you're on.
for each other in a sense.
I've seen him around the neighborhood. He took the first possible opportunity
They
to
come into
threaten
their
me.
bodies
Like you all
in a
do.
way,
You're a bunch of
and they
fucking
begin to
pedophiles that
smile
are
and
angry as
stare
hell
at
that I
them in a
won't stop
certain
calling
way,
your buddies
with a certain
pedophiles.
posture.
One by one, you're all
For many
dropping dead,
women
ain't you?
here, life is not easy.
You want us to keep
We've
going?
come to an advice center on the edge of Marrakesh.
Telling the people that I've
A woman
seen
who was the
talking to
victim
these
of a
people
knife
before,
attack
I
3 years
know you're
ago
all
tells
right.
the
Your buddy's
social
dead,
worker
eh?
how a stranger started pestering her.
Because they
When she
think
brushed him off, he cut her
standing right in
face.
front of me, looking at me, talking, and I didn't see them.
He also slashed the tendons in her hand. The woman managed to get back on her feet, but she still suffers pain.
You realize how
And to
sensitive what
make
you just
matters
said, white
worse,
blondie
many
girl?
people tell her it was her
The
own
tendons
fault.
in her can got cut, but she still managed to get on
We
her
often
feet.
hear things like, you must have put on too much
You're a
makeup or made
fucking whore,
yourself
woman.
attractive. You provoked him, but it's not true.
That white girl that was doing the
Not all the
voiceover a
cases
second
here
ago
involve
just did the same
physical
thing.
violence. But one thing is clear, women who don't keep to traditional roles are often marginalized. Equality of the sexes has been anchored in the Moroccan constitution for the past 8 years. But the unwritten laws, the expectations placed on women, hadn't changed much.
Interpol, you know why the cops say this?
Women these days have a lot of fancy ideas. They want to go to Europe, go shopping.
That's the only reason.
No one wants to live like we used to.
This is the only reason. Yes,
If a
Interpol,
woman
you work
leaves the
there,
house to
you're
go
doing
to
some
work,
good
she
things
has
for
no
law and order.
protection, and men could take advantage of that.
Gang of child rape.
I think it's okay for a woman to work, but it's better if she stays at home, especially when there are children. Who's going to look after the children otherwise?
Stabbings and shootings, burn up cars, all them things. Where am I? Oh,
Around midday, the first guests arrive at the Amal restaurant, and the kitchen starts
you
to
mad
hum.
that you stick your fingers in my open wounds?
The
I don't get
menu
infected.
always includes traditional Moroccan tagine. Under the watchful eye of her instructor, Fatim Zahra is learning how to perfect the slow-cooked stew. She really wants to get on and make something of her life. At first, she was very shy, but she's slowly getting there. We're very happy with her. The training lasts between 6 and 9 months. The requirements are stringent. The school has high standards when it comes to punctuality, hygiene, discipline, and responsibility. There's always one trainee who drops out. But those who complete the training nearly always go on to find permanent work. The non-profit organization finances the training using proceeds from the restaurant. It also runs a catering service and cooking courses for the public.
Morocco was missing something like this.
Also,
they really filled a niche with this idea. The women have the opportunity to find work, and respectable work too.
Officials to make voting more convenient. The bills would also create new criminal penalties related to voting. Advocates in Texas say these proposals would ultimately make it harder for people of color, new voters, and disabled Texans to vote. Republican State Senator Brian Hughes, a sponsor of one of the bills, says pushback has been overblown.
These are provisions that will apply across the board. Every voter, they're consistent, they're fair, and make it hard to cheat.
Rich and poor alike are free to beg
advocates say
upon
bills
the
like those in
street.
Texas and Georgia amount to a concerted attack on democracy. Latasha Brown, who also co-founded Black Voters Matter, said all members of American society should defend democracy, and that includes businesses.
Fundamentally, when we're talking about community, we're talking about businesses, we're talking about organizations, we're talking about individuals. If we are to have a robust and effective democracy that is going to take every aspect of our society to support that.
But Republicans across the country and in Texas say corporations should stay out of this fight. Texas's Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick went as far as to warn CEOs that getting involved in this legislative battle could cost them customers.
You've meddled in a lot of issues lately. I'm not a big believer in boycotts, but people will make up their own minds. Stay out of things you don't know anything about. And if you want to get involved, then you're taking that risk.
During a call with voting groups, former Democratic Congressman Beto O'Rourke said it's a little ironic that Republicans are telling corporations to stay out of politics after supporting the Supreme Court Citizens United decision, which opened the door to massive corporate spending in elections.
And here you have some responsible corporations trying to ensure that this state does the right thing, and all of a sudden, Dan Patrick and others are up in arms.
Voting rights groups say they're asking a bunch of major Texas companies, including AT&T, Southwest Airlines, Frito-Lay, Valero, and Whole Foods, to publicly oppose the Republican voting bills in the state. For NPR News, I'm Ashley.
Atlanta or Texas? Georgia, whatever. You knew what I meant.
This is NPR News.
You're pretty fucking useless. How come you don't play them fucking Black Panther interviews? You never talk about radio stations getting locked out and staffs all fired and replaced. You never talk about that. Oh, the way I see it, now that I'm in here, I can make a difference from the inside. Yeah, perpetuating the same. Oh, and just like minute per minute basis. How much of this channel is filler? And then ads. National Public Radio.
Galligant in Brussels turns them back into raw materials. Europe's biggest ship recycler can take any vessel to pieces, whether a warship, fishing trawler, or Russian sub.
You're presenting it as some big framework thing. There's a bunch of random Indians
economic sector that appears to have a bright future in Europe.
The EU tried to change the way of recycling ships, so they wanted to prevent ships, European ships, from going to Asia, and that's why they started. They said, look, every EU flagged ship, we want it to be recycled on a place that we have a license. So
and then we can send the metal to Asia.
EU yards,
you understand, it's still going to Asia, but you're doing all the menial, unskilled work, and all the value-added, high-skilled work will now be done in Asia. You're geniuses.
It stipulates that all ships now sailing under a European flag can only be broken up under strictly controlled environmental and working conditions. Supervising how the regulation is carried out, however,
go ahead and write me the ticket, sir. It's somewhere out there in the ocean. What are you gonna fucking do?
The laws were triggered by the
These are the laws white people come up
in
with.
Asia. 10 years ago,
I don't want to recycle
1,000 people on average were being
but
injured
your law
here
says I
every
must.
month. But the Western Marine Shipyard has taken steps to drastically reduce the number of accidents at the facility.
This is a real
the company now even has its own infirmary.
You need to follow the safety regulations to stay safe. Gloves, earplugs, you have to take all the required protective measures. And if you're working off the ground, you have to wear a safety harness. If you follow the rules, it's safe to work here.
Ground. There is no
if you're always using it all day.
God willing.
I don't mean with the ship, the city. I mean the ship, the structure. As your there's none of. What are you going to tie your harness to?
But despite the rules, not everyone wears a safety harness when they're off the ground.
We can enforce very strictly, but it is more like a culture. It takes time for them to adapt. But I would not accept. If there's a lapses, it's lapses. We have to. Denial is not the answer.
In Belgium, all 50 workers at the recycling facility wear helmets, fire-resistant clothing, and gas masks when necessary.
Make 32 euros per hour.
Most of the crane operators, welders, and metal workers
this is not
aren't permanent staff members at Galoo. They're on contract.
Is not.
In spite of all the heavy-duty machinery, many things in the yard still have to be done by hand. Jens van Wees is on his feet all day. It's his job to ensure everyone is obeying the safety regulations.
Employees are given training on how to incinerate and clean materials. Many subcontractors also work for us, and they also have all the necessary qualifications.
I'm dead serious, I'm wondering.
The Belgian company has developed its own eco-friendly ship recycling process. It exports 850,000 tons of scrap metal every year to Asia, among other places.
Is made of something
that material is then used to build new ships.
And there won't be anything on it not recyclable. And then if the ship is not made of metal, it's going to be made out of something that's not recyclable. So what are you talking about?
The shipyard in Chittagong has already built and sold ships in Germany and Denmark, as well as to companies in India, Kenya, and many other countries. That makes the workers here proud.
If you get a job like this in Bangladesh, you do it with great enthusiasm. We're all part of one big family here.
His boss has big plans for the future.
The shipyard is almost full, and we have few orders in the pipeline. And our projections in next couple of years, we would rather step into in higher value products than what we are building now.
The government is also promoting ships made in Bangladesh and supporting the industry with subsidies, investments, and favorable bank loans. In just 5 years, it's hoped ship exports will generate $4 billion in the country annually.
For some reason, the UN measures
More
everything in
ships
US
worldwide,
dollars. You know,
the work
country
won't
that
be
doesn't
drying
pay
up
their
in
dues,
Belgium
the
either.
United States.
Every ship has to be retired at some point.
Did they ever start paying again?
I worked here 1 year as crane operator, and I look of everything, and it's great to be here. I love my job. It's we recycling everything. It's great.
They teach you how to use a Geiger counter and tell whether that metal's not radioactive so that you can be used for specific
Our
purposes.
reporters have been tracking down more yummy treats. This week we go to Colombia.
Oh, I forgot to check.
I've done nothing wrong. That's true.
Oh, it's fine.
A fried corn cake stuffed with egg.
Early to know whether the vaccine
The best ones can be had on one of the town's big thoroughfares.
To continue administering the vaccine in all groups, arguing
Ya le
that
mismo,
some chronic incidents are very rare and the benefits still greatly outweigh the risks. A new study sheds light on the number of COVID-19 patients who experience neurological or psychiatric symptoms. Researchers looked at 236,000 Americans who came down with the virus last year. They found 1 in 3 developed either a neurological or psychiatric condition. Some 17% experienced anxiety, 14% had mood disorders, about 7% of patients admitted to intensive care suffered a stroke, and some 2% developed dementia, which they may have already had but hadn't been diagnosed.
Doesn't work that way.
The findings are in the Lancet Journal of Psychiatry.
680 News Time, 5:50.
Ontario's COVID-19 vaccine
plan
to spread and save lives. Until we're all vaccinated,
we make fun of these motherfuckers every time they do that.
Wash your hands, keep your distance. We've come so far together, and thousands of people across Ontario are getting vaccinated every day.
What's the vaccine got to do with anything?
Coming soon.
So this is not.
Ontario.ca/COVID vaccine plan.
This is not a COVID-19 public health message. This is an anti-vaccine hesitancy message targeted
More time outside,
at us.
more time with family, and who knows, maybe time with more of
They
the
tried
family.
calling us
This
anti-vaxxers.
is what we need.
Give a fuck about that. You're not listening. There's poisons in your fucking injection that we can't process. You're hesitant.
You enjoy it.
What if I am?
Once, and we'll keep your yard looking Zoom call picture perfect all season. Go to hirethegardener.com. That's
I think I said this before. You got your front yard as the background in your Zoom video. Either they can't see you or they can't see the yard. So,
News, traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Helena Volka.
Everybody's got to work that COVID thing into it. Of course, that means Zoom, the urinal advertising company.
The overnight construction a few minutes ago was eastbound 401 east of Yonge and the Collectors. That tractor trailer managed to rectify itself and move on, so it's gone now. So nothing else happening on the eastbound 401 at this point through the Yonge Street area or anywhere else, actually. Everything is moving very well. Looking to see if volume is starting to build on the westbound 401 through Oshawa.
You what you just said.
Right now it's really good.
Jacking up a tractor trailer, straighten out, took off.
We've got several coming in from the north into the city, or leaving the city for that matter, and they're all looking good. Southbound 410 in Brampton, maybe a little bit slow from Sandalwood down to Beauvais, maybe building just a little bit through there. How about the money you save staying at home? You spend on your home. Increase your living space. Finish your basement. Call AGM now and get $5,000 off your new basement. Visit AGM Renovations.
Yes, more money to sink into renovations that will, you think, artificially raise the value of your house. You ever see houses in
Just keep in mind mild temperatures, that's for sure. Just keep in mind it will be cooler though near the lake with the wind.
Beautiful houses with $10 million here.
Plenty of sunshine
in the middle of shithole crack neighborhoods. That's what your renovations
Guaranteed
are.
high today 15 degrees, 7 for the low, 18 tomorrow.
You've got granite countertops. That means if I buy your house, I gotta smash this shit up and get it off the property. Like, seriously, you people make the worst fucking choices.
Getting into that gusty wind, gusts up to 32
Well, flip this house, it's been flipped 4 times because I got talked to do it. You gotta sell it.
Guaranteed high today 15.
Coming up at 6 o'clock, this could be the last day for a while that non-essential stores are open.
So the reason that there's always more people coming in the city than leaving is international. Those people don't buy houses, don't buy anything that needs renovations. They buy an entire floor of a condo building that hasn't been built yet.
Your money does more, so you can live more
And then they
too.
just keep it.
Switch to the Scotiabank Ultimate Package and get a savings rate of up to 1.8%. Unlimited Interac e-transfer transactions, an annual credit card fee waiver on select credit cards, and a $300 welcome bonus.
Waiver of
It's the bank account that
artificial
lets you do
interest
more,
rate
all from one package.
inflation.
Conditions apply. Rate is for a
So
limited
somehow
time
anything
and
above
varies by savings period.
62% is usury, a criminal charge in Ontario. And Cash Money's allowed to advertise that they're charging like 260%, and that's allowed.
And answers about your job and finances.
If you have a question, ask it at 680news.com/answers.
680 News gets the answers.
We're in this together.
680 News, working for you.
That's the other thing. We're going to induce this empathy.
During the Mets-Phillies
Induce empathy in a sociopath, a psychopath.
had what he
All right.
described as an emergency.
We're all in this together. You got scared that genetically we can all get the same disease, and you keep looking down. Oh, chinks get it, sticks get it, niggers get it. Oh, I can get it too. Get all those 30 people vaccinated, so I don't get it. We're all the same. All of a sudden, we're all the same.
Don't go there. I think just don't go. I got a slight emergency at home. That's what it is. Everything looks okay? Everything's fine, but
interrupt the broadcast with an emergency call, so the broadcasters and people watching live got worried. Until
there's something serious. Can we help in any way? Someone was supposed to feed my cat, and she hasn't fed the cat in a while, and she used the wrong key, and it's jammed in the door. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to get in my house.
And now we have an all-time great moment in baseball history. I'm Jeff Rehoman.
See how badly they're trying to make it human? To relate to all of us. When's the last time you spent money on baseball? When's the last time money went somehow from your economic activity to theirs?
A great deal for you. It's 8 free meals in your first 2 good food orders.
Without the permission of mayors or local municipal leaders.
Okay, so if you want to close the big box stores, if you want to close the fulfillment centers, and we can't get our Instapots, is it like damn the economy and let's get this thing completely, at a much lower temperature?
Yeah, I really feel that Canadians would be okay if their packages got delayed a week or so if it meant that the kids could stay in school. I think we've given too much priority
What's the connection?
To some of these large
What is the
companies.
connection
And even
there?
at the grocery stores, like we've had huge outbreaks in our food processing plants in Brampton. And even if you didn't have everything in the grocery store, but we had case counts that were down and we didn't have to have lockdowns, I think Canadians would be sympathetic towards that too. I just think we've given too much priority to these companies at the expense of our case counts.
Yeah, I mean, I'm watching that video from New York.
Canadians believe that 49% white makes them the majority.
I can't, and there's hundreds of
And
people
that's not accounting for all the people that aren't white that just get told they are over and
complex
over.
like Yorkdale Shopping Center still means hundreds of people.
48% men is a majority too.
It still looks like a zoo. And why? Why are they being given these broad exemptions? I look at, at some of these small businesses that sell similar goods. It's really not equitable.
Last question for you. Do you support Dr. Lowe's position? He's a signatory along with Eileen Davila and Ottawa's Chief Medical Officer of Health. They've written a letter to Dr. David Williams calling for a shutdown, a 1-month stay-at-home order, including the schools.
So I don't think we can continue doing the same thing. We've been shut down since November 23rd in Peel Region, and it hasn't got us the results that we've desired. And so I think we need to learn from the shortcomings of previous lockdowns and adapt and be more surgical. The one part that I liked about the letter was that it talked about reducing capacity at some of these essential workplaces and removing from the list some of the factories that are listed as essential workplaces. So that part I can get behind, but I do think you can't normalize lockdowns, and we should be more surgical in
Why can't you normalize lockdowns? Because you haven't had a lockdown yet. Remember that.
Yesterday, and of course today, we are going to hear from.
You haven't had a lockdown yet. You had one emergency stay-at-home order that apparently expired or something.
Stay-at-home order.
Remember, the desired result is
shopping allowed in groceries.
have a certain number of new cases a day, mostly among minority groups.
Cracking down on the big
They don't want it down to zero, or you wouldn't come up with, oh, let's lock down for a month.
Get the latest from the roads.
What was your desired result exactly?
From the newsroom.
Halton Hills.
More of the morning show on this Wednesday. Global News Radio 640.
No data is data, and that's science.
COVID-19, you are entitled to full severance pay.
Most racist cops aside from Toronto police.
Over 90% of employees are offered much less than they're actually owed. Get the
they come into this country with their regression and their ways. Buddy, you're not from this country. You're fucking white, stupid.
And I am Earth, and
you know, we do things here, we fight it out until people die. So maybe you're in the wrong fucking part of the world.
Sweet, beautiful mud.
Some find us challenging.
While all those Subarus with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive revel in our...
So supposedly making a disturbance in public, which is not an arrestable offense, but he leaves the restaurant, and like an hour later the cops open his door to arrest him, and they start talking shit about him and his mom on the fucking camera in the car. Right. Will they go after a white guy who's jumping over fences, threatening niggers for being niggers? No, we're not going to charge them for that. You can't get HIV. You don't need a test, buddy. I ordered you to get a copy of that video, and he's on camera, on his body camera, going to go get the USB and come back and everything. So there's two options there. Either he's a really good actor, and they erased everything later. But hey, one of the arresting officers in my case is who dispatched you, stupid. Oh, that's a serious conflict of interest if that USB drive goes missing, dumbass. Because you keep telling me I'm Canadian and white.
Looking really good across the 401.
When did you see my birth
and the
certificate?
Gardner, all looking good. Overnight construction is still here on the go, according to the MTO on the westbound to QEW, heading through the 427. So 2 left lanes are blocked off there, but other than that, everything else looks really good. Let's get Toronto vaccinated. Get the COVID vaccine when it's your turn. Look online at toronto.ca/COVID-19 or call 888-999-6488. I'm Kimberly Fowler, Global News Radio 640 Toronto, Chopper Traffic.
Going beyond the headlines and hashtags. This is CFMJ Global News Radio 640 Toronto, of course, entertainment company. You're listening to Global News Radio 640 Toronto. This is Global News at 6 o'clock.
Good morning, I'm Dave Bradley. Another beautiful day on the way today with sunshine and highs. Right now, we're sitting...
50. The Toronto stock market starts today at a record high. Vacancy rates on the rise in the city's downtown core. Business at 26.
680 News Time, 6:01.
Traffic and weather together on the ones. Kyle Hawkins of the 680 Traffic Center. Good morning, Kyle.
And good morning, Paul. Good morning, Catherine. Just starting to look for some volume building on the major routes. Not a whole lot just yet. One spot I am noticing is eastbound Gardner. That usual lineup at the ramp to Spadina is starting to form. That's typically the first spot that starts to get busy on this route. Southbound DVP still looks in pretty good shape as you travel through down or towards downtown. And then if we look at the 401, just seeing some volume starting to build on the westbound 401 coming out of Durham region. Looks.
So if you actually just sit and watch the traffic, you'll see everybody's doing the same thing. Jackrabbits start slamming on the brakes, tailgating. When the cars go through the intersection, 2 minutes of nothing because everybody drives this way. That lineup that's always there.
We're already well above the average morning low, about 1 or 2. We're at 6 degrees and clear at Pearson 9 at 680 News. Today's guaranteed high, 15. 680 News Time, 6:02.
Here comes
So I saw an Econoline caught in front of a transit van and almost got fucking smoked
Sources
yesterday.
confirmed to 680 News. Premier Ford will announce the stricter measures today in response to soaring cases, including the deadlier variants, which have hospital intensive care units at the brink.
680's Kevin Meisner joins us live from Queen's Park this morning with a look at how the restrictions are likely to impact your life. Kevin.
Well, Catherine, Premier Doug Ford says he plans to beef up what he calls last week's massive move to put all of Ontario
All this is new shit just now. It's yesterday afternoon.
Sources are confirming to 680 News that Ford will announce
so did nobody get shot?
Tuesday and Thursday, there are the Indian hero Straight Arrow riding to uphold justice. Sky King zooming to supersonic action. And Bobby Benson, the cowboy kid in Tales of Western Daring. Listen to Mutual's Hour for Fun with Mark Trail, Clyde Beatty, Victor Borga, Straight Arrow, Sky King, and Bobby Benson over most of these stations
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
Now, as gunshots echo across the wind-swept, snow-covered beaches of the wild Northwest, Quaker Puff wheat and Quaker Puff rice, the breakfast cereal shot from guns, present the challenge of the Yukon. It's Yukon King, swiftest and strongest lead dog of the Northwest, blazing the trail for Sergeant Preston of the Northwest Mounted Police in his relentless pursuit of lawbreakers. On King!
News time 6:04, so there will be no more crowded scenes like we saw on the Easter weekend at the malls. Shopping will no longer be a family outing. Non-essential retailers will be limited to curbside pickup only. And for the first time in the pandemic, there will be restrictions on what you can buy in person at big box stores. Our Carl Hansky's at Sherway Gardens this morning in Etobicoke with the story and reaction. Carl.
Yeah, Paul, we're expecting that all non-essential stores will be restricted to curbside pickup only, and big box stores reduced to essential aisles only, which means for the first time during this pandemic, they will have to close off non-essential aisles. So, for instance, outside the Walmart where I am right now, the food aisles will be open, but
it is so arbitrary.
Will have to be closed off. I'll be getting a reaction to that. Garden centers, though, we're hearing may still be allowed to stay open. We'll have to wait and see. Reporting live across from Sherway Gardens, Carl Hansky, 680 News.
No, you won't. They will stay open.
6:05.
Just like there's been live cannabis seed and bird seed exported to the United States for the last 93 years.
Vaccine rollout, 680's Jamie Pulford joins us live with the latest.
You don't have to believe that.
Yeah, Catherine, it's the vaccine news you can use. There's a lot to unpack today. Some areas we know have done this already, but starting this morning,
because I live in Canada, where live marijuana seeds were perfectly legal until they legalized marijuana.
And older can start booking appointments on
and they tried to lean on me 6 different ways about how I have to get it from them. No, I don't. I got 6 different legal arguments to prove you wrong.
Will be able to get their shots in areas that are considered.
It's kind of like how prostitution wasn't illegal until they legalized it, and now it's illegal.
Affected postal codes that cover about a dozen health units. The majority of them, though,
and contrary to popular belief, marijuana will get you put in jail in the Netherlands.
Further, those 45 to 59 years old can now get a vaccine in 5 hotspot areas in York, including several spots in Vaughan, also one in Markham. You can register through the York website starting at 8:30 a.m. That full list is posted at 680news.com. Now, the latest information that we have
if you didn't know by 1995, we'll tell you. Scheduling things that way with the internet doesn't make sense.
Well, just over 65%
code the website, and when you're done, it's live.
680 News.
Everybody buying in this month and this year, apply on Monday. Their best flight Tuesday. That's not how the internet works.
Effective today,
literally
all
made everything
public
twice
and
as
Catholic
hard and take
elementary and
twice as long that
secondary
way.
schools in the city are closed to in-person learning. Medical Officer of Health Dr. Eileen Davila issuing a Section 22 order to move all Toronto schools to remote learning following a similar move in Peel Region on Monday. Toronto Public Health says the spread of COVID-19
has never been greater what. You're calling this an education with educators teaching, teachers teaching, but you keep saying it's the learning that's not allowed. It's very subtle what they do with words.
It's pretty last minute, and I work from home, so I don't know how I'm going to deal with 2 kids.
They fucking hate me because I catch every fucking one they try to pull over on us. And the talking heads don't even hear themselves saying the shit. They don't believe the things they say.
Depending on the COVID-19 case numbers, it could be extended. I'm Laura Carney. 680 News Time 6:07. Police are searching for suspects after a car was robbed outside of a bank in the Bayview Woods Plaza. Officers were called to the scene on Finch east of Bayview just before 11 last night for reports of a holdup. Police say it's unclear if the suspects were armed. 3 people took off from the scene in a car. No injuries were reported. The Toronto Police Holdup Squad is investigating.
A Toronto couple charged after allegedly trying to avoid paying rent in the city for a decade, set to make a virtual court appearance today. The 2 were arrested in February. Each charge was 7 counts of fraud over $5,000 and 2 of false pretense. Toronto police say the couple would move into multiple apartments, paying first and last month's rent, but then wouldn't pay anything else. The couple would tell their landlord they were unemployed in order to prolong eviction, but once the eviction process was complete, they still owed payments. Investigators say the scam worked out to the couple only paying 14 months rent for about 120 months of accommodation.
This is 680 News. The Raptors fell to the Lakers last night, but as we hear from our Simon Bennett, the game might be the most remembered for an OG body slam.
So, the opinion I have of the league, this is a problem with these people. No, the landlords. Remember, I spent 2.5 years on the street. Because why? Because they didn't like the look of me, and I couldn't possibly have money or work or whatever. You wanted the clean-cut white people, and you got ripped off every fucking time. I'm supposed to be mad that I spent time with these people at the apartment. No, it's the landlords, owners, whoever. These are bad, horrible people who do something that I don't know how stick it happen to me. Yeah, if you're a racist piece of shit. Prejudiced. It doesn't have to be about race. Prejudiced.
They face the Bulls tomorrow night. I'm Simon Bennett. 680 News Time.
You did 2 sports updates in the first 10 minutes.
On the weekend, or Yorkdale Shopping Center, as they prefer to be called. He said it was absolutely jam-packed. I was truly hoping people wouldn't be going there to the volume that we saw, but you let them.
No.
You didn't tell them they couldn't do it.
You can't stop.
So how can you sit and say, well, I was driving by the mall and my God, it was packed, and that's not a good thing. Folks, he continued, this variant is taking off, and please, when you can, follow all protocols. Make sure that you can, if you can, stay at home. We understand you've got to get out, fresh air. God bless you, but do it responsibly. Going to the mall is not essential. What's essential is buying food, buying medicine, and getting your vaccines. So we'll hear more today. Sick Kids Hospital is going, this is unprecedented, for the Hospital for Sick Children. They will be opening 8 ICU beds for young adults, preparing to accept critically ill adults. They're calling
in case you didn't know, I texted my people a while ago telling them no matter what these asshole cops tell you, I'm authorizing you.
I wouldn't even call it a variant of concern anymore. I'd knock it up to the next level, call it a variant of consequence from what we're seeing. It's the first time the hospital will be opening beds for adult patients. It's part of a provincial response. Their CEO, Dr. Ronald Cohn, telling the Toronto Star that patients will be transferred from Greater Toronto hospitals who have surpassed capacity. After activating surge plans, all potential transfers to neighboring regions have been attempted. If it's all been done, if they've all tried, then they will be welcome at Sick Kids on a very limited basis. The president and CEO of the Hospital Association, Anthony Dale, he called that move a pediatric hospital opening to adult patients, a watershed moment. He says it shows the extraordinary gravity of the situation. Those beds should be absolutely necessary to save lives and keep people alive.
Too much, you drink too much, and you breathe too much.
According to the April 5th report yesterday, at critical care, or it would be Tuesday, or Monday, April 5th, excuse me, critical care services reported 497 COVID-19 patients in ICU, well above the second wave peak of 420. And of course, we got the modeling from the volunteer science table, said there could be 800 COVID ICU patients in hospitals by the end of this month. So I heard Kelly talking to Ryan from the TDSB yesterday, Ryan Bird. And it was, I guess, about 4 or 5 hours later, the city of Toronto announced, or Toronto Public Health announced, just like in Peel Region, they were implementing Section 22, shutting down Toronto schools to in-class learning. Mr. Bird said educators and parents have had ongoing discussions about moving these students online.
What we said last week to all of our schools is we really do have to be prepared to move to remote learning, not only on the system level as we're experiencing
you mean
today,
the teacher has to know how to use the internet,
level, the individual school level. We had already
the province has to buy 350,000 iPads. Okay, so you work on the first part because we know they're retarded.
To be ready.
And the province
gave
the iPads
comments yesterday when the Premier was making his announcement of today's announcement. He said that community spread doesn't stem from the schools.
99.83% of staff do not have an active case. 99.89% of staff have never reported a case of COVID. Where we saw the problem, and everyone remembers this, at Christmas, when the kids go back into the community, that's where it's happening. It's not happening in the schools.
Which is why we're not expecting a province-wide shutdown of the schools, only in those districts, those health districts, where the medical
And who do they see then that they don't normally see? The 55 to 65-year-olds, which makes them white people, because we don't live that long. Spreading misinformation on the internet, but 92% of it or whatever. How many thousands? They said there were like 100,000.
Places to open, last to close.
Latest morning headlines and cue the parody songs. Just another half.
Greater in Toronto with these variants, stronger public health measures required to reverse the surge that we currently face. So they're moving to online learning in Toronto until at least the 18th, because next week is moved because of the holiday that was moved from March. This story is interesting. The head of the French department at Loretto Abbey Catholic Secondary School up in North York has been suspended after a TikTok video of her refusing to wear a mask in Starbucks went viral. The video was posted on Monday. It's since been taken down. The woman in the video is maskless at a Starbucks arguing with a staff member who's asking her to leave. Now, the trustee for the school, Maria Rizzo, telling the Toronto Star yesterday, confirming that Angela
all my
Senna
characterizations of these
has been
people are just
suspended
wrong.
and an investigation is underway.
Nope.
Trustee Rizzo says she
By
found
the way,
out about the video after receiving a flood of messages from
what we say
snitches.
here.
She
They
said, "I
know
want
what's
the parents to be
acceptable
sure the
to
board
us. They
takes this
think we're
very
all going to
seriously."
back the
As
teachers
soon
no
as
matter
this was
what. It's like, I don't
raised,
think you've been listening to
decisive action
500
was
years
taken
of rape.
to put the teacher on leave and conduct an investigation. The Catholic School Board really doesn't have much more to say, except that appropriate action will be taken as needed after the investigation. What are they going to do, fire her? I don't understand why people are still doing this.
Freaking out for having to wear a mask? I know.
Yeah.
Like, what?
What are you doing in Starbucks anyway? What are you throwing $6 down the
She
toilet?
shouldn't be allowed anywhere near children.
They're closing, eh? Maybe people feel bad.
Oh, they are?
The Starbucks are closing.
They're
There
going
was
to-
one across the street that's not there anymore, Dave told me.
Oh, the one that was just across? Yeah. It opened. It was in the base of that Daniels building.
Yeah. But there was also one at the Loblaws across the street.
And they're both gone.
No. Just the Loblaws one is still there.
Oh, okay. But the one right across next to the Royal Bank here.
Apparently isn't there anymore.
Oh, all the kiddies were excited when it opened here.
Yeah.
Of course, no one's here now anymore.
Yeah, so
Maybe that's why it's closed.
Exactly.
In case you didn't catch it, about 20 seconds ago, they shipped it to an advertisement.
I don't know if that,
Just in case you didn't catch it, this is all product placement.
Tim Hortons. Oh, and George.
Yeah. Their little food court there.
You got your Peptos all sorted out? Oh, you bought an electric razor and got ripped off? Oh, you need a match for your cigarette? It's the same as Dragnet. It's the same fucking school of marketing. 75 years, they're still trying to do the same thing. Loblaws, Royal Bank, Starbucks, Tim Hortons. If you don't know the connection between all those, I'm not explaining it to you.
Sportsnet 590 The Fan and Sportsnet. The Habs will have Carey Price who stayed home for medical treatment. TMC is back tonight. CONCACAF Champions League round of 16 action against Lyon at 8 o'clock. It's the first leg. Sports 15 and 45 past every hour or anytime at sportsnet.ca/590.
680 News Time, 617. Subway Restaurants introduces new potato bun side.
I will say Gabe and Weston admit, how do I phrase this? They won't do it if you're white in Canada and you admit to ripping off millions of people for billions of dollars, they don't do anything. So there was price fixing, cartel shit, I forget, the racketeering, whatever the word is you want to use, with him at the head of it for about 15 years. The bread was marked up like 75% or some shit.
We wish your old mattress
Oh, but if you give them all of your personal details and email them a picture of your driver's license and a credit card and everything else, you'll get a $25 gift card to make up for. So how much bread you eaten in the last 15 years? $1 and change markup. So you've eaten more than 20 loaves of bread in the last 15 years, right? And not to mention all those PVC cards that I'm going to have to deal with.
City News Time 6:18.
To the U.S. now. In Minneapolis, the trial of Derek Chauvin continues today with more testimony from law enforcement experts.
For nearly 3 days, the prosecution has been calling members of law.
They're not law enforcement experts. They're members of law enforcement who are being called on to provide testimony. In the U.S., they always refer to it as expert testimony. Thanks for treating us like we're fucking ignorant, bro.
In order to meet those objectives.
Others, such as the chief of police for the Minneapolis Police Department, have said bluntly they believe Derek Chauvin violated department policies in his action against George Floyd. A use of force expert will continue.
Hey, what about that? Better to set 10 guilty men free than send one innocent man to jail. Because you keep talking about whether you sort of kind of maybe push the line in his digger killing thing, but no one's fucking proven a crime yet. By the way, making your employees pay for counterfeit money that comes in, that doesn't even make sense. How are they supposed to know? When you tell them, oh yeah, this bill that came in the mail today from the bank, that's from you 3 weeks ago at this time and date you took the transaction. That's illegal for your boss to do that. And partly because it puts you in precisely the position that the store clerk was in with this guy. Do I say no to this guy who's wired on drugs? And then the idiot goes out, tries to make him come back inside. You can't force anybody to come inside anywhere. That's forcible confinement. Also, since you let him walk away, the transaction was concluded. From that second onwards, you are now trying to present a bill you think is fake to him to buy something back from him. You're breaking multiple federal laws.
To ramp up its vaccination efforts, but the president and public health officials are reminding Americans not to let their guard down.
About a fifth of the country has now been vaccinated, but as cases rise, the nation's vaccine coordinator, Dr. Bashir.
And I'm not sure how this works so much with American money, but because you guys don't do much for anti-counterfeiting, you really don't. Canadian money, even though it's standardized to a specific size in real life, one of the factors that varies is the cut of the bill and exactly how it lines up with the sheet. So it's basically becomes impossible for it's all a matter of conjecture. I can say this is fake, and you can say it's real, and it means nothing until one of us goes to jail and gets convicted for knowingly passing counterfeit money. It's all conjecture.
Don't bark up the wrong tree.
You remember the cops got called for a reason, right? To investigate a crime. There's no underlying crime except the employer breaking the law and then the clerk breaking the law. And I think the clerk broke the law twice, technically.
Create more enjoyable spaces with our vast selection.
If the other guy with Floyd knew the bill was fake, but he didn't pass it, now I don't know how the law is written in the U.S., but this is what I think. He didn't technically knowingly pass money. If I know you're about to commit a crime, I'm under no obligation to tell somebody else.
$1 million. Just having a ticket feels a lot like that moment between and. So get that 649 feeling. Buy your ticket today to feel the anticipation that comes with a chance to win a jackpot of an estimated $16 million, plus the guaranteed $1 million prize.
When your bank account does more, your money does more, so you can live more too. Switch to the Scotiabank Ultimate Package and get a savings rate of up to 1.8%, unlimited Interac e-transfer transactions, an annual credit card fee waiver on select credit cards, and a $300 welcome bonus. It's the bank account that lets you do more, all from one package. Conditions apply. Rate is for a limited time and varies by savings period. Visit scotiabank.com/ultimate300. Scotiabank.
Parents and educators are working closer than ever to keep students safe and learning. But there's one partner missing, the provincial government. The pandemic isn't even over, and Doug Ford is cutting $800 million from schools. And he's privatizing, making virtual learning permanent, taking away money needed for smaller classes and supports for students. Ontario has
He's taking away money needed for smaller classes. You need smaller classes. That's not privatizing because it's the same teacher. It's the same teacher. How's it privatizing?
Why'd you wait a year to tell us that this is privatizing? You're a union. Make up your mind. And what was the other thing I was about to say about this woman?
On Global News Radio.
I was about to go off about the Tim Hortons, Starbucks, Loblaws, Royal Bank thing.
All right, let's talk about medical conditions that aren't.
You need smaller class sizes. I'm a little confused. You need smaller class. So if they're not in the building using the building, and you don't have to travel to work, where's this extra money being spent?
Reason why your kids.
You pay for your internet connection at home now. Once upon a time, whatever your kid had to carry to school was all you needed. Now you also have to pay $100 a month for them to connect to the internet. That's on you. The province isn't paying that part.
Food and Drug Administration has okayed Qelbree. That's a Qelbre.
Oh yeah, I remember what I was gonna say. They're doing this fake empathizing shit. These people, it's the same advertising. I keep repeating that. The same advertising concept that they've been using forever. We need you to. We're working so close with parents, which is a weird way to phrase it too, because you're talking directly to the parents, but you're referring to them in the third person. You know, we're working so closely. What's the number one business goodwill thing to get ruined for teachers? Touching the fucking kids, stupid. Don't go near the kids. We're working so close. We don't want to hear you talking about being close to our kids. Co-parenting. We're the co-parents of your kids, and that's why we have the right to decide what medication they go on. Remember that? This is Ontario I'm talking about. And then last week, oh, it's so dangerous for us. Yeah, because you're the vectors of disease. It's not the kids bringing it into the schools. It can't be. They even just said it's not spreading at the schools. It's when the kids go back into the community, where they spend 90% of their time is like not where they are. The school is where they are. When they go back into the community, they're getting COVID. And then they're bringing it to the school, but they're not bringing it to school because it doesn't spread at the school. And the only person at the school that goes anywhere other than the school and home, and also goes near your kids, is the teachers. It's the teachers. They're the only ones. They're the only ones that could be the vector. They're literally the only ones that could be the vector. And the woman's in Starbucks freaking out. This is how they treat the world. So while they were electing their leadership of their union, I was walking around downtown, and for some reason this woman was standing in the middle of the sidewalk, like ignoring the fact that people are trying to walk by. So there's two people here looking this way and looking at me because they're looking very surprised that this white teacher is being so ignorant to me, standing in front of me and refusing to let me by. I say, excuse me. And as I walk around there, fucking asshole. These are your teachers. You think I make up any of this stuff? You're going to say, oh, he's got problems and bad, blah, 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 blah at school. No, I don't. What I do have is experience with a whole bunch more teachers in schools than the average person does. And I can name these people and the things they did to us. So any weirdo shit they wrote that you use as expert knowledge, and this is where we formed our opinion as to what we think his mental health issue is, and all this other shit. You wouldn't believe all the people that are not doctors trying to tell me that I must have some type of mental illness that's undiagnosed. All my diagnoses are wrong, right? And then these people that are not doctors know that is wrong. Right? They also know that I'm not black, I'm not native, and all these other things. I am a crack addict and a prostitute and a thief, right? Right? You keep saying these things about me.
I had to do that, how to open my car with a key, because the fob died.
You don't have you have a CD player in the glove box. You don't have a manual. You have a book.
I did, but it was in the car. The manual was in the car, and I couldn't get into the car. And then I learned that, there's a way to get in with this key, but you gotta, and I have to pop something off.
Really?
Yeah, it's hidden. The lock was hidden.
Excuse me while I whip this out.
I'm not sure what he's talking about, but the fucking key pops up. It's the Volkswagens have the rectangle thing, and then you press it, and the key pops out. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Fucking this part here is inside. You press the thing, and it pops out and sticks out like this. Does anybody know what I'm talking about?
There's a YouTube video for everything. When my fob died, it was a battery, so I had to go pick up a couple batteries at Shoppers.
It's always the battery.
I went to YouTube and thought, there's no way someone has posted a video about how to open the fob. And sure enough, I had a selection of 6 of them. How to open the fob to replace
So
the
just to be
battery.
clear, when I wash my hands, I also wash the keys. So we're torture testing how waterproof this is.
Show up and then watch it and then do it.
Oh, God. And it would show up unrewound.
No!
Oh! Canada's running out of warehouse space. In fact, Canada's in danger of running out of warehouse space by the end of the year, thanks to the
Amazon wants to build on the Oak Ridges mooring. Back to this idiot.
1 million square feet of logistic real estate is under construction. Already a lot of it's leased, according to reports yesterday. Vacancy rates for existing warehouses are at historic lows and may soon become nearly impossible for businesses to find a place to store their goods. They're welcome to my garage.
You know what just-in-time delivery is? Do you know what it means when less people are working, have money, spending less stuff? There's not more stuff stored up. There's less stuff stored up. Also, we're not short on warehouse space in Canada by any means. And you're not even trying hard to disguise. This is about Amazon wanting to build on the Oak Ridges mooring. But please tell me, if you work for Amazon,
that you have absolutely no access to any type of knowledge to figure out the one place you cannot build in Canada. And who's the other big company at risk of fucking their business interests up? Home Depot. What did they do? They bought contaminated land. They didn't contaminate it. They spent $10 million. I know I'm always saying $10 million. It always is $10 million on this fucking piece of land that is entirely contaminated. I'm pretty sure it was $10 million, but regardless, entirely contaminated with all sorts of chemicals. I would have to think for a second. I think it's PCB, yeah, polychlorobiphenyls, because that's what was written on the barrels that were in the trailers. And they, when they figured out what was happening, they kicked all the homeless people off the property, put up a proper fence, and hired security. So things have degenerated a little bit in 20 years, but there's nobody living on that site anymore. You work for Amazon. You're trying to find a place to build. Look, we're gonna have the whole world looking at this procurement warehouse, whatever. By the way, they already told us like 2-3 years in a row they're gonna do this here, and then they didn't. They pick other cities. How would you not know that you cannot build on the moraine, and that if you do, the entire world will hate you, and you'll get fucking murdered? In Canada, landlords and superintendents get thrown off buildings. And resource extraction CEOs get thrown out of helicopters. Police officers get beat up, kidnapped, raped, and their guns stolen. Do I have to keep going? The Prime Minister gets home invaded twice. Do I have to keep going? You work for Amazon and you don't know that you can't build on the moraine. Your name is Amazon, like Watershed, and you don't know that you can't build on the Oak Ridges mooring.
Manicuring his nails.
And these dummies here, I almost can't blame them. They're like Bert and Ernie. Whoever pays to tell them what to say, they'll just say whatever their boss tells them to.
Here on this Wednesday morning, if we have an opportunity to. At 5:31.
How many books, movies, games, all that shit does Amazon sell you? But they don't know that you can't build on the moraine. And neither does Doug Ford. This is the second fucking time he's going, we're going to do this. No, you're not. Oh, because there's no space available in the GTA, I could see square miles of fucking empty lots looking out my window there. Half a dozen high-rise towers have gone up in 2 blocks of me. You're going to tell me there's no space. Over half the land in the city is vacant, but there's no space. So, of course, we have to allow them somehow with an MZO to build on the... What happens to ministers here? What happens to ministers here? Do you remember the weathermen? What happens to ministers here? Hey, somebody walked into Parliament Hill shooting and killed a soldier outside. And because of that, Canadian forces don't wear uniforms anymore. You remember the weathermen? There's a reason everything gets taken so seriously in this fucking country. The MPs got kidnapped and killed.
Now mainly clear, 6 degrees.
And you don't know that you can't build on the moraine. You don't know who the Micmac are or the Wet'suwet'en. Or the Mohawk. You never heard of the Mohawk?
Into a so-called shutdown amid climbing COVID-19 case numbers. The premier is set to take restrictions up a notch. The Ford government is today expected to announce a stay-at-home order shutting down non-essential retail across the province.
680's Kevin Meisner joins us live from Queen's Park with the latest measures being taken to tackle the surging third wave. Kevin.
Well, Paul, Premier
no, it's surging. We were in the middle of it yesterday, almost at the end. Now it's surging.
Set to take effect before the weekend. Non-essential retail outlets will have to close again, and new restrictions are on the way for big box stores. One source telling 680 News this stay-at-home order will remain in effect for at least a month. Premier Doug Ford says he was hoping that last week's move to put all of Ontario into a gray zone shutdown would be enough to keep people at home.
You know, you go by your
serving my duties, you can't stop me.
You know, it was absolutely
if you do stop and talk to me, you're breaking the law, and I will detain you. So get the fuck off my block. How many times have I ordered police to leave and they leave?
And as alarming as those scenes
while telling me they won't, and then I have to go,
say
and I don't go, and they leave.
Still not
How many
eligible
times
for vaccines are the ones making up the majority of the new COVID patients they're seeing getting sick and winding up in hospitals. There are currently 510 COVID patients in Ontario intensive care units, now beyond the threshold where doctors have to make
this is when you do the over-the-top violent shootings.
Well, the medical officers of health in Toronto, Peel, and Ottawa did urge the province to take this action to bring in the stay-at-home order, saying it was necessary to prevent death and irreparable strain on the healthcare system.
Can you tell us why you haven't been reporting on arsons for the last 3 months?
News time 6:34. No more picking up a couple DVDs or a new pair of sweats while you grab your groceries at a big box store once the stay-at-home order set to be announced today takes effect. 680's Carl Hansky joins us.
Nero tries hard. She's trying to empathize, like with humans, to the point where she's artificially dropping. It's a couple of DVDs, and yeah, you would probably say a couple DVDs. Yeah, she went a couple pause DVDs.
Rabina Ahmed-Haq joins us on the line, our global news financial expert, personal finance expert. Rabina, good morning.
Good morning, Mike.
Why do you think it's not a good idea to want to stay home?
Well, you know, when you stay home, you do lose out on essential face time with your coworkers and especially your boss. And that can mean that you won't get the promotion or the career advancement. Or
there's another corporate brand name application right there. And again, what's essential about it? Oh, you know, that need to belong that we told you for decades is why you joined the gang. But you're wrong. You're wrong. Only sociopaths and psychopaths come up with this shit in their head.
You know, once every quarter, or at least have some kind of meeting once in a while, so they can see you and know you, and then want to promote you. Because when you're completely remote,
so white people will say touchstone and touch base and all these weird things. Always about touching. The same people that'll grab me like this and like this. Like, buddy, I'm about to break your fucking nose. I don't give a fuck how old you are.
That would be my biggest concern. I get distracted easy.
Yeah, so some people, remote work is the best way to increase their productivity. And in fact, during the pandemic, some surveys have shown that productivity has gone up. But I don't think that necessarily, Mike, has to do with the fact that we're at home. It has to do with the fact that we're just working more hours. So instead of being in the office from 9 to...
You're not working more hours. You're working less hours. You're fucking stupid. You're so fucking stupid, you shouldn't have the job you have. You should have a job to keep you busy. That's the only reason why. Some of them are more productive. If productivity is up, more than half of them are more productive.
Fully vaccinated with both doses. Reporting live, Jamie Pulper, 680 News. 680 News Time, 6:37. It's back to virtual learning for the city's elementary and high school students in the lead up to spring break. 680's Laura Carney reports. The city's medical officer of health making the tough call to order all public and Catholic schools to close effective today. So it's back to virtual learning for the third time. This order to be in effect until at least April 18th, the end of spring break. However, Dr. Eileen Davila says depending on the COVID-19 case numbers, it could be
extended. The timing of the announcement yesterday afternoon, not ideal, according to some parents speaking with City News.
They never really gave enough time for working parents.
It's a good thing that they're shutting down now. So it's a pragmatic decision, yeah? They're gonna miss their friends. That was the worst part about doing it the first time.
While acknowledging schools should be the first places to open and the last to close.
They'll miss their friends. That was the worst thing about shutting it down the first time. So the only negative thing you could find was some weirdo repeating, espousing the government.
680 News
They have to go to school. For mental health.
Federation of Ontario is
You know any kids that actually have friends in school? It's the most adversarial place in the world.
Education workers. The
Here in Toronto, anyway.
Concerns about school safety. ETFL President Sam Hammond will be joined by presidents of other unions.
Our kids are anxious and this and that because they're not in school. No, it's because of the reason why.
This conference gets underway at 9:30 this morning.
They understand how many years old they are. They understand the concept of counting to 100. They know how long it's been since something this bad has happened. And they see the adults' responses. Kids instinctively know when the adults don't know how to handle the situation. It's the same as dogs. If you go with people that refuse to guide their dog, lead their dog in some way, train their dog, the dog acts all retarded and bites people randomly because no one's in charge.
This is 680 News. The Blue Jays suffered their second loss of the young season last night in Arlington against the Texas Rangers. Our Simon Bennett has more.
The other thing, kids know inherently when you're lying. Without being able to logically tell you where the lie is, they know inherently you're lying.
So good until last night. Roark's pitch, a swing and a ball line, center field, well hit. Richard back turns and it's gone.
We should all support Major League Baseball for taking a stance on voter rights. Hey, we got a lot to talk about white-black relations in your particular organization. How do you have records for people that weren't competing against the whole fucking right?
And now in his first start this season, much of the same. One more game in Arlington today.
Where Toronto City Center Airport is, there used to be a baseball diamond. Babe Ruth played there once or some shit. You might want to look that up.
At Sickley Honda, our family wants your family to drive a great deal.
And again, relating to the humanity. Oh my God, that could happen to me. I'm too stupid to use a key too. So the key didn't go in. Now it's jammed in the door. That's physically impossible. Either it fits in or it doesn't. And if it doesn't turn, you just pull it out again. This makes them all so human. They're not 90-year-old racist white guys. They're human, just like me. No, they're not.
Still to come on 680 News.
We didn't bite 3 days ago when they said, we're going to boycott this steak. Yeah, but you still sell Coca-Cola every stadium.
Do you want a new bathroom? The question is, how old is your bathroom?
That's neither of those are the question. The question is, why do you build bathrooms with drywall if you know it is going to grow?
Your bathroom needs maintenance. If your bathroom is 10 years or older, you run 3 huge risks. Water damage, airborne mold, and tens of thousands of dollars in water damage repairs to the lower levels of your home.
Tens of thousands. There is no repairing water damage in these homes. Or wooden homes. You have to scrap everything. That's the secret. Water damage, airborne mold, tens of thousands of dollars in repairs for water damage. That's 2 things. That's not 3.
They could save you thousands of dollars in unnecessary repairs.
I can do this all fucking day with any source in the modern media. I've been doing this for 30 fucking years. The adults around me used to have this sort of odd way of reacting when I would point out something was complete bullshit.
Up we go to Chopper 680, and here's Jordan Kerr.
Westbound on the 401 is slow going through Markham Road.
Because you know, kids are stupid. You know, white people.
Westbound 401 after that, so moving quite well. A bit of a bunch up by Leslie in the Express, but doesn't last for long. On the westbound 407 between Airport Road and west of Torbram, they've set up construction in the right lane, so watch out for that. On the east 401, it's building east of Mississauga Road and approaching Dixon to the 400 in the Express. It's busy in the collectors through Weston as well. From the 680 traffic center, here's Kyle Hawking.
Heavy on the southbound 404 Don Valley, now Shepherd to south of Lawrence. On the southbound 410, still volume approaching Sandalwood to Beauvert. And if you're heading in from the west end, we've got an eastbound 403 delay through Maine and Hamilton. Eastbound QEW is not too bad, though. The eastbound Gardner, that's the heavy spot from Park Lawn to east of Dufferin. Let's get Toronto vaccinated. Get the COVID vaccine when it's your turn. Book online at toronto.ca/COVID-19 or call 888-999-6488. Next report at 6:51 and with the forecast, here's Jill Taylor.
Well, some areas still have some clouds right now, but overall lots of sunshine today. A very pleasant day. If you are, though, near the lake, the wind quite brisk out of the east-northeast, so it will be cooler than the guaranteed high 15 degrees. Tonight, mainly clear and 7, and tomorrow, sun and cloud and up to 18. Right now, it's mainly clear, 6 degrees at Pierce and 9, and clear at 680 News. Today's guaranteed high 15.
680 News Time, 6:43.
Now the Dynamic Funds Market Minute.
Over to Mike Epple at the 680 Business Center. How are things shaping up there, Mike?
Pretty good, Paul. We're looking at the TSX coming off a record-breaking Tuesday for the composite index. Perhaps going to build on that a little bit this morning. We've got the price for oil up by 1%. Gold is steady. It was the gold stocks up 2% yesterday that lifted, the TSX to a gain of 77 points. The Dow futures right now up 45 points. Price for oil up 55 cents, 59.88. Our dollar is down just a tenth of a cent, 79.43. Another expansion of the vaccine rollout in the UK, now including Moderna for the first time for that country. It's now looking at the FT100 stock index up by 0.75% in the morning trade.
FTSE, buddy, FTSE.
Being active is better than being reactive. Dynamic Funds doesn't just take what the market gives.
You can put gay role models everywhere, but saying the word footsie, that's a little too far, right?
Changed everything. Sharon Stone's life has certainly been eventful, and she recounts it all in a new memoir and in a revealing exclusive interview with Zoomer magazine. The Double Life of Sharon Stone, a must-read, only in the new Zoomer magazine.
Show.com.
Or email anytime. help@itsupportshow.com.
Remember, all she is a sex symbol. Now she doesn't have that. All she has is the corporate goodwill for all the old dudes or women, whatever. But gee, I wonder what she's up to. And that's how they're going to sell you the magazine. This is Moses Neimer's station. Hey, Moses, how's the weed business, pussy? I never had to threaten you. It was I laughed at you from day one. Well, I learned how to sell drugs from you. First of all, your TV station, City TV, had the police on teaching everyone how to smoke crack. I'm not going to repeat everything they said. There's little details that if you don't know, it won't work. So I'm not going to repeat it because I'm not the police or Moses Neimer. Teaching everyone how to... First, they find a pop can, like this one here, that's coincidentally set up exactly like a crack pipe. Then they put the crack in it like this. Swear to God. The police, in the same segment, or the next segment of the same show, they're showing us the black and white footage. I don't know what's black and white for. Of the different buildings in Toronto. Just watching the traffic come and go picking up drugs. And, of course, telling us the addresses where we can now go pick up drugs now that we know how to. Moses Neimer, Prairie Plant Systems, moldy garbage weed that you sold to people. They're all dead now. So I'm going to complain every once in a while about this because there's a whole bunch of people out there that you don't hear them complaining about this because they're dead now. And they paid money for this weed. They got garbage weed, and it's in a mine in Flin Flon. I don't know. I could start talking about land rights and all the rest of that. But you're a pussy old piece of shit too. Plus the drug dealing thing, the last mile, that cable wire that comes into my house through the outside wall of a high rise, that's ridiculous. That's the last mile, drug dealing. That's the hardest part to deal with. You're very good at selling TV. You're not good with weed. I'll just lie to them, and lie to them, and lie to them, and they're just dying anyway. I don't care what happens to you. Your whole family structure plays out on your radio station here. And your family is so fucked up, bro.
And it's been a problem.
Remember, his name's Moses, but he takes that to mean God. When we say God is the head dealer, it's a joke on you, buddy. That's why there's 2 D's in there. Because as a child, I was taught that saying, oh my God, is swearing. It means nothing to me. And Jesus has nothing to Jesus Christ is a swear word, and it has nothing to do with this. This is a national emblem.
But in specific areas, I think that's what the city will be looking at next. because there have been some complaints from.
Oh, you're all Catholic. That's funny because he used to tell us we were all Christian. That's why I think it's funny the genetics guy said that on the podcast. Because they used to say we're all Christian. And you said we were all Catholic, which is so far removed. Yeah, it doesn't add up.
Good morning, Mike. How are you?
I'm doing great. Hanging in there.
You know, we're all
we've
from
been trying
Italy,
over
where
here
the Romans
in
come from.
I appreciate that.
What?
but we're getting
You know,
back.
up in France.
So
Right.
obviously, as a board member of the TRCA, you have your concerns.
Yeah, there's no doubt. We want to preserve our river systems, our watersheds, our natural areas. We want to make sure they stay in their natural form as much as possible.
So talk radio's a drug dealer too. They'll sell you whatever you want. They just sold us the Amazon warehouse on the Oak Ridge's mooring because there's no warehouse space.
To have some kind of memorial.
Just-in-time delivery eliminates the storing
balancing act
of things in
What
warehouses.
we do in our parks. Balancing act is what we do across the city. So the local councillors in Scarborough have raised this issue, and it would probably come to staff to review.
Has this come up at the authority before?
It has. It was discussed many years ago. No strict policy was brought in.
Amalgamation. 20 years goes by, they find 300,000 and change sitting in a bank account.
Scattering of ashes and leaving
in the whole city of Scarborough, or whatever city, whatever the fuck it
cloths or
was.
coins, jewelry, coconuts.
Oh, these are all know it. I'm sure they know what they're doing. $300,000 sitting for 20 years.
Is Parks really responsible?
If I had known it was there,
probably not. But that's the thing. Do you put a system in place that regulates it and controls it, or do you let what's going on now, which is basically a free for all, and in many cases, unless it's on provincial crown land or crown land covered by water, it's not legal.
Okay, so on city municipally owned land, it is not legal.
It is not legal currently. I mean, the Funeral, Burial, and Cremation Services Act is pretty clear. You need permissions for each dropping of ashes from the municipality. We stand by the policy that it's not legal in Toronto parks.
This story talks about a Hindu temple in Pickering. They seem to have reached a compromise with that municipality. They're responsible for clearing anything away, and they've got their own little section on Lake Ontario where they can hold these memorials. This doesn't sound like
clear. They call it ashes. What's left after someone's cremated is, aside from ashes, ground up bone, teeth, and all that. I don't know and all the metal and implants and things. It's not just ash. No, but they love using words like this. What's the difference between ash and ground up bone dust? One's incredibly bad for you if you're breathing it in. It's
that adheres to religious offerings on waterfronts. So you have that combination, and I think it can be done, with a strict regulatory regime and a pilot program.
All right, so this can be fixed out. I think what's happening in Pickering shows that. Can we talk about, because you're also vice chair of the Parks Committee, correct?
Well, it's called Infrastructure and Environment.
They came out a year ago. They're in Ottawa.
Parks, yes.
Okay, it's getting warmer. We're getting a lockdown today, a stay-at-home order. People are going to start getting really antsy.
Casket, no nothing. They just dissolve you, flush you down.
Are you expecting Torontonians to behave themselves as this third wave continues in public parks? Because I imagine it's going to be 18 degrees tomorrow.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a stay-at-home order. I haven't read all the details. But I would think
3 degrees. If they get within 3 degrees, they don't lose their contest. They always overestimate 2 degrees. I told you that yesterday. He just did 18. What they say is going to be 20 degrees tomorrow.
In hallways, in lobbies, in congested areas. Outdoor is where they can get exercise, where it's safest, and certainly that's the flexibility we would like to see in any stay-at-home order, where you can get out for exercise or fresh air, or you're walking of your pet.
So you're not expecting the kind of freak out that we had last year at Trinity Woods when people saw those crowds and went, "Oh my goodness."
Yeah, so people have to understand that outdoors in a park or other outdoor space is relatively safe. That's something we've learned over the last year. So people keeping people cooped up in overcrowded.
No, it's not. No, it's not. We've learned that about 80% of the cases, we have no idea how the person got it. You know, that all the people that are minorities that keep telling you what's happening, you don't want to hear it from them. You get sick, and then you start saying the same goddamn thing we said a month later. So this outdoors thing, it's like the patios. The entire sidewalk's full of people. The entire first lane of traffic's full of people on both sides of the road, and the fucking food bitches are running back and forth across the sidewalk. No, they're not looking. They're always trying to cut around you. Because they're huffing and puffing, doesn't matter. They're special and they're white and they don't have COVID and they know it. Okay, well, don't see what that has to do with. One, I don't like white people spitting on me because you think you're getting away with something because I'm black and I'm being stupid to know. And two, the carbon dioxide you're breathing, you'll be breathing in.
Is always
and everybody's got this idea in their head. There's like one magical virus that will, if it touches you, you get it. And if it doesn't, you don't. And what they tell us is 300,000 copies of Virion.
Yesterday from Legal Aid Alberta, they suggest if your kid turns to petty crime, we're not talking about serious stuff. We're talking about shoplifting, maybe some property stuff, busting into cars overnight, that kind of thing.
Whoa, busting into cars.
A senior staff lawyer at Legal Aid Alberta said parents should be aware.
You used to listen to
Dragnet. Misconceptions of the Youth Criminal Justice Act. Parents at their wits' end with their teenagers may be tempted to call the cops.
Crackheads and meth heads will smash your windows broad day to steal your GPS, cell phone, and laptop, and then freak out on how somebody snitched on them.
It's no longer in your hands.
Right.
Kids will just steal the car.
She's represented young people in criminal court for 20 years. She says once a youth has a criminal record,
joyriding. No.
Years.
Next guess be drive-bys, maybe, but most likely
now,
containerized.
You know, the name's never published, that kind of thing, if they're under 18. But McGowan says there's this.
Even in the 50s, they were present. Oh, these kids are. They can take all the wheels off in 5 minutes and get into a locked car and take the stereo in 10 minutes. With a brick and a screwdriver, I can drive away in 10 seconds. So even in 1950, they were not doing it that way.
As a teenager and convicted. And then as an adult, you are charged again. Those charges from your teenage years are moved forward.
They can be brought up, especially based on what you
moved forward.
The youth criminal record is pulled into the adult system. She warned.
Moved forward and brought up. Neither of those are legal terms. You either you have a record or you don't. And it doesn't evaporate. It doesn't get deleted. It gets sealed. After you've completed all of the sentences that are X amount of months, ages after your 18th birthday. 5 years past the last completion of your sentence or past 18 or something, it gets sealed or some shit. Oh, and they can pull it up anytime they want. And here's the interesting thing, what's on that record. I got charged with assault ×2 and beat the case. I was 13. I got arrested, charged, no convictions. At the age of like 26, they're in court. Oh, we'd like to bring out these assault charges. The judge has to fucking he's looking. Let me see those. No, your client can rest assured that these are not his charges. Now, me and the judge are having a telepathic moment that the Crown is a fucking retard and the Solicitor General is corrupt. You're not allowed to keep those records. It's like keeping records of rape victims in the DNA thing. That's not how it works. It's completely illegal for them to do that.
Go up from behind, steal the crown, and lots of tears are flowing. So good times.
Okay, this is the Miss Sri Lanka pageant.
More comfort and support. It's time to make a switch.
So it used to be right at the age of 16. Now it's between 14 and 18, depending what you did. So that decision as to whether you get charged as an adult or a child or whatever, like what he just presented is not how it works. You would have to still be on the charges and get charged again as a youth for this to come up in court this way, or already have the convictions and then get arrested again as a youth. And you say, well, what if you're over 18? Okay, within that window where your record has not been sealed yet. By the way, if you go from the age of 70 to 80, 10 years without any convictions, your record gets wiped at 80. If you go 10 years without convictions, it gets wiped again at the age of 100. And your credit file is not more than 6 years. It's not 7. The CRA is not 7 either. The CRA is 3 years. Your credit report is 6.
Transact and Air Canada and WestJet has been going on for weeks, if not months, at the federal
Go double
level.
check every
Still
piece
no
of paper
specific
you have.
announcement
Start
could be
moving on.
coming in the federal government, or in the federal budget on April 19th. Transat share price this week is down by 22%. The TSX meantime is coming off what was a record-breaking Tuesday. The composite added 77 points at 19,104, spurred on by a more than 2% rally for the gold stocks. This morning, markets look okay. The Dow futures up by 25 points, and the S&P futures index up just a couple of points. International markets seem to have a better trend, again with the vaccine rollout in the
Air
UK.
Canada was trying to buy
London FT100
Transat
stock index to a
because
gain of
of this idea that the
3/4%.
feds are going to throw money at
Shareholders
airlines.
is betting big on
Nobody
electric
knows why they
vehicles.
do that. Remember,
Specifically, its best-selling
Trudeau's a
pickup
drama
truck,
teacher, whatever.
the
He's a
Chevy
rich kid.
Silverado.
They love
General
flying
Motors unveiling
airplanes.
plans to have production for an all-electric Silverado that would get about 600 kilometers per
Transat has
charge
2 huge
on the
bubble
production
payments
lines by
coming up. If I
2023.
remember correctly.
That news on
Where's
Tuesday.
Porter?
lifted
How they park
GM
their
stock
planes?
price
They're
up
riding
by
it out.
3%. The price for
Their
oil
planes
this
won't
morning
even
at
have to be
59.68.
decontaminated.
That's up
They'll just
35
park.
cents. Gold is down $6 at 1,737. The price for the Canadian dollar at 79.39. That is right now down by 1/5 of a cent. The exchange rate just shy of $1.26. Dow futures up 25 points at the Business Center. I'm Mike Elton.
What could be better than starting the golf season with a shot at winning the ultimate foursome? Presented by TaylorMade and the Copper Creek Golf Group.
I keep looking at this set of keys, wondering if I email this idiot, will I get money out of it? No, I'm looking at a gift card or some weirdo shit. I have some new thumb and do this. We're trying to see how honest people are. I skew the numbers on purpose. I return everything except when it's tagged like that.
Getting vaccinated every day. Your turn is coming soon. Visit ontario.ca/COVID vaccine plan or call 1-888-999-6488 for assistance.
These are these $120,000 a year guys.
By the government
Ontario.ca/COVID vaccine plan. It's way too long.
With a check of chopper traffic, Kimberly Fowler.
Mike, we've got some troubles
They
here.
don't
on
know how to
westbound
spell
401
COVID or vaccine,
Before the
bro.
400 now. Crash here was blocking 2 lanes. We're now down to the right lane and shoulder, so delays have filtered from before Keel to these problems here just before the 400 and the collector lanes. Coming out of Hamilton
Let's know the hashtags with the hyphen when the hyphen doesn't add to the hashtag. Oh, that's COVID underscore
The third line had some earlier problems. They cleared away, even the backlogs cleared out. Do you or your child carry an EpiPen? If so, you should know when your device expires. Check the expiry date today and visit your pharmacy.
$600.
I'm Kimberly Fowler with Global News Radio 640
Well, that's not
Toronto traffic.
We believe in a greener tomorrow.
You got a fucking blender in the background. $600 for an EpiPen. And they expire. They don't expire. Epinephrine, by the way, metabolizes into methamphetamine. You tell you. Doctors tried to dope me up on epinephrine. It metabolizes to methamphetamine when I was 13. No, never interested me. I didn't know that at the time, that's what that did. I stood up and threw a chair. This is how the children's aid and psychiatric hospitals restrain kids. They give them speed. Right.
Today.
Tanner Roark let off by the Rangers last night. The Jays falling at Arlington, and the Raptors lost to the Lakers. Sports at 15.
The TSX starts the day at a record high. Transat AT continues to push for a federal government bailout, and GM targets an all-electric version of its best-selling pickup truck. Business at 26.
6 City News Time, 7:01.
Traffic and weather together on the ones brought to you by Don Valley North, Lexus, Airborne, and Shopper 680. Jordan Kerr. Good morning, Jordan.
Good morning, Paul. Westbound on the 401, delays through Markham Road to Kennedy in the Express, delays through Markham Road and Kennedy in the Collectors, so a couple of breaks there. Westbound 401 slow from the 404 to west of...
Facebook page of some bike shop out here. I commented a question about the bike I have is a cyclo. It would have at one point been like a $15,000 bike. That's a lot. $5,000 bike like 15 years ago or some shit, whatever. Their response to me was to send me
private message telling me I won their contest and I got a $25 gift card, and they never answered my question about fixing my bike. And there's nothing in their store they sell for less than $25. And I never, ever, ever responded. Same school of marketing. Same school of marketing. Oh, but it's social media. They did this and they did that. Yeah, complete flop.
Left lane is blocked for the collision. Debris across all lanes.
I was supposed to go, oh, look, everybody, I got a gift card from this and that. You never answered my question about fixing my $15,000 bike.
Busy Humber Bridge to east of Dufferin. And Don Valley North Lexus, enjoy F-Sport credits of up to $3,000 and a loyalty rate reduction of up to 2%. Visit DonValleyNorthLexus.com for details. Next reported
27-speed, 10 rims, hydraulic disc brakes, and air suspension front and rear.
Just a cooler near the lake.
It's a cyclocross, brand new,
northeast.
more than a car.
It's mainly clear. 6 at Pearson, 9 at 680 News. Today's guaranteed high 15. 680 News time 7:03.
It appears the province has heard the calls from the medical officers of Toronto and Peel for tougher restrictions as the third wave of COVID-19 infections threatens to overwhelm hospitals. Sources tell 680 News the Ford government will today upgrade the current so-called shutdown to a province-wide stay-at-home order.
680's Kevin Meisner joins us live from Queen's Park with what we can expect. Kevin.
Well, Catherine, the Ford government is going to announce a province-wide stay-at-home order along with the closure of non-essential retail and new restrictions for big box stores. Just getting the confirmation right now that the Premier will be making the announcement at 2 o'clock this afternoon. 680 News will be carrying it live. Premier Doug Ford was hoping that the province being put into gray zone shutdown last week would be enough to slow COVID cases.
I think we made a massive move last week by basically shutting down the entire province. But we're going to have further restrictions moving forward very, very quickly.
And Ontario's Chief Medical Officer of Health, Dr. David Williams, says he did previously recommend to the government that a stay-at-home order was necessary and suggests that it's only happening now because that's the process.
Some of those things like the stay-at-home order involves a lot of regulation and legislation, so these things have to be walked through with due diligence.
Now, one source says this new stay-at-home order will take effect later this week. It'll be in place for at least a month. Ontario's previous stay-at-home order went into effect January 14th, wasn't lifted until March the 8th. Right now, there are 510 COVID patients in Ontario intensive care units. That's the highest level seen in the span of the pandemic. Medical officers of health in Toronto, Peel, and Ottawa all calling for that measure, saying it's necessary to save lives and prevent damage to the healthcare system. At Queen's Park, Kevin Meisner, 680 News.
680 News time, 7:05. So that stay-at-home order to be announced today, as you heard Kevin mention there, by the Premier at 2 o'clock this afternoon, and broadcast live here on 680 News, expected to include the toughest restrictions yet for big box stores. Our Carl Hansky's talking to shoppers this morning near some of those big box stores in the West End, and he joins us live. Carl.
Yeah, but with all non-essential retail expected to be restricted to curbside pickup only again, it means no more quick trips to the Home Depot again for this contractor.
It's very hard for us because usually every day we always go shop for our work, so it's very hard to work.
Big box stores are expected to be
Let's see if I get this straight.
Aisles only.
Let's see if I get this straight. You don't consider Home Depot to be essential.
There's no argument to say that somebody can't go and get their hair cut, but you can go to a mall where there's 1,000 people wandering around.
You've never seen what happens when a car hits your house. You get a piece of paper stuck to the door saying you must fix it.
Stores have faced these restrictions. The shopper says that's part of the problem.
Should have shut down everything for 2-3 weeks right away for the first time, but we wouldn't be stuck in this situation still.
Garden centers may still be allowed to remain open to the public. We'll see.
Because if Ontario had been shut down for 2 or 3 weeks, that would affect South Africa, Britain, Germany, Russia, China, Spain. Right, you fucking retard.
Portal drops to 60 starting this morning, and as young
literally
as
just repeated what Donald Trump said a year
areas
ago.
of York region.
And he thought he
Jamie
thinks he's correct.
joins us live with the latest on the rollout. Jamie.
Yeah, Catherine, as
By
the
the way,
vaccine
your masks are not
supply
acoustically
increases,
transparent. We can tell over the mic whether you're wearing them or not.
drop in the province
And
starting
the
this
ones
morning.
with the port,
Anyone
not
60
legal.
years and older can book an appointment
It's not
through
a
the
mask.
Ontario online portal. And the government has also released a list of postal codes
where vaccines will be available to those 50 years and over in hotspot communities. This is happening across more than a dozen public health units, including many in the GTA. Now, there's also York Region ahead of the curve again with its rollout, offering shots to those between 45 and 59 years old in hotspot areas. There are 5 priority communities, most of them in Vaughan, 1 in Markham. That list is posted at 680news.com. Appointments can be made on York Region's website starting at 8:30. Looking at
all these people are, the government has to arrange to get us more vaccines, blah, 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 blah.
Over 15% of the population has received at least 1 dose. Reporting live, Jamie Pulfer, 680 News.
How do those people deal with this 30,000 empty
back to online
spaces?
learning for students here in Toronto as the city's medical officer of health orders schools to shut down. 680's Laura Carney reports.
Saying the current circumstances.
And they really didn't want to because they want access to your kids. They consider their property. They call themselves co-parents.
Requiring all elementary
If you found out that your neighbor was referring to himself as a co-parent of your child,
leading into spring break, students will
you
switch
shoot him
back to
because you
remote
know the
learning.
cops can't do nothing to a child molester that hasn't done
April
anything yet.
18th, which is the end of spring break. However, if the COVID-19 case numbers don't improve, that could be extended. Parents finding out just as they were picking their kids up yesterday afternoon.
It's a good thing that they're shutting down now. So it's a pragmatic decision, yeah?
I don't know how I'm going to deal with 2 kids.
It's just going to be another hassle trying to figure it out.
Toronto Public Health says the spread of COVID-19 has never been greater in the city and that stronger public health measures are needed to reverse the surge of infection. I'm Laura Carney. 680 News Time 7:08. A new public opinion poll shows Ontarians evenly split on support for a carbon tax, but there is much greater support in the cities. Mike Eppel reports from the 680
carbon
Business
dioxide to carbon.
A survey taken by campaign research.
Remember again, it's impossible for emissions released to Canada to go anywhere. We're surrounded by too many trees. We are a net carbon sink. They give me $300.
Strongly oppose the levy.
And what do you think I do with that money that's affecting carbon?
42% split. The poll was taken after Ontario,
Look at this. They
Alberta,
got
and Saskatchewan
environmental
lost the
fee on
Supreme
them.
Court challenge against the federal government's mandated tax on carbon.
I don't buy
And while
much
the province
that's
wide
bad for the
online survey
environment.
showed
Is
an
that
almost
my
even
paper
split, the
crop
results
crops, although
are much more pronounced
they're
in
not
favor of the
radioactive.
tax in Toronto, with 56% support. Pollster Nick Cavalis of Campaign Research tells the Star voters are split on whether the province should now bring in its own carbon tax or continue to leave it up to the feds. He says most people will be happy with the return to the cap and trade program that was scrapped by the foreign government.
People.
The business center.
Remember, this only affects the biggest of big businesses. As most people, most people don't know what carbon is.
11:11.
Not anymore.
Mostly, if I went up and said, let me ask you about carbon, 666, they would think I was having a schizophrenic crackhead moment because they don't even know what carbon is.
Pizza,
And if you don't know the connection between 666 and carbon, you're probably a Catholic.
Coming up in 60 seconds, traffic and weather together on the ones, including a collision eastbound 403 east of Main in Hamilton, blocking the left lane.
680 News Time 7:10. Your employment rights with Lior Samfiru from employmentlawyer.ca.
COVID-19 has forced drastic employment changes on many Canadians in the form of layoffs, pay cuts, reduction in hours, demotions, and work relocation. What most employees don't realize is that your employer does not have a right to make significant changes to terms of employment without your consent.
Like 2001 or something, CIBC fired 2 employees because one of them sold a half quarter to another, allegedly. Bear in mind there was no criminal case attached. And they were forced to rehire both of them and pay them some type of fucking penalty or whatever because there's no bank customers in this office to see them. It had nothing to do with anything to do with stealing money or information. It didn't make them bad people or criminals, like aside from supposedly marijuana was illegal at the time. CIBC, yeah, selling drugs inside the bank. They're not allowed to fire people for it. I'm supposed to forget all these stories I read. I'm not supposed to repeat any of this. And you're going to hear a CIBC ad. today.
In the collectors, and West 401 approaching Bayview in the Express. The right lane is now blocked by MTO crews. We have a broken down transport truck on the right shoulder. Westbound 401 is backed up from just west of the 404.
Yeah, CIDC, another company don't like me. They used to take a penny out of my bank account every month and act annoyed when I called them and asked them why they were doing that. Well, it went to zero. Yeah, it went to zero. Now it's below zero. Why?
Approaching Dixon to the 400 expressing collectors.
Oh, we're charging you interest because it went to zero. Okay, so interest on zero would be zero. You still haven't explained it.
Still those problems on the eastbound 403 in Hamilton, east of Maine. The left lane is blocked with a collision. We had debris across all lanes as well. So very heavy now from the link down the hill to east of Maine. You'll certainly want to plan an alternate. You can either go down one of the access roads or use
take a penny from everybody's account or some weird little oddball amount.
If you're traveling
and nobody will report it.
It's fine. Eastbound Gardner's not bad either now.
And the only way they catch it is if you deposit the money to the wrong account.
Valley delays 401 to south of Lawrence. At Monte Carlo Inns, their newly renovated suites and meeting rooms will be your home away from home or office. Visit MonteCarloInns.com to book your stay today. Next report at 7:21, and with the forecast, here's Jill Taylor.
Temperatures well above average for us again today, and also just like yesterday, a brisk wind out of the east-northeast, so it will feel cooler near the lake. Sun and cloud today, the guaranteed high 15 degrees, 7 for the low, mainly clear tonight. And for tomorrow, sun and cloud again, brisk wind, so it'll feel cooler near the lake, but up to 18. Right now, mainly sunny, 6 degrees at Pearson, 9 at 680 News, the guaranteed high 15. 680 News Time, 7:13.
Now the dynamic funds market minute.
The 680 News Business Center, Mike.
Hey, Catherine, good morning. Markets are looking okay so far. We've got the TSX coming in at a record high and could build on that in the early trade this morning. Price for oil is up by 1%. The price for gold is
steady. These are up to an early
Gold
start, and
stocks
then you get the
that,
TSX, which
basically
doesn't
led the
open
market
for another
higher in
2
the
hours.
Tuesday session. The Dow futures contract is up by 25 points. S&P futures higher
Futures
by 2.
contracts don't mean
The
nothing,
price
dog.
for gold right now down just $4 at $17.38, and the dollar down a fifth of a cent, $79.39. The exchange rate at $1.26. At the Business Center, I'm Mike Apple.
Being active is better than being reactive. Dynamic Funds doesn't just take what the market gives. Ask a financial advisor about active management
did it
and
again.
learn more at
He thinks
dynamics.ca.
the U.S. value of the Canadian dollar is different from the Canadian value of the U.S. dollar. One is an exchange rate, one is the dollar. He doesn't understand what he's reading.
In a way that will bother all Blue Jays fans.
680 News Time, 7:14.
At Sicily Honda, our family wants your family to drive a great deal during our Honda Checkered Flag event. Right now, drive any 2021 CRV and get great lease and finance rates. Plus, get $750 lease or finance cash to further lower your payment. Get a great deal and get air miles reward miles at
It's the
Sicily
Canadian
Honda,
dollar in
88
U.S.
Steeles
dollars,
Avenue,
both
just west of
ways.
Yonge. Go to SiciliHonda.com for details.
One is the
I'm
price
Hugh
of one
Sicily,
U.S. dollar,
and we're
and
family
one
driven.
is the price of
Hi,
one Canadian
it's
dollar.
Fido. When it comes to streaming your favorite movies, don't let your data plan hold you back. Get a data boost from Fido with 5 hours of unlimited data
I don't think I
at
can
no
explain.
extra
If
cost.
somebody can't
That's
get that, I don't think I
extra
can
hours
explain
of data
it. You get to the
every
point of
month
getting
when
that
you
job
need
and you don't get it, I
It's
can
enough to
explain
stream a
it to
movie
you.
and a sequel. All you have to worry about is deciding what to watch on all voice and data plans, only with Fido. Visit a Fido store or fido.ca for details.
Number 1 for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News.
Sun cloud mix on the way today for the GTA as we head to a 680 News guaranteed high of 15. Good morning. I'm Paul Cook.
I'm Catherine Jitte. Here are the top stories right now.
You can hear it live on 680 News at 2 this afternoon with COVID cases and hospitalizations continuing to rise. Premier Ford set to announce a province-wide stay-at-home order. Sources tell 680 News it will mean non-essential retail will be allowed curbside pickup only. And for the first time in the pandemic, big box stores will have to close aisles with non-essential goods. Starting today, anyone born in 1961 or earlier can now book a COVID shot on the province's online portal. And in York Region's hardest hit areas, the threshold drops to 45 years and older. And moms and dads across the city returning to their earlier pandemic roles as in-house IT staff and classroom supervisors as all Toronto schools switch to remote learning for the next 3 days ahead of spring break.
Time now for 680 Sports.
From Sportsnet 590, The Fan, Simon Bennett.
Well, it's a rough night for the Blue Jays in Arlington.
Good.
that he will be moving the deadline for all U.S.
10 years ago, they got a player from New York, U.S. somewhere, who refused to move out of New York State into Ontario because he has a so-called pit bull, which is not a breed. An American pit bull terrier is. The breed-specific legislation that calls them pit bulls, that's not a breed. And when you look through the 4 breeds, they say, by the way, who determines breeds? Breeders. Who determines breeds in court? Vets. Right. Vets don't deal with every type of dog. Breeders decide if it's the breed or not because they created it. The vet doesn't even work with enough examples of the dog to know the difference. He refused to move into his family into Ontario because he owns one of these dogs. 10 years in, does the Blue Jays support this motherfucker at all? Say anything about BSL at all? Nope.
Okay.
But you can recite a whole bunch of numbers of a bunch of dudes you stare at all day. And women cannot be a part of it at all because they're inferior.
Media.
And every time they play, they win. So.
The Premier said yesterday it's possible he will announce further public health restrictions. Again, an announcement about an announcement today. From what we understand, retail will go back to curbside only. That means you're not going into a mall. You're going to have a storefront.
How am I going to get my Louis Vuitton baggage? You can't leave that on the curb. It's expensive.
Actually, the Beaverton, which has been getting better.
That was a good one, eh?
It's still no onion.
No, you're right.
But the Beaverton yesterday, Doug Ford saying the malls are open for essential Versace.
That's right.
Very, very true.
Yeah.
Gardening centers are going to be open.
Good, because I need a new hose. Dave mentioned that, or Tina mentioned that. You can't get a hose. I need a hose.
How did Tina mention? How did she incorporate the hose report?
She said if you need a hose, you can't get one. And I was like, damn it, I need a hose. She had the conversation yesterday.
Again, outdoor gardening centers will be open if they've got greenhouses. I'm going to assume the Lickville will be open. I don't know about retail pot. Really, it doesn't matter right now.
Just grow your own, people.
Grow your own, or there's the OCS.
Doesn't matter right now. Doesn't matter right now. You genetically inferior people that need medicine. Okay, so if you don't need cannabis, you're missing DNA. You are the inbred.
The measures that were taken in January now to help do this. Of course, you can't just lock down.
I assume LCDs because alcohol is.
That will be going
he wants to say harmless.
They are essential workers.
It's one of the only drugs that will kill you. The withdrawal.
For people that have to go to work because they can't lock down. So there's a lot of, I would call it low-hanging fruit. There's a lot of measures that can be taken to rapidly improve the situation that we're in right now, and I really hope that we see movement from senior political and senior public health officials.
Dr. Isaac Bogosh suggests.
Ask about the ventilation of these buildings. Remember, the virus doesn't die just from the temperature or any other damn thing. Without UV light cooking on it, the air blowing out of your house, it doesn't matter how many miles it is, I'm breathing that in, right? Ventilating this shit only so okay, I don't know where I'm going with this.
That needs to be jumped. They live in Canada, but they're going to the U.S. to get their COVID vaccines.
So
we'll do that when we return. First, we're going to check the roads.
That would be essential travel, wouldn't it? It'd be the definition of essential. How the fuck did you just do that? 20, 29, 20. How the fuck? 37, 38, 37, 36. How the fuck? Thank you.
At BDO Debt Solutions. At BDO, we don't judge a book by its cover. We know that debt can be a battle, but it's not the whole story. By providing you with dedicated support, one-on-one counseling, we can help you reach your goals and live debt-free. Your next chapter is waiting. Let us help you write it.
Let's talk about reading.
Or visit debtsolutions.bdo.ca to book a free consultation.
Readers don't tend to build up these types of debts. It's probably the TV watchers. We're going to move you to the next episode. We don't judge a TV show by the, they know the word synopsis. By the TV guy.
Excludes delivery.
680 time 721. Traffic and weather together on the ones brought to you by Rudner Law. But we go to Chopper 680. Where are you flying, Jordan?
I'm flying around the situation. Bayview and the Express, the right lane blocked off by MTO. We have a stalled transport truck on the right-hand side, the right-hand shoulder. There's now a heavy tow on scene. A westbound 401 really heavy from the 404 to approaching Bayview and the Express. The collector lanes getting quite busy, but far better than the express lanes. After that, westbound 401, not bad. Again, that issue we had by the 400 is gone. Eastbound 401 delays through Mississauga Road from the 427 or just east of the 427 to the 400, expressing collectors. And watch out, eastbound 401 east of Avenue Road in the collectors. And the rain plane, we got a stalled dump truck here. That's got a little tow on scene helping with repairs, but no other crews there. So just be careful through that stretch. From the 680 traffic center, here's Kyle Hawking.
Good news in Hamilton. That problem on the eastbound 403 east of Maine has cleared. However, very heavy from the link down the hill to east of Maine. So you still may want to consider an alternate. The easiest one is Wilson to the west. You can also use some of the mountain access roads and then go through downtown Hamilton, maybe a little busier going that way. The eastbound QEW beyond that point's moving well.
If you don't know the neighborhood, don't do it because you get lost.
South of Lawrence, other southbound routes, though, including the 400 and 410, moving well. Your employment contracts may not be worth the paper they're printed on. Set up a complimentary review of your contracts with Rudner Law. Visit rudnerlaw.ca. Next report at 7:31, and with the extended forecast, here's Jill Taylor.
Now, we've got a stretch of temperatures above average. We'll climb to 15 for the guaranteed high today. The average is 10 degrees, sun and cloud. Do have a brisk wind, though, out of the east-northeast, so it will be cooler for lakeside communities. And then tonight, mainly clear with a low near 7. Tomorrow, up to 18 degrees, sun and cloud. Again, a brisk wind out of the east-northeast. Some showers on Friday, but not an all-day rain, 16. Sun and cloud Saturday, 18. And then back to some showers on Sunday. Right now, mainly sunny, 6 degrees at Pearson, 9 at 680 News. Our guaranteed high, 15.
And because Jill did not miss the weather guarantee yesterday, the jackpot climbs to $7,600.
Coming up at 7:30, a province-wide stay-at-home order is coming. You'll hear the announcement from Premier Ford live on 680 News at 2 this afternoon. But some of the details of what it means to you and your family have already been leaked. Our Kevin Miser's live at Queen's Park with the latest.
680 News time, 7:24.
When your bank account does more, your money does more, so you can live more too. Switch to the Scotiabank Ultimate Package and get a savings rate of up to 1.8%. Unlimited Interac e-transfer transaction. An annual credit card fee waiver on select credit
And a
cards.
penny stolen from your kind of TD tried to say being a manager
It's
there.
the bank account that lets you do more, all from one package. Conditions apply. Rate is for a limited time and varies by savings period. Visit Scotiabank.com/.
Yeah, if you would
When I
throw
think
money from
about
my
it,
account and then
it's
don't hand it
almost
to
like
me,
you
it's
enter
theft, fraud,
a new
embezzlements,
chaos.
and so
You
forth.
enter a new war that's quite subtle.
Filler. Can you tell us about the Italian that you met?
When you have the experience of being uprooted and not really having a sense of being safe and settled, you're not quick to really put your roots in the ground. So
That's
I've never
more
really
white
felt like
people
I've left the
conventional.
place.
You know,
I've really felt
common sense. You fucking nigger cunt. Why'd you even tell us that?
好事嚟嘅，即係 look at the price size 先啦。有啲人話：喂，點會好事啊？
ability to do it because he's got to go back and then come back and quarantine again. So he obviously has a life situation.